Year 2024. The city was alive. Sunlight poured over the crowded streets, glinting off glass windows and metal rooftops. Vendors shouted their prices with gusto. Honking horns battled for dominance, and humanity buzzed like a hive in motion. But tucked deep within a decaying corner of that city stood a run-down, forgotten apartment complex. On its stained, crumbling ground floor, surrounded by empty energy drink cans and pizza boxes that had long since begun to rot, a lone young man lay on an old, creaking couch. His eyes stared blankly at the cracked ceiling above. "Gotta fix that," Erike mumbled, voice hoarse from disuse. He reached blindly for a cold, half-eaten pizza slice on the side table. He took a bite, chewed slowly, and muttered to himself, "Pineapple on pizza. My ancestors are crying." Despite the rancid stench of unwashed laundry and stale grease hanging heavy in the air, Erike didn't flinch. His gaze was fixed on the flickering television in front of him. A serious-faced news anchor was mid-report. In response to the increasing frequency of gates appearing throughout the city and the deployment of S-class heroes. Click! Erike switched off the TV and let out a sigh, so long it could have carried his soul away. "God, just let me rot in peace, but I'm even too lazy to die." So what now? His mind drifted. Back in 2019, the world had shattered. 2 billion people vanished overnight without a trace. Not long after, rips in reality, called gates, began to tear open across the globe, birthing nightmares once confined to myths. Dragons, sirens, Fenrir, Typhon, Leviathan. The legends came alive, and humanity's weapons did nothing. Bombs, tanks, missiles, futile. In a desperate gambit, the nations launched nukes. It bought them time, but only made things worse. Then came the twist. Those missing 2 billion, 100,000 returned, hardened, changed, armed with powers that bent the rules of reality. And they fought. Erike blinked at the mirror across the room. Long, unkempt blonde hair, hollow blue eyes, a patchy beard, a body too thin, and a gut that had long since stopped caring about balance. A crutch leaned against the couch. Awakeners, they go to other worlds to level up. Like it's a damn video game. He gritted his teeth. Not for someone like me. Then, congratulations. You have been chosen as an awakener. Teleportation to another world begins in 10 minutes. Good luck. What? Erike's legs buckled instantly. He crashed to the floor with a loud thud, panic surging through every nerve. No, no, no. This has to be a mistake, he stammered. I'm disabled. I can't even run, let alone fight monsters. Stumbling upright with his crutch, he dragged himself to the kitchen. His trembling hands found a glass, filled it with tap water, and downed it as if it were his last drink on Earth. The stats played through his mind. Only 0.005% of the vanished ever made it back. 1 in 20,000. The rest? Dead. Silence. Then resolve. I don't want to die, he whispered. So I'll survive. Breathing deeply, he concentrated. And then, name Erike. Title none. Talent, SSS class clone, level 1. Skill, clone self, uses 1. Destiny points, 0. Shop locked. SSS class. His jaw dropped. There are only 2 in the entire US. He looked at his legs, scarred, broken, reminders of a past that never healed. So what good is all this if I can't even stand? Still, he focused. His mind sharpened around the concept of cloning, of splitting himself in 2. Puff! A shape peeled off his body, like vapor solidifying into form. Standing before him was himself. But healthier, straighter, whole. Erike clone. Trait, determined. Skill, mental immunity, level 1. Erike blinked in awe. It worked, but time was short. 5 minutes left. Then it hit. A cascade of pain, thoughts, and emotions as 2 minds collided in real time. Both Eriks writhed on the floor, screaming in unison as their consciousnesses fought for dominance. Time remaining. 4 o'clock. 1 o'clock. 0:03. 0:02. Suddenly, the clone reached out with trembling fingers and confirmed the teleportation prompt. And everything went dark. Erike, clone, opened his eyes. He was lying in a field beside a pile of cow dung. The sky was vast, alien, unfamiliar. Towering trees surrounded him, thick with foliage. It worked. He slowly sat up, dazed and confused. But in that moment of clarity, his mind reconnected his mind. And suddenly, Erik's real consciousness snapped back into his broken body, still lying on the filthy apartment floor. His body trembled from the strain. Veins throbbed on his forehead. He cried out, "Cancel! Cancel! Congratulations! You are the fastest awakener to return from another world. You have gained the title, Fast Finisher. Destiny points increased. Plus 1 million. Hidden quest completed. 0 accomplishments. Gate access unlocked for return trip. Title gained. World Traveler." Erik stared blankly at the notifications, too stunned to even breathe. What the hell just happened? Destiny points, the cosmic currency of change. Every act that twists fate, no matter how large or small, echoes across the multiverse. Whether good or evil, only impactful choices matter. For awakeners, these are the only fuel for growth beyond their initial awakening. But once an awakener returned to Earth, destiny points stopped accumulating. Growth halted. Erik stared at a shimmering blue panel, chest rising and falling with each ragged breath. His eyes trembled with disbelief. "Let's try this." He pressed his trembling hand forward. 100,000 destiny points consumed. Clone upgraded to level 2. You may now summon up to 2 clones. New unique skill acquired. Hive mind. Huh, that much for a single level. Erik frowned. That's 1/10 of everything I got from being the fastest quitter in another world. Still, his curiosity shifted to the skill he had just gained. Hive mind allows the user to manage and process multiple consciousnesses simultaneously. Filters irrelevant thoughts from clones to avoid mental overload. No level bar. He blinked. Guess unique skills are built different. He leaned back as a new panel blinked to life. Title: World Traveler. Return to world. Cost: 100,000 destiny points. Erik blinked. I can go back. Then realization struck him like lightning. Not just return, but farm destiny points again. World after world. Level after level. A loop. An infinite loop. Laughing in disbelief, he grabbed an entire water jug and splashed himself. No way. This is insane. When he finally calmed down, he turned his attention to the system's skill shop. There were only a few options that caught his eye. Regeneration, 5,000 destiny points. Body strengthening, 5,000 destiny points. He chose regeneration first and immediately began upgrading. Level 1. Barely sped up healing, scratches would still take hours. Level 2. 10,000 points scratches healed in seconds. Level 3. 20,000 points knife wounds could heal in minutes. Level 4. 60,000 points, near instantaneous regeneration. Even lost organs could be regrown. A tingling warmth rushed through his legs. For the first time in 4 years, Erik stood on both feet, unaided. He raised his hand toward the ceiling, voice cracking with emotion. Finally, tears threatened to fall. He started jogging around the room like a madman, laughing through choked sobs. The thing that haunted me for 4 years gone. He attempted to upgrade body strengthening next, but the system flashed a red prompt. Insufficient requirement. What? He frowned. I've got the destiny points. What else do you want? Though he'd read online about awakeners' skills and ranks, he had never stepped outside to confirm. And as everyone knows, the internet is a bottomless pit of half-truths and brain rot. He double-checked the entire shop menu, took mental notes, and exhaled slowly. Time to multitask. With focus, he summoned his clone once more. A second Erik materialized, healthier and whole. The real Erik smirked. You need a name. Calling you me is going to be awkward. He rubbed his chin. Let's go with Erik the First. With a nod of approval, he sent the clone through the portal again, back to the other world. Then, fueled by adrenaline and reborn vigor, Erik dropped to the floor and began push-ups. His arms quivered, but he didn't stop. For years ago, he had been an Olympic champion. The accident had taken everything. Now, he would take it all back. Erich the First clone. Trait: determined. Skills: mental immunity, LV1, regeneration, LV4, body strengthening, LV1. The forest was dense and eerily silent. Erich the First pushed past brambles and ducked beneath gnarled branches, his enhanced senses twitching at every rustle. He marveled at the strange fauna and alien air. Which world is this, I wonder? Rumors swirled around the different realms awakeners had entered. Some were martial worlds filled with cultivators, others divine plains where gods walked. This one felt primal. Unbeknownst to him, dozens of eyes watched him from the treetops. Shadows flickered from branch to branch. Surveillance drones, or something older, more dangerous. A sudden rustle. Erich froze. He stepped cautiously toward the bushes, preparing for a threat. Only for a squirrel to leap out, scratch his face, squeak mockingly, and scamper off. His brow twitched. Little bastard. Shoo! A snake hissed. A blur of green lashed from the underbrush. Shit! He rolled instinctively. The snake missed his neck by inches. Breathing hard, he lunged and caught the creature by its open jaws. But before he could retaliate, whoosh! A massive shadow fell over him. He looked up. A griffin, wings wide as a truck, talons sharper than blades, plummeted from the sky. No! Erich threw the snake at the beast and dove into the thicket. The griffin caught the snake midair, eyeing him coldly, then veered away. Collapsing on the ground, Erich gasped for breath. This world is too damn dangerous. Thunk! A sharp pain exploded through his hand. A black object had pinned it to the tree behind him. A throwing needle, thin and razor-like. Ah! He screamed. The forest answered with silence. Then footsteps.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
He cried out in pain, gritting his teeth as he tried to remove the arrow, but a strange power held it firmly in place. The more he resisted, the deeper it dug, eventually piercing through the other side of the tree. Intruder, who are you? State your identity. If you refuse, you will be considered an invader of the Falcon Empire and executed on sight, as per martial law. Damn it! Erich the First gritted his teeth and pulled his hand forward, bone-crunching noises echoing as he endured the searing pain. Bit by bit, he forced his hand through until he finally freed it from the arrow. It hurts. Blood trailed through the air as he turned and ran aimlessly into the forest. Another arrow shot toward him, and Erich the First barely managed to dodge. However, his eyes widened in horror as the arrow twisted midair and began chasing him like a homing missile. At the last moment, his main body quickly purchased acceleration, and the clone bolted without looking back. Acceleration. Meanwhile, in the main world, Erich sensed his clone being hunted by the arrow and felt relieved that he hadn't risked going there himself. The other world wasn't some free exploration paradise. The survival rate of hunters alone was proof of how dangerous it truly was. I need to get stronger. Motivated, Erich pushed himself even further. With regeneration, he didn't have to worry about injuries, and his enhanced strength allowed him to train without restraint. With such a cheat, he would be a fool if he couldn't grow stronger and fitter. After spending the past year as an otaku, he had gained quite a bit of fat, but it was now gradually melting away. Back in the other world, Erich the First had finally outrun the arrow and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he glanced back and was stunned to see the arrow lying motionless on the ground. Without hesitation, he ran as far as possible. Breaking free from the forest, he was immediately overjoyed to see a bright light shining in the distance. With a mix of excitement and caution, he ran toward it. At that moment, a small object silently flew through the air and embedded itself into his neck. This. His vision blurred, and all strength drained from his limbs. The next second, he collapsed to the ground. Just as Erich in the real world attempted to cancel the clone, he discovered that a strange electromagnetic barrier had completely blocked his connection. He was utterly helpless. Through the faint, blurry vision of his clone, he saw a soldier speaking with a cold expression. Take him back. He's another one of those world travelers. Inbred telekinesis bloodline. Dragon Lord. Erich shook off the groggy memory with a sigh and resumed his training. Let nature take its course. If the clone truly died, he might face terrifying consequences, but there was nothing he could do about it. Instead of worrying pointlessly, it was better to train and grow stronger. He checked his clone's status and saw that it was still alive, making him heave a sigh of relief. While he could share his skills with the clone, the reverse wasn't possible, which left him feeling reluctant. After a short time of making up his mind, he started leveling up the clone's mental fortitude skill. The level shot up to 10, costing a total of 100,000 destiny points, an amount that made Erich feel disgusted to pay, but he did it anyway. After going through all his spending, he checked his remaining destiny points. He had used minus 100,000 for leveling up his talent, 100,000 for body strengthening and regeneration, 100,000 for Erich, the first inherent skill, 10,000 for acceleration. That left him with 690,000 destiny points. I can't go on like this. I need to find a solution. He paced around the room, his face twisted in confusion, until he suddenly stopped. There might be information on the internet. Without wasting time, he sat in his gaming chair, put on his headset, and powered on his computer, equipped with an XDR 5090T graphics card. Gazing at it through the tempered glass, he kissed it as if it were his lover before diving into his search. The moment his PC turned on, Blue Globe automatically launched, and a flood of personal DMs filled his screen. What happened? Erich frowned and casually opened one of the messages, only to be shocked by what he read. Blue Globe was a messaging app that processed trillions of messages per day. Personally, he was only active in a few gaming communities, where he had earned recognition as a top-ranked gamer. That was how he gained some fame. Many people knew him. Unfortunately, as real-world dangers increased, fewer and fewer people were willing to pay for entertainment. After all, who cared about gaming when their lives were at risk? No, I need to confirm this. He quickly opened another tab and checked the news. Another 500 million people have suddenly disappeared. The media had already named the event the Second Awakening. Sigh. Erich slumped back in his chair, feeling the weight of the situation settle over him. Although people disappeared every day, it was usually in small numbers. This, however, was the largest mass disappearance yet. The world's population had already shrunk significantly, and losing 500 million more was staggering. Forget it. Erich could already imagine the chaos outside, but had nothing to do with him. Besides, he was America's third SSS rank awakener. The privileges that came with his rank were beyond imagination. He only had to reveal his status. Clenching his fist, he refocused and turned back to his computer. The internet was a vast sea of knowledge, a tool that could either empower or destroy those who used it. Finally, his gaze landed on a particular piece of information, and he dug deeper into it. The first title that caught his eye was Dragons and the Telekinetic World. Erich was almost in a trance as he searched for more details. After hours of reading, he slumped into his chair, exhaustion written all over his face. This was a world filled with many races, but dragons and humans were the two dominant forces, constantly competing for supremacy. Humans were born with telekinetic abilities granted by their unique bloodlines. Meanwhile, dragons were colossal beings capable of spewing fire, ice, water, and more, living embodiments of natural disasters. Creatures that could wield magic. However, what was even more terrifying was the cult hidden among humans. These corrupted beings worshipped the dragons, willing to do anything for them. They were no longer fully human. They had been infected. And what was even scarier was that awakened humans were actively hunted down. They had human blood, but lacked the natural telekinetic power of the natives, which made them far more susceptible to corruption. Somehow, they were even more compatible with the infection, and an army of corrupted awakeners had already been transformed into mindless death soldiers. The difficulty rating of this world was SSS class. Only a single person had ever returned from this world, and it was through their testimony that this information became public. Erich delved deeper into the background and took another deep breath. The human forces were already incredibly complicated, divided into factions with conflicting interests. As for the dragons, their side remained a complete mystery. Should I really give up on the clone? His eyes narrowed. He ordered a pizza that cost him $100, with almost $70 going solely to delivery. Traveling was dangerous, and with it came outrageous prices that could make one vomit blood. After eating the pepperoni pizza, he finally calmed down and resumed training his body. He could feel it every single second. His strength improved bit by bit. This feeling was simply too addictive. Back in the telekinetic world, Erich I was bound in chains, his eyes covered by a blindfold. He was inside a capsule filled to the brim with green liquid. It was a wonder how he could even breathe in there. Outside the capsule, people in white coats moved constantly, walking back and forth. One of the women wearing glasses walked up to his capsule and placed a label on it that read T9066. Then, she pressed the red button on the side. He should be ready for the incorporation of the bloodline now. She mumbled before walking away as blackish energy began pouring into the capsule. Erich I's muscles swelled like a balloon, inflating to the point of nearly bursting and completely filling the capsule with a bang. However, everyone remained unfazed by the sound, continuing their work as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the black energy slowly integrated, merging with his flesh and organs. Bit by bit, the grotesquely expanded muscles began to coil back, reshaping into a human form once more. However, this human was stranger than ever, with two small horns the size of lollipops and tiny wings sprouting from his back. Bang! The glass shattered, and Erich I stepped out, his dark eyes glittering with malice. Finally, the woman with glasses turned toward him and shook her head, her eyes filled with utter disappointment. It looks like it was a failure. Erich I didn't seem to be in his right mind as he roared, tilting his head toward the ceiling. Just as he was about to go berserk, a dart struck his neck, and he collapsed on the spot. Meanwhile, in the real world, Erich was casually doing pull-ups when he suddenly paused. A surge of information flooded his mind, but he quickly sorted through it with the help of a strange energy assisting him. Did I get contaminated by the dragon bloodline? He frowned, and it's the lowest ranking at that. Erich was thoughtful for a moment before he heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God I increased my clone's mental immunity. Erich I groggily opened his eyes amidst the loud shouts, and the first thing he saw stunned him. A colossal stadium stretched around him, packed with hundreds of people in their seats, their expressions filled with pure excitement as they roared in anticipation. The first thing he did was check his status. Everything was normal except for one newly added section. Bloodline, Lesser Dragon. I really did gain a bloodline, he murmured, a surge of uncontrollable joy welling up in his heart. Unfortunately, that joy didn't last long. Rumble. The ground trembled as the chain gates opposite him slowly creaked open. From within emerged a massive, leopard-like beast, the size of an elephant, its two curved tusks gleaming menacingly. Erich swallowed hard and steadied his breathing. Maybe it was his mental immunity, but he didn't feel fear. No, instead, he felt an unprecedented sense of clarity. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the beast head-on. Oh, a lesser dragon at the duckling level fighting a paragon? What an unfortunate matchup. The odds are 240. It's not even worth betting at this point. I heard there's a stronger one coming up soon. Maybe that'll be interesting. The spectators' murmurs filled the stadium, accompanied by waves of disappointed boo shouts. As for Erich I, the paragon simply raised its claws and swooped down, sending him crashing into the wall. Damn it! Erich I snarled as he stood up. Strangely, he couldn't feel the pain. His pupils slitted, and two wings sprouted from his back. With ferocious determination, he charged again, even with his mental immunity shielding him from the corruption of the bloodline. The inner desire to fight burned too strongly to be suppressed. Just as he was about to reach the paragon, it spewed out a wave of fire. Erich I activated acceleration, dodging the flames as he rolled across the ground. The moment he got close, he lunged forward and headbutted the paragon right in its face. Oh, whoa. A small cry escaped the beast before it twisted its massive body and sent him flying through the air once again. What is this useless dragon bloodline? Aside from strengthening my body, there's almost nothing I can do, he grumbled. Before he could even stand up, his hair stood on end. An intense heat surged toward him, sending sharp stings through his skin. I need the main body's help. Back in the real world, Erich was still training when a sudden surge of information flooded his mind, making him pause. He immediately became thoughtful. After a moment of contemplation, he could only grit his teeth and purchase a skill from the shop. Congratulations! You have spent 500,000 destiny points to exchange for the unique skill Star Strike. Star Strike, a skill that gathers the power of the stars to strike. Erich the First spread his palms and then retracted his fingers one by one, drawing his arms back to build momentum. He punched out. Starlight gathered around his fist, glittering like stars, before it landed on the beast with terrifying speed. Boom! The beast recoiled from the impact, sent back a few paces on its paws, but still standing firm. However, it was angrier now, letting out a more shocking roar. Erich the First stood his ground, using acceleration to rapidly close the distance. In just a few seconds, he was already close. The paragon, about to spew fire again, opened its massive mouth. Not so fast. Erich roared as starlight once again gathered around his fist, and he punched right into the paragon's mouth. Bang! Its sharp teeth shattered, and his brutal fist went deep inside its body. Countless small injuries appeared all around the paragon's body, and as starlight leaked from the wounds, the beast exploded in a spray of blood and gory. Silence. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Erich the First, though initially pale and on the verge of vomiting, suddenly felt an unknown energy surge through his mind, calming him almost instantly. He coldly scanned the stunned crowd before turning and walking back through the open door from which he had come. How the fuck did a lesser dragon beat a paragon? Did you see his fist glow in the starlight? Has this dragon mutated? Even though it has the lowest halfling bloodline. Erich the First was escorted by a group of people in robes back to his cell. He didn't resist, sensing the overwhelming surveillance that seemed to be watching his every move. His dragonic instincts flared, and he knew that the moment he made a move, it would be the end of him. After a long period of contemplation, Erich the First finally decided to remain obedient for now, biding his time and waiting for the right opportunity to escape while also assessing his condition. He had to admit, the dragon bloodline was truly amazing and powerful, even if it was the lowest of the low. Not only had his body been strengthened, but all his accumulated injuries had already healed. Erich the First stood up and casually did 1,000 push-ups without the slightest strain. It felt as though endless energy surged through his body. This feeling is so good. He tightened his fist, savoring the sensation. After some time, he was dragged out of his cell, and another battle began. Relying on his stamina, endurance, and the Star Strike, Erich was able to defeat the strange bear. At the same time, in the other world, Erich was overjoyed to discover that he could level up his body strengthening. Without hesitation, he did so. The moment he leveled up, a warm energy coursed through his body, and he could feel his strength growing rapidly with every passing second. After a short time, Erich held a steel cup and clenched his fist, bending it with just a slight amount of strength. Hee, can I use my clones to unlock the limit of my skill? He mused. No matter how many destiny points one had, leveling up still required meeting certain conditions. Just like the strength requirement, Erich needed to reach a certain threshold in his physique, but this could be bypassed using his clone, which counted toward the same goal. This could be a cheat. With Destiny Point, I might even be able to integrate the strength of my clone into my own later. If I can do that. His eyes flashed with determination, and he continued his training. In a month, he would register and gain the benefits of being an SSS class Awakener. However, he knew he needed to keep himself mysterious and not reveal his true strength. He was still weak for now. Let's continue to get stronger. He resumed his pull-ups. The time difference wasn't exaggerated, but there was still some discrepancy. Back in the telekinetic world, Erich the First fought one battle after another without pause, sometimes needing to face 5 opponents in a single day. The battles were truly dangerous, and, at times, he could barely survive with a single breath left in him. One day, after a bloody struggle, he lay on the floor, feeling his blood boil. His heart pounded rapidly like a gong. His dragonic wings spread wide, and his canine teeth grew sharp like fangs. Roar! His pupils turned bloody as he collapsed to the ground, writhing in both pain and pleasure. Time passed. How much, he couldn't tell, but eventually Erich the First was awakened by the sounds of the cell doors opening. It was a woman, completely covered in black robes from head to toe. The only reason Erich the First was able to distinguish her was because of her figure. She flinched, her face flushing crimson when she saw him, and hurriedly ran off after locking the cell again. Erich the First frowned in confusion. He looked around and lightly took a step forward. Bang! A deep footprint was left in the ground. My strength, he muttered, tightening his fist. The wind howled around him as if a storm had blown through. Whoa! His strength had definitely increased. He peered through the corners of the cell to glance at the mirror. His long hair was a strange mix of golden and red, his pupils now vertical and blood red. His body had grown more muscular, and he had become noticeably taller. Oh! Taking a deep breath, Erich the First calmed his surging thoughts. There was an urge for destruction lingering in his mind, but it was quickly suppressed by his main body's hive mind skill. With a tingle down his spine, Erich the First felt the changes. Aside from his increased strength and altered physical features, his perception of reality itself had changed. He focused his eyes, and now he could sense colorless particles in the air. They were faint and indistinct, like an illusion, but he was sure of it. With curious eyes, Erich the First opened his jaws and devoured the particles. The colorless particles entered his body and circulated through him. He could feel his physique growing stronger with each passing second. But at the same time, as the particles entered his body, some started to leak out. I don't want it to go away," Erich the First muttered. With a thought, he tried to control the colorless particles and gather them in it. "I need a container for it, a container that could store all of these molecules." After a brief moment of reluctance, he finally decided to store them in his liver instead of his heart, placing them at the upper right side of his abdomen. Everyone and their mother knew the weaknesses of dragons were in their hearts, and most enemies would target the heart without hesitation. Storing it in the liver was definitely the better choice. Erich the First nodded in self-appreciation and quickly began the process. "Congratulations. Through your own hard work, you have successfully manipulated mana. You have gained the skill, mana control. You have earned the title, Man Who Works Hard." Click. His ears twitched as he turned toward the sound, only to see a woman in a white outfit. She wore a thin skirt, and her tight, white shirt accentuated her figure perfectly. Wearing a hat with the color of black and white, resembling that of a commander. Her crimson pupils, strikingly similar to his, locked onto him. Erich the First fell silent. He swallowed hard, a terrifying sensation surging in his heart, not because of the silence, but because his draconic instinct tingled with danger. Though he remained calm on the surface, his mind was already racing between escaping or fighting, all while desperately trying to trap the mana in his liver. At that moment, the woman took 5 slow steps forward before pausing. The corner of her lips gradually curled up. "Are you trying to form a mana core, little duckling?" Erich the First's expression turned strange. What the hell is she talking about? "Oh, I forgot that you probably can't understand our language." She raised her brows and smiled gently. A pair of exquisite, majestic golden wings emerged from her back, stretching toward the ceiling, nearly covering the entire space. "Welcome, outsider. Do you have a skill that prevents you from going insane from the dragon bloodline?" Erich the First was startled. His heart trembled, though outwardly, he remained completely expressionless before his skill kicked in. "I knew it. Your body may lie, but your heart won't betray you on the outside. What do you want? He asked, frowning. Ah, I've always been curious about outsiders like you. I want to know more. What do you want to know? He replied, narrowing his eyes. How your people live, what kind of amazing things exist in your world, and what you eat. I'll tell you, if you let me go free. Erike the first blinked. In the next instant, the woman was already standing right in front of him. Don't get ahead of yourself. Can I at least get my freedom? He gritted his teeth. All right. After a short moment of contemplation, she agreed and unlocked the cell. Remember, if you try to escape, he agreed without hesitation. Yet he could see the amusement in the woman's gaze. She wasn't looking at a person, but at a monkey in a zoo. First, you will cook for me. Before he knew it, he had been escorted to the kitchen, where the woman left him with a single warning. Cook something delicious, or I'll cook you. Sigh. Staring at the empty room, he let out a deep sigh in his heart. Laugh all you want, but let's see who gets the last laugh. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the available ingredients. Meat, milk, cheese, sun-kissed herbs, fire salts, ember fruit, and more. Of course, he chose the most optimal dish to make. Pizza. Simple, easy to cook, and with just the right ingredients, he could do everything himself. What better pizza than buffalo chicken pizza? With that, he began cooking. He could have made something more refined, but frankly, he was too lazy to bother. He started with the dough, mixing flour, water, salt, and beef fat before kneading it to perfection. Next, he crushed ember fruit, blending its sweet juice with sun-kissed herbs and fire salt to create a thick, fragrant sauce. For the toppings, he spread cheese over the dough, then carefully layered thin slices of smoked demon buffalo, ensuring a crisp, savory bite. At last, the pizza was ready. Oh! Erike the first dusted off his hands with a bitter smile before sitting cross-legged on the ground. Until that madwoman appeared again, he might as well use this time to form his core. With each strand of mana he gathered in his liver, the process grew increasingly difficult. Storing more felt like forcing an ocean into a flask. There were many methods to form a core, but he knew only one, the brute force approach. And this knowledge didn't even belong to this world to begin with. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as his heart pounded at an erratic pace. His blood vessels constricted, pressure built in his muscles, and his body trembled under the strain. Cold sweat dripped down his face. His liver had already suffered severe damage from the sheer density of mana within it, and his body was no longer just enduring the process. It was actively breaking down. Still, he refused to give up. He continued pouring and pouring, the damage to his body increasing. Yet at the same time, his regeneration kicked in, mending his wounds as fast as they formed. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, he sensed a thin film forming in his lungs. The molecules that poured into it were no longer dispersing. They were being trapped. Congratulations! Through your own effort, you have established a core. You have gained the skill, Mana Core. You have gained the title, the one born in mana. Your mana control skill has leveled up to level 3. Oh! Erike the First stood up, a flicker of excitement stirring in his heart. Have you had enough fun? A gentle voice whispered into his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. He mechanically turned his head, only to see the familiar face of that woman. One thought immediately filled his mind. When did this crazy woman get here? Just as he was about to react, the woman's lips curled into a smile. She spoke gently. You're quite the specimen. Not only did you adapt to the dragon bloodline without becoming corrupted, but your bloodline has already evolved to level 1. And on top of that, you've even established a core. Erike pointed at the table, his tone calm. I cook for you. My job is done. That's right, that's a good boy. She ruffled his hair with a playful, almost cute expression. Erike the First left eye twitches violently. Anyway, let's eat. She sniffed but frowned, pouting. It doesn't smell. Are you a dog? Erike screamed in his heart. It tastes good. After saying that, he immediately pulled back the chair like a gentleman to let her sit. Oh, you're a very good boy, she whispered in his ear before sitting down casually. Then she looked at the pizza with bewilderment. How do I eat it? Just cut a slice and eat it. Cut a slice. She stared, bewildered, as he cut it for her with a knife and handed it to her. Here, how does it taste? Erike asked with a smile. The dragon lady opened her mouth and directly ate, making crumbling, crispy noises. With the crushing sounds, a strange silence followed for a moment. Then she abruptly stood up and wiped her hand with a napkin. That was delicious. Give me more. Her cheeks flushed red. All right. Erike the first spoke casually and made another bacon pizza. The dragon lady ate it in big mouthfuls and spoke with excitement. More. All right. He cooked, she ate. More. All right. He cooked. She ate again. More. 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 All the ingredients are finished, lady. Erike the first huffed. Oh, she sulked. The name is Eleanor, the dragon of Wintergale. He paused, his pupils dilating slightly. There was information about her sent by the main body, and she was one of the 4 dragon lords, almost one of the strongest in the entire dragon race. Erike the first opened his parched lips. What do you want from me? Don't be scared, little level 1 dragon. Do you want to work for me? She extended an olive branch to him. Erike the first looked at her hand and spoke quietly. Do I have a choice? Great. Eleanor beamed. Of course not. If you had other choices, would you still be here? You still have to fight in the arena. However, you will no longer be a slave. Instead, you'll fight for my faction, and in return, you'll gain your freedom and benefits. Can I get the knowledge of the dragon bloodline? All right. She gestured for him to sit down. There are 9 levels of the dragon bloodline. I, for instance, have reached the 7th level of the draconic bloodline, while you were below level 1, called the duckling level. Now, you are at level 1. I see. He nodded. Also, you're only a half-dragon, so your limit is level 1. You cannot go beyond that. Then what should I do to improve? You have to abandon your human bloodline and completely become a dragon. I can help you with that. Erike the first was silent, not because he wanted time to think, but because he was sending the information to the main body for him to decide. They shared the same consciousness, but their brains didn't work the same way, especially since the main body was more attuned to both third-person and first-person perspectives at the same time. It was like playing chess. The actual player might not see the whole picture, but the spectator would have more insight than the player. Snore! Snore! Erike, in the real world, was lying flat on the bed, his legs spread apart, completely exhausted. Then, suddenly, he sat up and rubbed his sore head. He glanced at the capybara-shaped head of the alarm clock with groggy eyes. He turned on the lights and slumped onto the study table. Tapping his legs frequently on the floor, he gritted his teeth, but in the end sighed. All right, let's go with it, he agreed in his heart. It wasn't him, but his clone. Besides, once the clone truly became a dragon, the benefits would be endless. And maybe he could even send the second clone into that world. I agree. Erike the first nodded, and Eleanor smirked wider. Ah, good choice then. The pleasure is mine. He spoke casually, though in his heart, he thought, my life won't be easy with this crazy woman. With that, he was escorted to a room where his hands and legs were bound and empty syringes connected to a long pipe inserted into his body. Are you ready? Yes, Erike the first replied. Start the process. She sat cross-legged in her throne-like chair, a sly smile on her face. Lightning flashed in the room, accompanied by a muffled cry of pain from him. The mental immunity, combined with the hive mind, prevented him from being corrupted by the dragon bloodline, but the pain was unimaginable. His very being, the essence that defined him, was being taken strip bit by bit, and every single second of it was pure agony. Eleanor watched this scene with amusement. Has anyone ever survived their bloodline being extracted? Negative, milady. At some point, a butler appeared beside her and answered. That's why he's such an interesting toy to play with, she replied with a chuckle. An awakener who isn't corrupted. Although we assume there might be some people who wouldn't become corrupted based on their strange abilities, this is the first time we've ever seen it. And it fell right into my hands. How amusing. She laughed out loud. Milady, Are you really willing to incorporate this worm into our dragon family and use him as a breeding tool? What do you think? Eleanor looked at the white-haired old man. Wouldn't it cause chaos? She shook her head with pity. Do you know why we have not crushed every single head of those humans until now? Even though we should be stronger than them. Population. The old man bowed. Then his eyes immediately widened. Milady, are you truly going to do that? Haha, that's right. A human body, but the complete bloodline of our dragons. Not to mention, he also has excellent talent and is not a native of this world. Will he agree? Can he disagree? She sneered with disdain. The old man still wanted to say something, but Eleanor frowned in displeasure, causing him to shut up almost immediately. The painful scream finally stopped, and Eleanor entered the room again. She looked at Erich as he remained seated in the chair, his hair disheveled and his body weak. But at the same time, his vertical pupils had completely turned crimson red. His hand had transformed into a claw, and his mouth had elongated into a snout, a dragon's snout. From now on, Erich the First no longer exists. Instead, he was Dragon Erich the First. What was your name previously? Erich the First looked at her with drooping eyes. Erich, you will be called Draken from now on. Draken only heard this soft whisper through the blur of voices before his world turned completely blank. The next moment, he woke up, groggily opening his eyes, still feeling tired. Then he sighed before sitting cross-legged and began exploring the molecules inside his core. This is supposed to be mana, right? Something I can control freely. Rubbing his chin, he extended his hand. Some of the molecules gradually gathered from his core, accumulating in his palm. Then, Draken began to imagine. It couldn't be something as simple as fire. It needed to have a feel to it, like a fireplace. The warm heat from it would chase away all the cold. Gradually, a small globe of fire appeared, hovering in his hand. Then, he threw at the concrete wall. Bang! A trail of scorching smoke lingered in the air, and the wall was slightly burned. Draken was dumbfounded as he carefully examined the damage. This small fire shouldn't have caused such damage. He was confused. Magic could be described in 3 simple steps. First, the accumulation of molecules. Second, imagining and forming a mental image with a distinct feel. And finally, execution. This knowledge came from the main body. However, such a small fire shouldn't have been able to damage this wall, which was likely reinforced. Even with his current strength, it was hard to even dent it. Once again, Draken gathered the molecules, accumulating them in his hand. This time, he envisioned a volcano, a place where a person would burn alive until not a single bone remained. As he formed the mental image, the molecules drained from his core until it was nearly empty. A stinging sensation made his wings recoil, and his hand was scorched ever so slightly. When he opened his eyes, a small ball of flames hovered in his palm, but this time, water circulated around it. Although it appeared similar, the temperature had increased by at least 10 times. This destruction, he sighed, tightening his fist. The fireball snapped, and the leaking molecules were slowly reabsorbed into his body. Magic is really mysterious. Seeing that there was no prompt in his system, he felt inevitable dissatisfaction, but there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, he paused. The main body had contacted him. The instruction was to send mana to him. Can I even do that? Nonetheless, he followed the main body's instructions, circulating the molecules stored in his core around his body in a controlled cycle. After the 5th rotation, the mana suddenly vanished from its place. Whoa, it really works. Not only was Draken surprised, but Erich was as well. At this moment, he was in the gym, casually lifting 100 kilograms without breaking a sweat. This might not seem impressive, but considering that not long ago he had been a disabled person, it was a remarkable improvement. After training for 4 hours straight, he finally sat down, letting the heat of his sweat cool off. Oh, this is refreshing. Every drop of sweat dripping from his body was proof of his hard work. This was the evidence, his progress. As he was heading back, he noticed a woman waving at him with a smile. "Hello, handsome." "Hello." Erich replied with a smile. "How are you doing?" "Are you new around here?" "Yes," he nodded. The woman before him was slim, with long pink hair tied in a bun. She stepped closer and whispered in a gentle breath, "Come to me sometime. We can exercise together. The name's Lillian." Then she turned and walked away. Erich rubbed his head with an awkward smile and continued on his way, a thought lingering in his mind. Why have women become so attracted to me? Back home, he slumped onto his bed and willed a blue panel to appear in front of him. His lazy, droopy eyes scanned the interface. The only thing he hadn't checked yet was titles. These titles couldn't be underestimated. The benefits they provided were countless. One time, I heard about an A-rank awakener who managed to defeat a malevolent monster, the famous Last Man Standing title. Erich sighed. Monsters were classified into 6 levels: ordinary, unordinary, malevolent, vengeful, cursed, and eldritch. The first level, ordinary, posed a threat that any regular awakener could handle if they had sufficient numbers. The second level, unordinary, was significantly more dangerous, too much for an average person. Only high-rank awakeners or a well-coordinated party of lower-rank awakeners could deal with them. Malevolent-class monsters were far more powerful. Typically, they required either a single S-rank awakener or a party of A-ranks to defeat. However, there was once an A-rank who managed to take one down alone. The sensation caused by that feat was immense. It became a hot topic for years, and even now, people still spoke about it. Sigh. A vengeful class demon is even worse. It takes an entire party of S-rank, or even SSS rank awakeners, to bring it down. Erich let out a breath before turning on his computer and then opened the headline news and scanned the latest report. The number of SSS rank awakeners worldwide. There were only 30. It would take several of them just to defeat a single one. And for a cursed class monster, he trailed off, his expression darkening. Even with all the SSS rank awakeners combined, victory might still be impossible. Erich let out a deep sigh. Humanity is doomed. As for Eldritch class monsters, humanity had never encountered one. But if they ever did, it would likely mark the end. He exhaled slowly, then willed it. A translucent blue panel materialized before him. Status panel. Name, Erich. Title, World Traveler, Fast Finisher, Man Who Works Hard, the One Born in Mana. Talent, SSS Class Clone, Level 2. Description, allows the user to create clones of themselves. Grants the unique skill, Hive Mind. Uses 1/3. Skills, Body Strengthening, Regeneration, Star Strike, Acceleration. Destiny Points, 290,000. Shop. Erich had gained a total of 4 titles so far. The first 2 had been granted at the start, while the last one appeared when his clone accumulated mana. He narrowed his eyes and focused. World Traveler. Allows the Awakener to teleport freely between worlds, provided they have enough destiny points. Fast Finisher. Grants the Awakener a perfect physique through hard work, regardless of diet. Man Who Works Hard. Doubles training speed. The One Born in Mana. Increases affinity with mana by 1. Erich stared at Fast Finisher with a stunned expression. He had always thought of it as a joke, but its effect was astonishing. Wait, does this make me more handsome? Erich glanced at his reflection in the mirror, noticing subtle yet undeniable changes. His skin appeared smoother and glossier, while his facial features had become sharper and more defined. Satisfied, he turned back to the shop menu, scrolling through the options casually, until his eyes suddenly halted on a particular skill. Mana Share allows the user to share mana. The greater the compatibility, the higher the benefits. His heart pounded with excitement as he clenched his fist. It was only 10,000 destiny points. His clone possessed the dragon's bloodline, making it incredibly easy to sense mana molecules. Meanwhile, his title granted him an affinity, but the process still required effort. Now, with this skill, he wouldn't even need to gather mana himself. He could steal it directly from his clone. Excited by the prospect, Erich immediately relayed the command to his clone. Without hesitation, Draken began channeling mana through Mana Share. Oh, as for the name? Well, He was fully aware of his terrible naming sense, so Draken was undeniably better than whatever he would have come up with. Erich sat cross-legged, his breath steady. In an instant, mana molecules began materializing within his body. What could be more compatible with him than his own clone? He didn't even need to upgrade the skill. Its conversion rate was already a perfect 100%, even across two worlds. This skill was a miracle. And the best part? He didn't have to do anything. Draken handled everything, molding the mana and forging a core directly in his liver. An hour passed. Erich had successfully formed his mana core. Again. System notification. Congratulations. You have established a core. You have gained the skill Mana Cord. You have accomplished the impossible. You have established a Mana Core twice. You have gained the title Mana Child. Congratulations. Your two titles have merged into a unique title, Mana Born. Damn. Erich had expected more. After all, forming a Mana Core twice was supposed to be an impossible feat. A Mana Core functioned like a black hole, instinctively pulling in every trace of mana within the body. The very idea of creating two in a single lifetime should have been unthinkable. And now he had done it. Erich hadn't expected his talent to be this broken, so much so that even the system rewarded him for something his clone had done. I wonder just how many skills and rewards I can rack up in the future. With that thought lingering in his mind, he closed his eyes, focusing inward. For the first time, he could truly sense it, the mana in the air. It had always been there, surrounding him, unseen and unnoticed. Even in his world, mana existed. It was simply that no one had ever appreciated it before the awakening. Erich opened his eyes and stepped outside. The mana here is too thin. His gaze swept across the landscape, searching until it finally landed on a faint silhouette in the distance. A mountain shrouded in shadow. Let's drive there. Erich retrieved his rusty 5th Gen Chevrolet Camaro, the old engine rumbling to life as he pulled onto the road. The journey was smooth and uneventful, and before long, he arrived at the mountain. Finding a casual tree stump, he sat down, taking in the quiet contrast to the tension of the city. There were barely any effective laws to protect these poor trees after the awakening. And while the media was flooded with environmental concerns, reality told a different story, blatant lies. Sigh. Shaking his head, he pushed aside those thoughts and refocused. He began absorbing mana from the surrounding air. It was fast, far faster than before. Bit by bit, he found a natural rhythm, a state where his mind and body synchronized completely with the mana flow. The absorption rate was growing at an increasing pace, and his core was quickly being filled. Just like this, time passed in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Draken was meditating, trying to absorb as much mana as he had lost before. As a member of the dragon race, even though he was only level 1, his mana affinity was already high. With the special title effect he had gained from the main body and the vast mana of this world, several times greater than that of his previous one. His mana core was completely filled to the brim in just a day. After reaching his limit, he slowly opened his eyes, his brows knitting into a frown. To progress further, he was completely clueless. He didn't know anything about this world's magic system. This is really the limit of my main body's world. He touched his chin. Knock, knock. Just as he was contemplating further, he heard a knock at the door and looked toward it. Who is it? My lord, I have been sent by Her Majesty to take care of you. A pleasant voice came from outside. I see. Draken nodded and stood up from his bed before opening the door. Standing before him was a beautiful woman with 2 exquisite horns and small wings sprouting from her back. She was dressed in a black maid uniform, her head bowed in respect. Draken looked at her without speaking, his gaze thoughtful for a moment. Young master. She extended a book toward him with both hands. What's this? Looking at the unfamiliar text in front of him, Draken frowned in confusion. This is a book on magic knowledge, my lord. The lady has sent it to you, along with me, the woman explained. Is it a 2-for-1 deal? He chuckled. Very well, come inside. Draken shook his head and stepped back into the room. The woman bit her cherry lips before finally following him in, locking the door behind her. So, teach me. Eh. The woman blinked, momentarily confused. What's your name? Lilia. So, Lilia, weren't you sent by that woman because I don't know the language needed to study this book? Lilia opened her mouth as if to respond, hesitated for a moment, then smiled. That's exactly the case, young master. Let me teach you how it works. Haha, great. Draken clapped his hands in appreciation. He's quite naive, Lilia thought to herself as she observed him. So, tell me, what does it say? It's a detailed explanation of magic and how it works, the magic patterns and how they are constructed. Once you form a core and fill it with mana, you will officially be recognized as a mage acolyte. After becoming a mage acolyte, one must choose a spell to specialize in and engrave it onto their core, successfully becoming a first circle mage. I see. So how do spells work then? Draken asked curiously. Visualization was a method, but he knew it wasn't always effective. A battle is decided in the blink of an eye. As a war-hungry race blessed with magic, dragons would never choose the dull path of long-range attacks. Didn't you hear me? You need to carve it into your core. Draken was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at her. You mean, I can only have one spell? You can only have one spell when you reach the rank of a first circle mage. If you advance to the second circle, you can carve another. The more circles you attain, the more spells you can wield. I see. Anything else? Yes. To advance through each circle, your bloodline level must improve as well. What? Draken frowned. He found it strange. Shouldn't the bloodline and mana core should be completely unrelated? It's a consensus. With a lower-level bloodline, you wouldn't be able to accumulate molecules in the core quickly, and your manipulation of mana would also be weaker, Lilia explained casually. So that's the case, huh? Since I've broken through my duckling bloodline and reached level 1 dragon bloodline, my limit is first circle. That's correct, Lilia nodded. Draken fell silent for a moment. This might apply to other dragons, but for him, who had a talent which could basically be considered as cheating and a unique system all Awakeners possessed, everything felt different. In this system, hard work and talent were recognized through titles and achievements. He had already leveled up his mana control and even received the title Manaborn from his main body. Obviously, he wouldn't be limited by his bloodline. What's wrong? Lilia asked, noticing Draken's dazed expression. Nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Will you teach me your language first, so that I don't need your help every time? Okay, she agreed, and began to teach him on the spot. For Draken, now a level 1 dragon, learning the language of this world was easy. It felt instinctual to him. Dragons could communicate even without words, but for convenience, a language had been developed closely tied to their bloodline. After all, writing was necessary if they wanted to pass down their knowledge. In just an hour or two, Draken was able to grasp the basics of the language. Once he had a handle on that, he delved deeper into learning about the magic of this world and its background through Lilia's teachings. As an underling of Eleanor, Draken possessed significant power and authority. He could embark on missions or participate in the arena to prove himself and earn fame for his master, Eleanor. Hearing the term master left Draken feeling dissatisfied, but he knew there was no other choice. He was, after all, just a mere prisoner in this strange world. Now, do you have anything more to ask? Lilia inquired. Can I establish a subcult to rule within the human kingdom? Draken asked. Why would you need that? She narrowed her eyes at him. If you think you can go back to being human, then I don't have any feelings for the natives here, but I want to go there to face danger and grow stronger. Lilia closed her eyes for a moment, then let out a sigh. All right, I will speak to my lady. Thank you, Draken replied, offering her a sweet smile. A pink tint appeared in Lilia's cheeks, although it was faint, but it was definitely there. Draken could see it, but didn't speak much. He obviously wasn't that naive. His main body had many interactions with women when he was an athlete, and he knew the meaning behind her presence. But this was a dangerous world, and he needed to focus on strength first and foremost. And there are definitely ulterior motives for her to send this maid to me. Draken's thoughts were clearer than ever. The world wasn't a free place. You won't get anything for free. He had been given so much status and power out of nowhere, even though there might be a possibility that he has some resentment towards them since he was a prisoner before and was fighting for his own life in the arena. Only a fool wouldn't believe that he didn't have any resentment. Not to mention, he was a human as well. No matter if it was from his previous world or this world, they were very similar. Who is to say that Draken wouldn't have a change of his heart? But despite all this and his low level, they still are giving him knowledge to grow stronger and have more resources. Sigh. Draken could only sigh in his heart. All right, I will speak to milady. Good, he waved his hand. Also here. Lilia carefully pulled out a mysterious box out of thin air with intricate patterns, like flowing rivers of molten gold, woven across its exterior. Then she opened the chest, and a bright light shone, filling the entire room completely. Draken instinctively closed his eyes before the light finally faded, and he raised his brows in surprise. What's this? Hee, she smiled mysteriously. 3 magic sigils hovered out of the chest, shimmering with a faint glow of red, green, and black. The red one was composed of a 6-pointed star with additional intersecting triangles, but what was eye-catching was the eye at the center, adorned with a layered pattern and surrounded by 6 stars in each corner, accompanied by an arcane symbol. The green one in the middle took the shape of a shield, featuring 2 circular discs interwoven like threads, with triangle symbols adorning the edges of a shield. The last black one is a mandala-like structure with a central vertex pattern and a spiraling vortex in the middle. Are these spells? That's right. As long as you fill your core to the brim with molecules, you can carve one of the 3 magic sigils, and you will finally be able to use magic. What are these 3 magic sigils? Draken asked the important question. He could already feel the excitement boiling in his heart. The red one is foresight, which helps you predict your opponent's moves. The green one grants you protection, making your bones, internal organs, and everything else more resilient. The last black one grants you aura. Aura. Draken perked his ears. Explain. Well, the spell aura allows you to manifest your inner essence, which can suppress others and enhance your abilities. It grants you great defense, attack, and speed, but less than the other 2 spells. So, a jack of all trades and a master of none? You have a strange way of speaking, but yes, that is exactly the case. Unfortunately, not many choose this spell because aura can barely manifest, and after reaching 3 circles, you have to explore on your own. What? There aren't many spells compatible with aura. Only 2, to be exact. To advance beyond 3 circles, you would have to research and discover more on your own. Draken frowned. What about the others? They both can allow you to reach 4th circle, but after that, you'll have to explore on your own. Does the supreme hegemony race only amount to this much? Draken chuckled. She looked at Draken. This is what everyone gets. Don't think you're special just because you're favored by the lady. All right. Draken rubbed the back of his head. So, what have you chosen? The corner of Draken's lips curled up high, as if ascending toward the heavens. Aura. Okay. Lilia handed him the last magic sigil, which glowed with darkness, with nonchalance. Then she closed the chest and simply stood there, staring at him. Draken looked at the hovering spell before his eyes, then at her, who was staring dead at him. Lilia shook her hand encouragingly. Go on. His left eye twitched. Asterisk. Can I even focus when you stare at me like that? Asterisk. He wanted to scream, but restrained himself. This woman was truly strange, sometimes shy and blushing all over, and other times serious and cold, as if she had 2 different personalities. Draken sat cross-legged, swallowed the magic sigil, and focused his mind. The core of his liver was instantly engulfed by the sigil, and the same pattern appeared within it. Crack! At that moment, his core shattered, and in the blink of an eye, a new one formed, stronger and larger than before. While this was happening, a surge of information flooded his mind, and with it, he could feel a foreign connection. From now on, Draken could successfully use aura. Magic weakling? Draken's expression turned dark upon seeing the name. However, before he could speak, he heard a gentle voice. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced further. Draken turned toward her, saw her rosy face, and smiled. Thank you. This girl's mood swings more than a bird's wings flap. Your talent is not bad. Even though you have an inferior dragon bloodline, you were still able to fill your mana in such a short time and smoothly break through. As she spoke, she tugged at her chin, looking at Draken with eyes full of doubt. Are you truly just a lesser dragon? Not to mention, you had an insect, human, bloodline before. Even if you have completely turned into our bloodline, you still shouldn't be able to completely fill your core with mana. She murmured intermittently. While Draken listened without speaking for a moment, there was no need for him to hide his power. Even if it was unusual, he could attribute it to being otherworldly, and that was partially true. Because he was otherworldly and could gain titles, he was able to accomplish this. That is, if you don't account for the cheat of a talent, which could even defy the system. What will I do now? Rest, Lilia said and left the room, leaving Draken in complete silence. Draken looked at the empty room and sighed. He stirred his mind and activated the molecules in his core. The circle inscribed within it began to move slowly, like gears turning, gradually growing faster and faster. A faint black light spread outward just a few inches from his skin. So this is aura? He looked at his fist and instantly clenched his fingers. Bang! The air whistled, and Draken froze on the spot. The increase is at least 2 times. Draken thought in shock. He could feel the power coursing through his veins. His stamina, strength, agility, and physique had doubled. The unprecedented increase caused him to close his eyes in relaxation. This feeling is too good. At the same time, he could sense the area surrounding his aura, as a mosquito buzzed past his aura, landing on his nose. Annoyed by its persistence, Draken felt a murderous urge. The moment he did, his entire aura fluctuated and the mosquito froze on the spot. Draken took the frozen mosquito, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it repeatedly. Ah, that was satisfying. He shook his head. The mana remaining is barely 2/10 of what it was. It really consumes a lot. Draken stopped supplying mana, and the black aura around him recoiled and disappeared. He sat cross-legged again to absorb mana. He was a beginner rank, 1 mage. He would have to reach intermediate and peak rank, 1 before he could push his limits. Of course, the path forward was clear. Just accumulate mana. Lilia took large strides, her steps hurried, before entering one of the most luxurious rooms, filled with gold and jewelry. "Milady," she bowed. "How did it go?" a lazy voice echoed. Eleanor lay on the bed, upside down, staring at her with amusement flickering in her eyes. He has an unusual talent. Even though he should be a lesser dragon, he has already reached rank 1 mage. I see. Eleanor nodded with a thoughtful yet indifferent expression. Did he say anything else? He also said that if he were ever to be deployed, he would want to go to a subcult in the human kingdom. Eleanor's expression remained calm, but her tone felt colder to Lilia. What spell did he choose as his first? Aura. Oh, aura, huh, she murmured. Did you tell him he could only reach rank 3 with it? I did, but he seemed adamant about it. Is that all? Lilia bit her lip and gritted her teeth. Milady, are you really going to? Don't forget your status, Lilia, Eleanor snapped. As the heir of a fallen family, you're nothing more than a mere slave I bought. Even if I use you as a tool for Draken, you must accept it gracefully. Lilia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an "oh" before she lowered her gaze in silence. Tears stained the ground. Now leave, Eleanor shouted, and Lilia quickly left the room. Once the room was empty, Eleanor's angry expression gradually morphed into one filled with regret, as if the luxury surrounding her was nothing more than dust. The human race may be weaker than us, but it is gradually gaining momentum. Although we are all talented races, their sheer population is overwhelming. Every year, New powerhouses are born. If this continues, it might lead to our dethroning. She bit her slim finger, and a drop of golden blood dripped out. The droplet floated in midair, emitting a terrifying aura that could chill the heart of anyone who so much as glanced at it. The golden blood floated in the air, phasing through the ceiling and disappearing. It's time for the Academy tournament, right? Then I will choose Draken. The room fell into silence once more. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Draken and Erike remained focused on absorbing the molecules. On the 8th day, Erike finally emerged from his seclusion. Sigh, it took me 8 days to completely fill my core with molecules. It really shows how much the dragon bloodline can help. Erike shook his head and stood up, glancing around the room. Can I find a suitable spell to use? As he contemplated his next move, his ears suddenly twitched, and he became more alert. Who's there? One head popped out from the bushes, then 2, then 3, until there were a total of 5. The leading woman had purple hair and wore the attire of a scout, holding a map in her hand. She called out to him. Do you know where the spot is? Gates, as we know, are interdimensional rifts from which monsters emerge, and awakeners are the ones who save humanity as a whole. But there was a hidden page, one that remained widely unpublished. In this world, it was impossible for awakeners to earn destiny points. However, there was still an incentive for them to enter these gates. Inside the gates, they had the opportunity to level up their talents. They couldn't earn karma, but by killing monsters, they could strengthen only their talents. This was the reason awakeners ventured into the gates, actively seeking them out for the hunt. The world wasn't all sunshine and righteousness, and awakeners weren't naive. Those who had already perished in the worlds they traveled to. And where there is absolute power, there will always be a dark side. So you guys want to go here? Erike pointed at the cross mark with a skull emoji on the piece of paper, his mind filled with bewilderment. Yes, the woman nodded. Erike glanced behind her. 2 brawny men in military vests stood there, along with a skinny man wearing glasses. The second woman dressed more casually, a simple oversized t-shirt and short pants. She looked rather cute in it, and Erike couldn't help but steal another glance at her. Do you know? Erike met her gaze in silence. No. With that, he turned around and left. I'm also a foreigner here. Ask the locals, he added with a dismissive wave of his hand. But before he could walk any farther, a loud voice made him pause. Hey you, who are you to look at me? The woman in the oversized t-shirt and short pants bent forward, placing both hands on her hips as she made a provocative expression. Erike looked at her silently, then turned around and left. I don't want to deal with a brat. It'll just give me a headache, he muttered in his heart. You? Seeing Erike act like this took the woman slightly by surprise. It's fine. Let him go. We shouldn't bother a civilian for no reason, Luna. Luna jerked her head back and let out a low humph. Let's go, Belle. Without another care, she walked away. Watching Luna's retreating figure, Belle sighed before silently following her. The 2 brawny men remained stern as they followed, while the skinny man hesitated. He gripped the compass hidden in his pocket, his teeth clenched, before finally stepping forward to join them. Whistle. With a rustling of the wind, Erike breezed through the forest, closing his eyes. The scent of nature filled the air, the wind brushing against his threadbare tunic, making his sleeves flutter as if floating. It was a satisfying experience. Landing gracefully on the ground, he stretched his body, then glanced around. Those people looked strong. What are they doing here? If Erike were just an ordinary person, he might not have been able to sense anything unusual about them. But he was no longer ordinary. He was awakened. I am an SSS rank awakener, after all. How can I not know? Erike muttered. I can sense it. 2 of them, that woman in the oversized t-shirt and the lean man, have mana. As for the other 3, they give off an explosive presence. He tugged at his chin thoughtfully. He was certain the first 2 were awakeners. As for the other 3, it was more of a hunch. But at the same time, a question surfaced in his mind. Why are they here? This place was in the middle of nowhere. Although close to an urban area, there was nothing of value here. Unless, of course, it was a gate. Erike turned to his left, his eyes widening as he sensed turbulence in the air. A gate? Here? In the middle of nowhere? He could walk away without getting involved if he wanted to, but curiosity got the better of him. Following the flow of energy in the air, Erich moved swiftly, guided by the disturbance in the molecules. Finally, he arrived, standing before a dark, abyss-like void, a chakra-shaped distortion in space. Is this a gate? He looked down at his trembling hands. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind. Past scene, a raging inferno. Flames of destruction consumed everything. He lay on the ground, twisted, with a car pinning his legs. The screams of men, women, and children echoed all around him. Amidst that fear-stricken chaos, a chilling laugh rang out across the burning ruins. Flashback. The man stood at the top of a tower, his short white hair fluttering in the wind, bandage covering his face. Amid the chaos, everything was a blur. No one was paying attention. No one except Erich. He could see him. The man's cold eyes watched the burning city, unmoving, indifferent. Then his phone rang, and he answered, and after some time, he waved his hand. Water surged forward, sweeping across the city and smothering the flames in an instant. Erich turned his gaze to the devastation around him. A little child sobbed beside the half-crushed body of his mother. A stroller sat nearby, the cries of an infant piercing the air, its parent's fate unknown. A silent father clutched his child tightly. A young girl wept over the lifeless body of her brother. A child who had lost his mother. A sister who had lost her brother. Countless families shattered. A chill ran down Erich's spine. His eyes dimmed, their gleam fading into a distant, hollow stare. Even through the pain, only one thought consumed him. Why? If this awakener had the power to save him and the others earlier, why had he waited? Why had it taken a phone call to act? Were the lives of these people worth nothing more than a single ring of a phone? After the incident, it was as if nothing had happened. Life returned to normal. The tragedy was forgotten, buried beneath the praise for the heroic S-rank awakener. The truth, unknown. Erich remained silent. His pupils had lost all color, his spirit drained. Even when he was healed and discharged from the hospital, only because he couldn't afford to stay, he remained broken. He couldn't even mend his leg with a healer. He was too poor. For a normal person, being healed by an awakener would cost a small fortune, something even health insurance wouldn't cover. Erich felt lost and depressed, spending most of his time cooped up in his room. He became increasingly immersed in the virtual world, gradually losing his grip on reality. His dream of becoming an Olympic winner was lost in time. Flashback end. Roar. Erich's ears twitched as he was startled awake by a giant green arm protruding from a gate. Before he could react, the massive limb cast a looming shadow over him. Shit! He was startled and backed away in a hurried motion. His eyes locked onto the giant green hand in terror. Starlight gathered in his arms. He was ready to fight. But the hand didn't move further. Instead, it withdrew back into the gate, as if warning him not to come closer. Erich remained calm and collected, his eyes narrowing. What is this? He wanted to go closer to check it out. This monster didn't truly terrify him. The only reason he had backed away was that it had startled him out of his daze. But just as he was about to move, he heard rustling in the bushes and quickly hid away, activating acceleration before making a small hole to peek through. There, he saw a group of people approaching, while the woman leading them stared at a map with a dumbfounded expression. It's actually true. She tossed the map aside and rushed toward the gate with excitement. Those bastard guilds have a monopoly on the gates. Now, we'll finally have one for ourselves to level up. No need to be so excited. This is just a gate. When I win the competition, I can give you guys as many gates as you want. Luna chuckled, a tinge of suppressed excitement in her voice. Sure, milady. Hey, I said don't call me that. Ha! The atmosphere was extremely heartwarming, as if they weren't entering a gate, but instead casually strolling around. Erich picked up their voices, his brows twitching again. He watched as they entered the gate. Should I go inside? He hesitated for only a moment before standing up and walking toward the gate. He didn't sense any life-threatening danger from that monster, and he wanted to test his strength against it, as well as this world. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. Immediately, a stench assaulted his nose, making his face scrunch. Erich found himself in a swamp filled with a putrid smell. Before he could even take in his surroundings, he felt movement beneath the water and then a stinging sensation in his leg. When Erich looked down, he ran away as fast as he could, breaking out in a cold sweat. Damn it! He could feel his blood coursing through his leg and a growing sense of numbness because a half-meter-long eel-like creature was sucking his blood. At the same time, a pack of 12 of these eel-like monsters was chasing him. Where's the land? Erich clenched his fist and struck the eel as hard as he could, but it didn't even budge. He struck again and again, but the monster remained unmoved. Die already. Starlight gathered around his arms, and Erich swung his fist with brutal force. Bang! Green blood splattered into the muddy water as the monster was blasted to smithereens. The wound quickly started to heal. However, Erich had already lost a significant amount of blood and would need more time to recover. Before he could even take a moment to feel relief, a deep, guttural roar echoed behind him. He swallowed nervously as he caught sight of the giant jaws of a monster, just inches away, close enough to swallow him whole. The monster before Erich was a giant version of a purple-skinned crocodile, able to swallow 10 people easily and with 4 hands. Erich felt his life flash right before his eyes. The giant jaws of the monster were like hell descending on him, and he quickly tried to back away. But he found that his feet were stuck, sinking into the mud. Quicksand. Even with his strength now, Erich was still stuck in the quicksand. On the brink of death, Starlight gathered in his hand, and he struck the monster with all his strength. Bang! The giant monster's canine teeth broke in an instant, and Starlight entered its mouth. PSHH. Cracks appeared all around its scales, and purple gas leaked out. When Erich heard the sound, his expression immediately changed. Shit! He turned around and ran away, terrified. Boom! An explosion followed behind him, easily covering 10 meters and burning Erich's back. But Erich used the momentum of the explosion to leap forward despite the burning pain. His nerves were burned, and his skin had already disappeared, revealing some of his internal organs in a brutal sight. He fell to the ground, face first, but Erich didn't have time to rest. He heard a rustling sound in the river and barely stood up to find swamp monsters surrounding him, their vertical pupils staring at him. I was too arrogant. I grew too complacent with my SSS rank talent. Erich took a deep breath, his expression gradually turning calm. Pain only brought a sense of clarity to his mind. He started to laugh. Starlight gathered around his arms, and another figure appeared beside him. It's do or die. Let's fight to the death. The 2 Erichs roared at the same time, and they ran forward. Acceleration. They swung their brutal fists at one of the unlucky swamp monsters. In the next second, the swamp monster's head exploded into bits, and this time, its body didn't explode. The 2 Erichs didn't speak a word but moved fast, leaving afterimages as they swung their brutal fists at the nearest swamp monster. Bang! Its head exploded again. These monsters weren't just punching bags. They carefully circled the 2 Erichs in a tight formation, gradually closing in on them like hunters to a prey. But one doesn't know in a battlefield when a hunter becomes the prey and the prey hunts the hunter. Starlight gathered around the 2 Erichs as they punched and kicked. One of the swamp monsters attacked from behind, but Erich, clone, punched out at the perfect moment, swatting its jaws aside. Thanks. Let's fight this. Erich, clone, jumped from the ground, while Erich huffed, taking a deep breath. He grabbed his clone's leg, positioning him horizontally in the air. Starlight gathered in the clone's hands as Erich rotated. Boom, boom. All the swamp monsters in the surrounding area were affected. The starlight was no joke. Even a small wisp of it caused irreparable damage to the swamp monsters. A total of 2 minutes passed before all the swamp monsters retreated in fear, and finally, Erike stopped and fell to the ground. He weakly looked around at the tens of swamp monster corpses, their bodies grounded into pieces by the starlight. Then, he looked at his clone, which was on the verge of dying. Its skin was cracked just like the swamp monsters when they exploded from a star strike. Slowly, the clone began to fade, turning into starlight and floating toward the sky. Why were there unordinary monsters right at the entrance? Erike cursed it out loud, looking at his disappearing clone with pity. Normally, in ordinary gates, most of the monsters would be ordinary, and in rare cases, there would be at most a single unordinary monster like a boss monster. It wasn't that Erike was unfamiliar with monsters and gates. He knew that this gate was a lower rank because of its small chakra structure. Even that large green hand was at most an unordinary monster. Erike might have been a reckless fool, but he wasn't suicidal. They must have lured the monsters. He gritted his teeth and stood up in pain. Although Star Strike was an overpowered skill, one still needed to endure its power to use it. Every time it was used, it caused damage to the user because of how powerful it was. It might not have been apparent when it was in Draken's hands, but that was because of his dragon physique. However, Erike didn't have it, nor did his new clone. Luckily, he had put most of the burden on the clone, so his injuries weren't too severe, but he was still hurt. Can I still respawn it? Erike's eyes instinctively flicked toward the blue screen in the corner of his vision. Then he nearly flipped on the spot. Congratulations! You have overcome adversity in an A-rank gate, and your talent clone has leveled up from level 2 to level 3. You can now summon 3 clones and have gained a unique skill, synergy. It took me 100,000 destiny points to level up my talent once, but here it leveled up so easily. Erike blankly stared at the screen, bewilderment in his gaze. Honestly, he still couldn't believe it. Was this correlation related to the level of danger as well? If he leveled up through normal means, it would take him 500,000 destiny points to advance his talent again. But here, inside the gate, it leveled up just by killing unordinary monsters. No wonder the guilds are so excited about the gates, he muttered in his mind as he stood up. Luckily, his regeneration had kicked in, allowing him to at least walk firmly again, though he was still riddled with internal injuries. Synergy, Synergy, as the name suggests, is the combination of multiple elements to produce an effect greater than the sum of their individual parts. At first, it sounded simple, but Erike found himself confused, especially by its restrictions. If there were no limitations, wouldn't that mean he could craft nukes by hand and launch them at his enemies? Even the name alone made the skill seem terrifying. That was until he read the skill. Synergy allows the Awakener to combine the basic elements of nature, fire, water, earth, and air. Title gotten from Draken. Magic Weakling. The Awakener's spells are 2% stronger. Erike stared at his 2 titles, stunned for a moment. Then, inevitably, he uttered, "This is beyond broken." He hadn't said this while looking at the Synergy unique skill. Instead, his words were directed at the second title. This was the title he had gained upon reaching First Circle Mage. But didn't that mean he could acquire it again each time he reached the same level? Not only that, but my clones can also obtain it, and my spells would be... A shiver ran down Erike's spine. This was the most exploitable thing he could do. With his talent, he could stack this title thousands of times. Even a single spell of mine could cause devastation. Shaking his head, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. Let's try leveling up first. The moment he spoke, another man appeared beside him. Erike frowned and immediately called the system again. Uses 3. Death. 1 cooldown, 1 month. A month, huh? He muttered, then let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could summon his clone back even after its death, though its stats would likely reset. With that in mind, he wasted no time and sprang into action. He and his clone began hunting the smaller beasts in the area. Most were ordinary, easily taken down with a single star strike. Sometimes he didn't even need to use it at all. How many unordinary beasts are in this gate? Luna cried out, her face pale with fear. Belle lay on the ground, covered in wounds, her body soaked in blood. One of the brawny men was missing an arm, while another had lost a leg and was limping away. As for the lean man, his face was drained of color, his breathing ragged. How could there be so many unordinary monsters? Weren't the mana readings supposed to be low in this gate? She asked, her voice laced with desperation. Hearing this, Belle wanted to roll her eyes. How am I supposed to know, milady? Luna then turned to Lucas, the lean man with glasses, and asked, Has your mana recovered, Lucas? Lucas shook his head helplessly. Damn it, what should we do then? Luna cursed aloud, frustration and fear gripping her. She bit her nails, her trembling hands making faint rattling sounds in the eerie silence. Her mind was in turmoil, her face growing paler by the second. She broke down. Roar! A deafening roar shattered the air. The group turned toward the source, and their faces turned deathly pale. A massive figure loomed before them. Its head resembled a pig's, its body clad in heavy chain armor. A long sword rested casually on its shoulder, and two sharp canine teeth jutted from its mouth. An orc that looked like a seasoned veteran. Run! Luna screamed before turning on her heels and bolting. The two brawny men followed close behind, and Lucas quickly joined them. But Belle, she despaired. My legs. Move. Move. Belle willed herself to run, but her body refused to obey. No matter how hard she tried, her legs wouldn't budge. Exhaustion weighed her down, every fiber of her muscles screaming in protest. Even the slightest movement felt impossible. Move, she cried again, desperation filling her voice. The orc inhaled deeply, its breath slow and steady as it advanced toward her. The ground trembled beneath its heavy steps. With every step, Belle's heart pounded faster. It was like a death drum. Each thud of the orc's foot made her face grow paler. Milady, she really... Her voice trailed off as she closed her eyes, ready to accept her fate. But just then, a sphere of earth shot through the air, slamming into the orc's head with force. The impact sent the creature stumbling back several steps. The orc turned, its gaze locking onto Luna, who stood with her staff raised. Though her face was still pale, her hands trembled with determination. She mumbled frantically, I can't abandon Belle, The other three rushed toward her, closing the distance. But the orc only snickered. The ground trembled beneath its weight as it stepped forward, unfazed. It reached Belle and raised its sword high above her. No! Luna screamed, reaching out in desperation. PST. Blood spurted into the air. Luna's breath hitched as she looked down in disbelief. A sword had pierced through her back, the blade emerging from her stomach. She turned her head slowly, only to see Lucas standing behind her. What? Her voice wavered. Lucas lowered his gaze. I'm sorry, he murmured, then pushed the sword in deeper. Milady, one of the brawny men sprang into action, shoving Lucas away. A soft green light shimmered in his hands as he desperately tried to heal her wound. Luna's attention, however, remained fixed on the orc, whose sword was mere inches away from ending Belle's life. Save Belle. Don't worry about me, she urged. But the two brawny men refused to listen, doing everything they could to protect her. Just as the sword was about to strike, Belle's life flashed before her eyes. She squeezed them shut, bracing for the inevitable. Yet, the fatal blow never came. Confused, Belle slowly opened her eyes, only to see the back of a man standing before her. He had caught the orc's sword with his bare hand, glittering starlight swirling around him. Seems like there's some trouble, Erike muttered, taking in the chaotic scene with a sigh. His gaze shifted to the orc. With his left hand, he gathered starlight, then struck forward with force. Bang! Oh! The orc staggered back a step, a deep fist-shaped dent forming in its armor. But it remained unfazed. Without hesitation, it thrust its sword directly at him. Erike ducked under the orc's swing and countered with an upward punch, gathering starlight in his fist. Bang! Once again, the orc stood its ground, completely unfazed. Kakik! The orc snickered. Its laughter dripped with mockery as it pointed its palm at Erike. Erike felt the temperature around him spike, rising several times over. Shit. Whoosh. What sets an unordinary monster apart from an ordinary one? Aside from their vastly superior strength, speed, and overall attribute, there was one key difference. Their cognitive abilities grew to human levels. But even more terrifying was that some unordinary monsters possessed magic and knew how to wield it. These rare beings were called anomalies among the unordinary, ruling over hordes of their kind. A raging fire erupted from the orc's hand, engulfing everything in its path. Eric's situation, unknown. The ground around them began to boil, almost like magma, charring to blackened ruin. By the time the fire subsided, the earth had completely melted, and Eric was nowhere to be found. Up. Eric took deep, ragged breaths. He stood in the distance, but his condition was far from optimal. Half of his body was scorched from head to toe, burned beyond recognition. It was a miracle he was still standing, still breathing. Shit. Eric cursed under his breath. His vision blurred. He could barely see 10 meters ahead. His legs trembled, struggling to hold him up. Weakness overtook him, and he collapsed onto his knees. Why is this guy here? Luna wondered. But deep down, she was immensely grateful, because if he hadn't arrived, Belle might have already been dead. A giant sphere of earth hurtled toward the orc. But this time it was ready. With almost effortless grace, it dodged the attack. The orc sneered as it strode forward, step by step, until it reached Eric. With brutal force, it drove its sword straight at him. Bang! The orc couldn't see what had struck it, but it felt the impact slam directly into its head. Turning slightly, it froze in disbelief. There, standing before it, was another Eric, identical to the injured human in front of him, yet completely unscathed. In his hand, starlight shimmered. The orc glanced back at the wounded Eric, tilting its head in confusion. Turns out the wounded Eric was the clone, and standing before him was the real Eric. Bang! 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 The real Eric delivered 3 devastating punches, brimming with starlight, struck the orc one after another. Its helmet shattered on the spot, blood dripping from its head. For a moment, the orc stood still. Then, it roared in fury. The sheer shock wave sent the real Eric flying backward. Then, the orc felt something, a tight embrace. Eric's clone had wrapped his arms around it in a tight grip, locking the monster in place. No matter how powerful you are, I don't believe you can withstand Star's strike this many times to the head. The clone Eric roared, pushing his body to its absolute limit. The orc's eyes widened in panic. It struggled, trying to break free from the grapple, but it was useless, bound so tightly it couldn't even move a muscle. Bang! Starlight shimmered in the air as the real Eric struck again and again, his fists raining down like meteors. Blow after blow, the orc's head caved under the relentless assault, a deep imprint forming in its skull. Yet even then, it still didn't die. The orc straightened its arms, finally breaking free from the grapple. Without hesitation, it raised a palm toward the clone Eric once more. Whoosh! Fire erupted in a furious blaze. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This time, the flames completely engulfed the clone Eric. When they finally died down, all that remained were charred bones. Did he die? Star's strike, an overwhelmingly powerful skill. It was the foundation of Eric's combat, something he had abused time and time again. It had cost him 500,000 destiny points. But he had never truly unleashed its full potential. Until now, he had only gathered its power in his fists, relying purely on brute force. But there was a simple reason for that. He never felt the need to go to extra lengths. A leg shot forward, enveloped in glittering starlight, slamming squarely into the orc's chin. Bang! The orc was sent hurtling upward, only to be met midair by another Eric. With starlight surging through his fists, his clone drove a powerful punch straight into the orc's skull. Bang! The orc plummeted like a falling comet. Just as it neared the ground, a devastating downward kick accelerated its descent by the real Eric. Boom! The impact shattered the earth beneath it. Even now, 2 Erics remain standing. Talent, SSS class clone, level 4. Skill allows the user to create up to 4 clones. Unique abilities, high mind, synergy, quick reflex. That's right, Eric's skill had leveled up again. Even though one of his clone died again, but he gained an additional clone, he also unlocked quick reflex, a unique ability that had been very decisive in this battle. Both Erics turned their gaze toward the orc, watching it warily. If the orc so much as twitched, Eric would force every last ounce of strength from his broken body to strike it down. While the clone situation was also similar, and even more worse than his. Amidst the two Eric's gaze, the orc rose. Its head was grotesquely disfigured, brain matter exposed in a brutal display. Eric clenched his fists. Eric the Third, attack, he commanded, just as they were about to strike. Thud! The orc collapsed. After enduring countless star strikes, taking blow after blow, and taking combo from Eric and his clones, even an anomaly among the unordinary couldn't withstand it. At last, it breathed its final breath. Every fiber of Eric's being ached with exhaustion. His body screamed for rest. His eyes begged to close. Despite the pain, joy flickered in his gaze. Congratulations! You have accomplished a great destiny by killing an anomaly among the unordinary. Clone has leveled up from level 4 to level 6. You have gained the unique skill, Skin Fortification. You have gained the unique skill, Dash. He had skipped level 5 entirely, jumping straight to level 6. If this were measured in destiny points, the cost would be unimaginable, but he had reached it so easily. An uncontrollable surge of joy filled his heart. Taking a steady breath, he calmed himself, then walked toward the fallen orc and began looting its remains. Thank you. Belle's voice broke the silence. She had risen at some point, gripping a rapier in her hand. Bowing slightly, she offered her gratitude. Eric turned toward her, then at the others in the distance. I almost forgot about them. Eric silently observed the people around him. Despite his injuries, they weren't as severe as they appeared, thanks to his regeneration skill. He was recovering rapidly. Yet, confusion flickered in his eyes as he studied them. How could they be so weak? Even if their awakening talents in the other world were subpar, they should have gained at least some benefits. They shouldn't be this frail, physically or mentally. Eric pondered for a long time, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. He understood the peril of the other world, and if these individuals became nearly defenseless against the unordinary beasts, how would they ever hope to survive in the other world? Those worlds were truly filled with danger, even the lowest ranking one, not to mention the SSS rank difficulty in his own gate. It's fine, Eric remarked, observing the bowed head of the woman before him. Belle's complexion was pale, yet she remained in a submissive position, as if paralyzed by fear. Fear that he did kill her for the loot. Me? A wave of doubt washed over him, followed by a chilling realization. There had always been reports of awakeners vanishing in the gates they frequented, even when no new dangers surfaced that would warrant such losses. Fight to get loot. Eric's expression grew weary for a fleeting moment before he managed to mask it once more. Since time immemorial, humans had perpetually clashed with one another over resources, an act rooted in folly, yet one that never ceased. And now, the stakes were even higher. Eric swiftly turned his attention to the fallen orc, looting its tusk, chainmail armor, sword, and a bit of its blood before calmly making his way from the site. Only moments had slipped by since Eric had went away when the others finally caught up to him. Luna called out with a cry. Belle! She rushed forward and enveloped her in a tight embrace, tears spilling down her cheeks. Her wounds have recovered significantly with the help of her bodyguard. Belle's heart swelled with warmth at the sight. Having watched this young woman grow from infancy, she felt that it was natural to sacrifice herself, but in this moment, a wave of happiness washed over Belle. Her lady had not betrayed or abandoned her. This was the instinct of every living being, an innate desire to survive. No one truly wishes for death, even if that longing is buried deep within. Where did that boy go, milady? One of the burly men asked, his expression serious. And why? Luna frowned, confused. Should we? He made a slicing gesture across his neck. Can you even take him on? It might not be possible under normal circumstances, he admitted, rubbing the back of his head. But I don't believe he emerged from that fight unscathed. Idiot, Luna snapped. Did you not see how he fights? Clones, the brawny man replied. It's not uncommon for awakeners to possess clone talents, but typically, they're ranked below B rank. From the way he fights, it seems unlikely he's stronger than that. He survived in the other world, but his strength doesn't match. What if he awakened like us? Luna pressed. The brawny man's eyes widened in realization, and he lowered his head. I am sorry, milady. What did you do wrong? Luna asked coldly, focusing on healing Belle's wound with all her strength. The brawny man broke out in a cold sweat. I made the mistake of trying to stir up trouble for you. If he artificially awakened, then his background could be comparable to, or even superior to ours. Good, Luna replied, nodding with a sigh. For a moment, she felt a flicker of desire regarding the treasure, but deep down, Erike had already established himself as a savior in her eyes, to act like a white-eyed wolf. Erike stepped out of the gate, moving away with a casual demeanor. To him, this was just another small episode in the grand scheme of his life. What mattered now was gaining more strength. 2 of my clones have already perished, unfortunately, but luckily I can summon 3 more, he thought with a grin. This talent was incredibly powerful, but he might not be able to explore the gates as easily anymore since they were monopolized by the guild. Gaining entry wasn't an easy feat. Perhaps I should wait until I rank myself as SSS rank before attempting the other dungeon. For now, the other world will be optimal, he concluded after some thoughts. Once he reached this point in his thoughts, Erike's attention shifted to the destiny points he had accumulated, and they were utterly pitiful. Destiny points, 290,000. And it takes me 100,000 to travel to another world, Erike sighed. He didn't dare to send another clone into that realm. It was too perilous. The fact that Draken had survived was sheer luck. Unless Draken attained a certain status, Erike wouldn't risk another clone's life. Wait. He paused, a thought sparking in his mind. Without hesitating, Erike immediately spent 100,000 destiny points to send a clone to another world. The clone vanished before his eyes, and he watched the system intently. Travel to another world. 100,000 cooldown, 1 month. Sad, he muttered, disappointment washing over him, though his heart raced with excitement at the same time. With a swift thought, he canceled the clone he had just sent. Immediately, prompts began to materialize before his eyes, prompting him to take a deep breath. Congratulations, you are one of the fastest awakeners to return from another world. You have gained the title, Fast Finisher. Your destiny points have increased by 1 million points. Hidden quest completed. You have not acquired a single destiny point in your traveled world. You have gained access to a gate leading to the same world. Accomplished the impossible task. You have gained a unique title, World Traveler. Duplicate title detected. Both Fast Finisher titles have merged to gain the unique title, Perfect Physique. Both World Traveler titles have merged to gain the unique title, Multi-World Traveler. Erike stared at the titles, excitement bubbling within him. World Traveler. This title granted him the ability to traverse other realms using destiny points, and now had evolved, sending a thrilling tingle down his spine. Can I exploit it again? Erike took a big gulp, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently at the system in front of him. A blue panel hovered before him, filling him with intense curiosity. Travel to another world. 100,000 cool down. 1 day. The cooldown has decreased by so much. Erike couldn't contain his excitement. He didn't even need to farm anymore. If he could send his clone to every single world, he could rake in a crap ton of destiny points just by using this. Is this what cheating feels like? The world was an unfair place. From the moment you were born, heck, even before that, your limits were already decided by your genes. Some were born with superior intelligence. Some had the perfect athletic genes and didn't even need training. Erike felt like he was at the top of the cheater rankings now. His thoughts shifted to Erich IV's perspective. P.S. His second and third had died fighting the monsters, and the first is in the dragon and telekinetic world. A battered and tattered village stretched before him. The huts were broken, and people wore rough, torn clothes as they walked through the streets. Some of them paused, glancing curiously in his direction before going about their business. Erich IV lay on the streets like a beggar, his strange clothes drawing surprised stares from everyone who passed by. An ancient world, he thought, filled with curiosity. Suddenly, he heard a strange clunking sound of metal a little further away. I wonder what it is, Erich IV muttered to himself, walking toward the source. His pupils quivered as he took in the sight. A gruesome and gory scene unfolded before him. People were being butchered and hung as if displayed for a gruesome showcase. Their agonizing cries were chilling to the heart. This scream should have chilled the heart of every mortal present, but the people walked by without a glance, casual as ever. Even the children snickered and threw rocks at the victims. Such cruelty, Erich IV muttered under his breath. Erich IV realized that this was a far darker world than he could have ever imagined. In that moment, he understood just how cruel this world truly was. The dragon world, with its relatively advanced technology, wasn't this brutal. But here it was different. Erich frowned in the real world. I should let the clone explore for now. I need a clone to protect myself just in case, so I must level up my talent. For that, I'll need to raid dungeons. He whistled as he walked through the forest, quickly emerging from it. After searching to his left for a while, he finally found the bushes where he had hidden his precious baby, his second-hand, rusty 5th-gen Chevrolet Camaro. I know you're old, Erich said, his hand gliding smoothly over the car's surface. But you're the best. He got in and drove off, a fleeting thought distracting him. I need to get my ranking evaluated in a month. For days had already passed since Erich awakened, and there was still plenty of time, but life doesn't wait for anyone, and it certainly doesn't cooperate. Today's a joy, tomorrow's bright, but rain may come, so prepare for a fight. Erich whistled as he drove his trusted rusty 5th-gen Chevrolet Camaro. Meanwhile, Draken found himself in trouble. Complete darkness. A pin-drop silence. Draken was here, standing in this lonely place with his eyes closed. His muscles were tense, and cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. Suddenly, his small wings tingled, and his body glowed with aura. He rolled on the ground, starlight glittering in his hand as he punched into the darkness. Bang! He heard a crunching sound, but that was about it. There was no further sound, and his tense muscles gradually cooled off. But before he could relax, his ears twitched, and his draconic instinct flared. All he heard was a whistling sound before an arrow directly hit his chest. Cough! Draken violently coughed, golden blood spilling. His veins are being destroyed rapidly. An arrow that could slice through his draconic skin, combined with skin fortification, and a strange energy that was destroying his veins. Unfortunately, Draken wasn't given the opportunity to catch his breath as another arrow tore through the air and blew his ears out. Draken fell to the ground with a scream, blood gushing from his injured ears. Another arrow shot from the ceiling, directly at him. Man, he hurriedly dodged by a hair's breadth. The arrow landed on the ground, causing cracks to appear. This, he muttered with a bitter heart, and then danced like a monkey to dodge all the arrows sent from his right, left, below, and above. Everywhere you could imagine. Draken was like a chicken, a draconic chicken, trying to flee everywhere to dodge all the attacks from the arrows, all while his vision grew blurry and his limbs weakened more and more. You might be wondering why I'm in such a situation. It was just yesterday that he had been sitting on a warm bed, resting comfortably while training his mana. But then Lilia appeared and told him the news that he was going to be selected for the Academy tournament, giving him some time to prepare for it. Draken was obviously startled at heart. Now, he needed to fight a group of people. He could smell the trouble from a million miles away. How do I prepare for it? He asked. You want to prepare? Lilia gave him the most innocent smile possible. like an angel. But little did Draken know, he was descending into hell itself. How is this supposed to be training? Well, one thing led to another, and this is what has happened so far. Draken was injured, on the verge of dying. The energy was rapidly destroying him, and in his weakened state, he had to dodge these impossible arrows that could not only penetrate his defense, but were also impossible to perceive. It was a wonder he was still alive. Sigh. He supplied more mana to his aura spell, and at the same time, starlight glitter across his entire body. Star Strike was a broken skill that could harvest the energy of the stars, and after the battle with the orc, Erike realized it was much more versatile than he had thought. The only problem was that the destruction to the body became too much. Whistle. An arrow silently shot through the air and into his heart, effortlessly penetrating his aura and starlight. Its momentum was slightly halted, and luckily, his fortification skin, along with his dragon scales, stopped the arrow in its tracks. This brief moment of respite allowed him to gather his thoughts and think calmly. The biggest problem with these arrows isn't that they're fast, but that I can't sense them. I can rely purely on instinct, but instinct can only get you so far. Draken was rapidly contemplating a solution to his problem. In the end, it all came down to his inability to sense the arrows. Meanwhile, veins bulged across his body, and his skin began to crack like a broken vase. Damn it, think, Draken. He cursed loudly with all his strength, trying to find an optimal solution. Should I rely on my destiny points? He opened his eyes, then closed them again. All the arrows were being deflected, and Draken hesitated. If it was impossible to complete this trial, then he wouldn't be here. Since they had given him such a challenge, there had to be a way to overcome it. I can neither smell, hear, nor see. What can I even do? Erike focused. The only way is my instinct from my dragon bloodline. Is there something I'm missing? He began to sense the blood in his body. Dragons are battle-hungry beasts. Their power comes from their blood. As someone with a lesser dragon bloodline, even if he reached a higher rank of dragon, he would still be much weaker than those with a pure lineage. What is the core essence of a dragon? Draken thought hard. Then a thought hit him. Until now, he had only seen everyone in human form with dragon parts, but dragons weren't humans. I have also abandoned my human bloodline. Does that mean? His eyes snapped open. For a moment, Draken stood still, then face-bombed himself, only for a layer of skin to tear from his cheek. Is it really this simple? His body was badly mangled at this point. Erike carefully sensed the energy rampaging inside his body, and his expression grew even stranger. He had already tried to control this energy before, but he couldn't. However, on his next attempt, he used his bloodline to absorb it. Immediately, there was an effect. His body glowed with a golden light. Draken hurriedly withdrew his Star Strike and retracted his aura. Then, he sat cross-legged, taking all the arrows defenseless. It wasn't that he wasn't hurt. Every fiber of his being was screaming in pain. His body was badly mangled with each arrow. The pain was overwhelming, and it was a life-and-death situation. If it were any ordinary person, they would have died from the sheer pain alone, but Draken was different. His pain resilience was not something that mere pain could bind. The way of a dragon. Draken thought of the dragon painting he had seen in Eleanor's room. It was a beautiful creature with white scales and blue slit pupils, with long, grand, and majestic wings. The life-threatening danger from the arrows made Draken feel his blood boil beyond limits. His bloodline was becoming more active, and an image began to form in his mind. Draken froze in place. Roar. A primal roar spread throughout the surroundings, reverberating off the walls. Draken's body started to expand, growing in height and becoming bulkier and stronger by the second. His mouth stretched, forming a snout, and his wings expanded. His bone structure began to change rapidly, his neck lengthening and growing thicker. Scales appeared all over his body, and a tail grew from his back. He had become a giant, 3-meter tall dragon. The arrows suddenly stopped coming, and Draken's dragon form remained stationary for some time, as he caught his breath. At this moment, he could feel power coursing through his entire being, and his mana core had also shifted. He huffed, almost creating a storm in front of him, his slit pupils fixed on the blue panel in front of him. Congratulations! You are the first awakener to have taken the form of a complete dragon. You have gained the title Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord? His slit pupils flickered slightly, and another panel appeared in front of him. Dragon Lord grants exclusive skill, Dragon's Dominion, imposes authority over lesser dragons, and isn't affected by higher bloodlines. Increases mental resistance by 50%. This is... He rubbed his chin with his sharp claws, his pupils flickering. As a lesser dragon, this wasn't very helpful, but the second effect mitigated his shortcoming, which satisfied him. The mental resistance wasn't bad either. Luckily, I didn't use the main body's destiny points. If one uses the easy route every time, they'll get used to it, and when they truly start to face difficulty, the troubles will start to come one by one. While he might have been able to solve the problem easily, he wouldn't have gained such a benefit either. Congratulations, Draken. You have passed the trial successfully. The darkness faded, and Draken's vision shifted to a bright room. Is this teleportation? He thought to himself. Then, he looked at the hundreds of people in front of him. Eleanor was there, sitting on the grandest throne, looking at him with some amusement in her eyes. Behind her stood Lilia. As for the others, they were seated on more modest thrones, all wearing masks. Their gaze toward Draken made him feel a sense of suffocation. Eleanor clapped her hands with a mysterious smile on her face. Everyone, what do you think of Draken's performance? Performance? Draken's dragon head turned toward the group. He could feel it. These people were far, far stronger than him. The sheer difference in power was overwhelming. It felt as though they could crush him with just a finger. This sensation didn't just weigh on him. It permeated his entire being, as if it reached into the very essence of his soul. It was suffocating. But, strangely, Draken sensed that he could control the pressure they exerted on him. Is this the effect of the title? The thought crossed his mind, but outwardly, he remained as calm as a rock, his expression utterly unfazed. Eleanor still wore a smile, but it seemed forced and cramped. Her left brow twitched ever so slightly as she spoke in a chilling tone. You guys have gotten a lot bolder, huh? Silence. The pressure on Draken vanished instantly, disappearing without a trace. No one dared to speak. It seems I need to clean the house again. She was still smiling, but now that smile felt like the devil's. For a moment, the atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. Unlike before, however, this weight wasn't the overwhelming pressure of a higher bloodline dragon suppressing a lower one. This was something else entirely. Pure, undeniable power. So, this is the power of a rank 7 dragon, huh? Draken thought. I don't know the purity of her dragon bloodline, but must be high if she holds such a title. As he observed her, Eleanor examined his dragon form with amusement. So, you're a golden dragon? It seems so. Draken raised a claw, studying the golden scales that covered him. You look rather beautiful, she mused before frowning. But at the same time, ugly. Your pitiful height and wingspan are disgusting to see. I see. Draken's body glowed brightly, and in the next moment, he had already reverted to his human form. This time, however, things were different. Scales appeared at the corners of his cheeks, covering more of his body. His wings had also grown slightly larger, and he was completely naked. Lilia hurriedly flew down, handing him a ring. Without hesitation, Draken retrieved clothes from it and dressed himself. A black robe draped over him, paired with simple black pants. It was a plain outfit, but he preferred simplicity. So, what's this about me going to the academy for a tournament? Draken asked with a shrug. There is an academy where our dragon seedlings receive basic education in magic and other subjects, Lilia explained. This place is crucial for the future of our kind, so all resources are concentrated there. However, competition is fierce. Every 10 years, it is decided that each Dragon Lord will send a candidate to compete against the Academy's students. If their candidate wins, they earn additional resources. Silence filled the air. I see. Draken nodded thoughtfully. Then, after a brief pause, he asked, "What will I get if I win?" The moment those words left his mouth, the ground trembled violently. A suffocating pressure crashed down on him. This time, it was different. This was the pressure from the dragon of Wintergale herself. "You are a mere servant. How dare you question Her Majesty?" Lilia shouted. Draken remained silent. Even as the crushing pressure bore down on him, he didn't waver. He had faced life and death in that cave, and had come so close to dying. If he hadn't broken then, what was this mere pressure to him? Eleanor chuckled as she observed his unwavering expression. "I will grant you your second spell after aura and knowledge." "Knowledge?" "Yes. Access to our library, which holds everything you need to know." "I see." Draken accepted the offer, then asked, "When does the tournament begin?" "In a week." "I don't have a lot of time," Draken said, frowning. "How strong will they be?" "At least rank 2 dragons," Eleanor replied, her gaze calm and cold. "Most of them possess a fledgling dragon bloodline and have reached at least rank 2, and some of the more talented ones have even reached rank 3. Look at Power System for explanation and Auxiliary CH for explanation." Draken's face remained expressionless. "What kind of shitty setup is this? You're telling me I have to fight rank 3 dragons, while my bloodline is weaker than theirs and my spells are lacking?" For an ordinary dragon, this challenge would be impossible. Draken had only recently broken through from the Duckling bloodline to rank 1, but now he was expected to face monsters who had trained their entire lives. But Draken wasn't ordinary. Steadying his mind, he bowed and left. Lilia followed behind him, and as the door shut, silence filled the room. "My lord, why allow such an insect to represent us? He may be a dragon now, but he was human before," and disdain dripped from every word as the dragons presented their opinion one by one. Hearing it, Eleanor felt only disappointment. "We dragons are too consumed by our own pride and arrogance, refusing to listen to our weakness." Draken sat cross-legged on the ground, deep in meditation. A glowing circle surrounded him, forming a strange spherical domain in the air. Within this domain, the surrounding energy was rapidly absorbed, increasing his absorption rate by at least 5 times. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 6 days had already gone by. Draken's eyes snapped open as he sensed his core. A satisfied smile crossed his lips. "I finally filled my mana completely." He looked at his trembling hands. Without mana control and the title's effect, accumulating this much would have been nearly impossible. The more mana one stored in their core, the harder it became to gather more. As a mere rank 1 dragon, Draken's absorption would have been severely hindered under normal circumstances. "Now it's time to choose my second spell. You have already reached the peak of the first circle?" Lilia asked while raising her brows. The youth in front of her was smiling brightly, brimming with innocence. "That's right." Draken smiled. "Let me process it. You haven't reached rank 2, but are already qualified to advance to the second circle. You are right, and you were able to accomplish it in just a few days. Even with the circle that could let you absorb more mana, this is... Anything else?" Draken chuckled. "There is no need to hide my strength. I could attribute this all to me being otherworldly and gain benefits from it. Since she must think that I have become one of them, this dragon must want to win me over. But for that, I will have to show my usefulness." He had his own thoughts in his heart and considerations when showing off his power. Lilia was a little dazed before her face turned frosty again, and she said in an icy voice, "Very well." She extended her hand, and a chest appeared. Draken took the chest with curiosity and opened it to check inside. A bright golden light shone in front of him, along with another that emitted a purple glow. "What are these 2 magic sigils?" "These are the 2 sets provided for you to reach the 3rd circle mage. After this, you are on your own." "I see." Draken nodded. "Could you care to explain to me?" Lilia's expression was still as frosty as ice. "The golden one is called aura projection. It allows you to project your aura and attack enemies from a distance. The purple one is Soul Mark. You can mark people with aura, and you'll be able to track them and even weaken their vitality over time. It's like a curse, Draken shouted when he heard the overpowered effect of Soul Mark. It is, but you have to touch them first, and it can be negated by many things. However, it takes a long time to remove, so it can only be used in immediate battle, she explained in one breath and walked away again. This girl, she is really too strange. Draken narrowed his eyes while looking at her back. Her personality changed more than the flowing water in a river. At first, she was a blushing girl, but then she became colder, and now she was completely cold to him. Draken remained standing on the spot for a long time before finally sighing in exhaustion. Oh well. He looked at the two magic sigils and only stared at them for a short time before deciding. There were almost no benefits in the order in which you built your spell. It was about how compatible they could be when laid together. So, Draken chose the purple one, Soul Mark. This spell was one of the best out there, after all. Dragons mostly fought in close range, and he would have plenty of opportunities to use the spell. If he were fighting humans who had telekinesis, then he might have chosen aura projection instead. I wonder how they fight. A trace of greed flickered in his eyes. If he got the chance, he would definitely create a clone to mix with the humans as well. Also, it seems obtaining destiny points isn't easy. A fleeting thought flashed in his mind. Without a certain amount of power and influence, it was impossible to make any significant impact here. But in this world, even surviving was a challenge of its own. The only guy who escaped this world did so purely by hiding among the humans. He didn't even fight, just worked at a small tavern before he was automatically transported back to his world. It was that person who publicized this information. Obviously, as a person with such a humble background, the amount of information he had was extremely limited, and some of it was outright lies. Luckily, I will have enough status to explore on my own. Draken immediately started the process of engraving the circle into his core. The process was surprisingly smooth and didn't even make him break a sweat. The circles of mages were strange on their own. If you met the requirements, then it would be as easy as drinking water. If you did not meet the requirements, then it would be impossible. That's why reaching rank 2 was the requirement for advancing to the second circle. Draken opened his eyes and stood up. He activated his first spell, Aura, and a faint black light surrounded him. Then, he applied mana to the second spell on his core. Swish! The aura around him became brighter by several margins, and he could feel that he could strangely mold his aura. Draken tried to do so. Slowly but surely, a dragon-shaped aura formed in front of him and hovered over his right palm. So, just physical contact will allow me to mark my opponent. Draken felt like he was ready for battle. Also, I forgot. He contacted his main body, Erike, and soon he gained a new skill, Insight. This skill, as the name states, allowed one to gain knowledge of an object with a simple glance. This should be helpful in battle. Draken closed his eyes, and his heartbeat started to pulsate violently, like a dragon's roar. Gradually, his body transformed into a dragon, and he looked in the mirror. Golden scales covered his body, 3 meters tall, wings around a meter long. He opened his crimson, slitted pupils, and carefully sensed his core. In dragon form, a dragon's heart is normally the core, but for him, it was at his back, tucked away beneath the scale. Humans have always known the weakness of dragons, so it's better that it's there. Even if they destroy my dragon heart, I could still have a chance to survive and retain some strength. Draken rejoiced, and then closed his eyes again to sense his surroundings. The 5 senses and the illusionary 6th sense for humans might be different, but for dragons, their 6th sense was called battle instinct. And in this dragon form, battle instinct was heightened to the maximum. This helped one detect danger and provided an innate talent for close combat, an ability that came from the very bloodline itself. He used the rest of his time to get used to his dragon form. He was only allowed to enter the library if he won, which made him a little disappointed, but Draken was confident he could win. "Have you reached the second circle?" Lilia asked while giving him strange glances. Yeah, Draken commented with an expressionless face while following behind her. She didn't ask further, but she touched her ears, which seemed to be a little red. Draken felt a little speechless when seeing this. Does she really have a personality disorder? Soon, she led him to a familiar, luxurious room. And in this luxurious room, a beautiful woman sat with her legs folded, revealing her milky thighs and long legs. Her soft red lips were curved. Looking at the provoking Eleanor, Draken simply frowned. He was a man of culture, but with his life on the line, it was different. I see that you have reached the second circle. As expected, don't disappoint me in the tournament. I will have a special reward for you. She touched her legs and looked at him with a fierce gaze. Draken froze on the spot. He could feel that his eyes were being attracted to her and gradually became dazed. But in the next moment, his eyes regained focus, and with a calm expression, Draken nodded his head. I'm honored to receive the reward. Seeing this, Eleanor had an unchanging expression as she waved her hand. Let's go then. She walked up to him slowly but surely. Draken frowned. How are we going there? Before he could even complete his sentence, the surroundings distorted around him, and he vanished from sight, along with the others as well. Draken felt like he was in a sea, with a suffocating feeling and needle-like pain emitting from his entire being. It was not up to par with the pain he felt from the arrows, but it was definitely up there. Suddenly, everything changed for him as he felt warmth and walked closer to it instinctively. After what felt like a short time, he could no longer feel that suffocating sensation, and the warm energy had vanished as well. Draken opened his eyes to look at Eleanor's frosty face, then down at the warm, jade-like white hand being tightly held by him. He raised his neck and looked around the place. This place was like a coliseum, with round stones that sealed the entire area and numerous people in 4 different colored uniforms: red, green, orange, and yellow. Even the symbol on their chest, a dragon, was slightly different depending on the uniform, and they occupied the 4 sides of the place. Have you had enough fun? Eleanor tugged at his hand. It seems so. Draken left her hand with a face full of reluctance. I was teasing you. Eleanor's expression was unreadable while her mind screamed. She felt like she was taken advantage of. How could she, the Dragon of Gale, be taken advantage of? I will deal with them later, she thought. So, who are my opponents? Draken crouched down and stretched his body to flex his muscles, his red hair fluttering with a slight gust of wind. It was definitely strange. His pupils and hair had changed to crimson when he became a complete dragon, but when he transformed, he was still a golden dragon. You'll have to wait for your turn. Saying this, she sat down on her throne, and Lilia started to cut purple apples for her. Draken just remained by the glass window to see what they were doing. It seems it is soundproof, so I cannot hear the sound from the outside, nor can they hear us. His eyes were drawn to the platform lying in the center of this place. There were 2 people fighting. One was a lean man with a spear as his weapon, and the other a bulky man with knuckles. They were fast and rapid, with neither of them gaining a single advantage. But looking at it, Draken was slightly disappointed. I thought they would use spells or something. Curious? His ears twitched as he felt a hot breath sting his ear. Draken mechanically turned his face to look at Eleanor with a calm expression. Yes. Very well. I will tell you. She backed away and sat on her chair, being fed by Lilia. This is a tradition of the dragons. First, you fight with brute strength to show respect to your opponent, and then you can go all out in exactly 2 minutes. What happens if I don't follow it? Draken asked expressionlessly. Then you will be considered to have disrespected your opponent, and the fight will turn into a life and death battle. Quite strict, he remarked while looking intently at the battle. Eleanor smiled, pushed Lilia with a pat on the back, and she slammed into Draken, causing both of them to fall to the ground. What was that for? He groaned. Are you interested in Lilia? Eleanor chuckled. Draken gently pushed her away and looked at her. Why would I be interested in her? Because you 2 will be mates soon. He made a shocked expression. Don't act innocent. Look, the battle is getting serious now. Draken pointed at the stadium again. The 2 were at a distance of around 10 steps. For them, This was like 2 breaths, but they just remained silent. The brawny man raised his fist, and his knuckles started to glow with a bright light that covered the entire surrounding area. Swords appeared behind him, all posed to attack. Metal spell, 10,000 swords. The lean man countered by raising his spear with closed eyes. His body glowed in a black haze. Dark spell, poison mist. The arena was completely filled with haze, and roars erupted from within. The haze only faded after 10 minutes, and both of them could be found lying on the floor. A white-haired old man in a tuxedo appeared out of nowhere and raised his hand. It's a draw. The audience erupted in shouts. These two were severely injured at the moment. Thousands of cuts covered the brawny man's body, while the lean man's face and torso were battered with fist-shaped bruises. Draken took a deep breath, unable to ignore their miserable condition. "So how is it? Are you up to par?" Eleanor whispered in his ear. He turned to her with an expressionless face. "I can't beat either of them." Even in their current state, they were already faster and stronger than him in raw physical ability, and on top of that, they each had 2 spells at their disposal. With his arsenal limited to his dragon power and a single spell, there was no way he could match them. At least, not within the confines of his dragon heritage alone. "So what will you do?" she asked, her voice carrying an innocent, almost childlike curiosity. Raising his chin with her index finger, forcing him to look straight at her. Draken twitched his brows. This woman really... He was annoyed. Truly, he couldn't deny it. This woman had a knack for getting on his nerves, and the most frustrating thing was that he couldn't do anything about it. He was, after all, under her. "What's wrong? Will you not reply to me?" She squinted her pupils. Draken felt a chill. His battle instinct flared like crazy, as if replying wrong would mean death. He turned his head toward her with a calmness. "I will win." "Good. I just wanted that from you." She nodded and returned as if nothing had happened. Why are both this maid and the master crazy? Draken screamed in his heart. Luckily, his mental immunity allowed him to control his external emotions to a certain extent. So even if he was having a mental breakdown, he still appeared completely calm and expressionless. He returned and sat on the chair calmly while watching the battle. Since he hadn't been called, he assumed it wasn't his turn yet. With nothing to do, he felt a little bored and checked the system for a moment. Perfect physique. The more the Awakener trains, the closer he will gradually lean toward the perfect body. Quick reflex grants the Awakener the muscle memory of a pure battle maniac. Skin fortification hardens the Awakener's skin, making them invulnerable to swords and spears. Dash allows the Awakener to move forward in quick succession without needing to apply any strength or use muscles. These are quite useful abilities, Draken thought while his pupils scanned them. This was what the main body had gained in the gate. It was quite the haul, because even he hadn't expected that talent could be leveled up so easily in gates. Maybe most Awakeners didn't even do anything in the other world and just stayed in hiding until they returned to their own world. Then, with the gate opening, they leveled up their talents and quickly became strong. It seems likely. Draken thought it was distant before he felt his sleeve being pulled. He looked at the cute face of Lilia with a raise of his brows. "What is it? Your name is being called." Draken stared ahead, where the old man was raising the sign with his name on it. There was a countdown in place, and it was at 5 seconds. What the hell? He turned toward Eleanor, who had drooping eyes, seemingly not paying attention. His mind instantly went through a whirlpool of thoughts. If he took the normal route, it would definitely take longer for him to reach there, even with all his strength combined. The only way is to choose chaos. Draken looked at the glass ahead of him, then shot forward in an instant. Bang! The glass window shattered almost instantly, and he appeared outside with the force of a truck. Immediately, Draken felt like he was drowning in voices. It was really too much noise. But he didn't care. He looked straight ahead, and his figure flashed. The next moment, he had covered a distance of 10 meters and landed with a flip on the platform. The platform trembled under the sheer power of his landing. "That was refreshing," Draken commented casually, then looked up at the gray-haired old woman who had gone silent. "What's wrong?" There's still a second left, right? You? The old man flared up before pausing, fixing his collar with a cough. You are right. Your opponent is from the Void Clan. Hope you can stay alive until that moment. Void Clan. He tilted his head, then looked at the purple-haired man in front of him. The man had black horns, and though his wings weren't out, his nails were sharp and long like claws. The old man coughed again. He extended his hand, and a booklet appeared in it. Opening it, he started flipping through the pages. His pupils froze for a moment before the book in his hand disappeared. He looked at Draken, his body trembling. This here is Draken from the Dragon of Wintergale. Also, the old man paused. He was once a human. Silence. The entire place became pin-drop silent. There was no noise. Ah, this is comfortable. Draken rubbed his ears with a casual expression. Everyone seemed frozen in place, staring at Draken before erupting into roars and shouts. This worm. I thought this was just a rumor, but the Dragon of Wintergale really did make a worm. One of us. This can't be tolerated. She is a sinner of our race. Dragons had always carried an arrogant attitude toward all races. To let a human inherit their bloodline was considered an utter disgrace. Draken stood still amidst the roars, his heart calm. He didn't care. If things really went dire, he could just take the clone back to his world, and nobody could do two shits about it. Besides, since Eleanor had allowed his identity to be revealed so easily, she must have taken this into consideration as well, right? Before he could speak, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Draken calmly looked up to see a shadow in the sky. This shadow faintly outlined a tall and bulky man. His lips curved into a sneer as he amusingly looked at him. Draken gulped hard. His body seemed to vibrate from the sheer presence. This person also had purple hair and dark pupils similar to the opponent in front of him, but he was more like a massive version of him. A big chungus, you might say. Boy, you are quite courageous to appear in front of me, he spoke with a cruel grin. Isn't this a competition? Draken casually shrugged. Just because your descendant would not be able to win, are you going to attack me? The man in the sky was still calm, not a twitch in his expression. I am doing this to remove the disdain from the Dragon Clan. The Dragon bloodline cannot be tainted. He roared in majesty, his form gradually starting to enlarge, slowly turning into a massive dragon 100 meters in size. In front of him, Draken truly felt like a tiny dot. The entire audience erupted in shouts and roars. The Dragon bloodline cannot be tainted. Cannot be tainted. Cannot be tainted. Draken just stood on the stage, but could feel the entire platform vibrate from the sound. Still, there was not a single change in his expression. He remained calm and expressionless. Pressure, as if thousands of needles were piercing him throughout his body at the same time. This was the feeling he was experiencing right now. His hand trembled, and his legs shook. Are we going to continue the battle? Draken turned toward the coach and spoke with a tilt of his head. For a moment, the old man was dumbfounded before he quickly regained his composure and hesitated. Start. Okay. Seeing Draken's unchanging expression, some dragons started to lose motivation. Some were still shouting, but their strength didn't seem to be enough. As for the giant black-scaled dragon above, it remained in the sky, its cold eyes scanning over them, but not making a single move. And the match started amidst all this confusion. Draken instantly moved. He rapidly rushed up to the man and punched with all his strength. The man, with a snicker of disdain, countered with a duck and an uppercut, his speed too fast for Draken to keep up. Draken was launched into the air and flew back 10 meters before landing on the ground. Silence. The audience fell silent. Gradually, they started to curl their lips in disdain. They didn't speak, but looked intently, satisfied as they indulged their dragon vanity while staring at Draken's fallen figure. Draken stood up while cracking his neck. Finally, these brainless beings are silent. He had never seen such idiots before. It was a wonder how these dragons had managed to become a hegemonic race with such a sheep-like thinking process. I guess power really rots your brains. Sighing to himself, Draken looked straight ahead and swung his fist in a brutal punch. Bang! The opponent simply blocked with his palm, catching Draken's punch before spinning him around in circles and then hurling him far, far away. Draken felt his entire world spin before he crash-landed on the ground again. This time, even more brutally, cracks appearing all over the place. The man slowly walked up to him, step by step, with a mocking grin. "Is that all you've got? Since you were fearless, I thought you would be more than this." TSK tisk. Draken stood up calmly. There was no damage to his body. How many times can I strengthen my body further? He wondered in his heart. Draken also slowly started walking toward the man, mirroring his slowed movements. The two faced off. Meanwhile, a devious plan was forming in Erik's mind in the main world. The plan was simple: to level up body strengthening to its maximum potential. "My name is Maurice." "What is your name, insignificant insect?" Maurice suddenly paused when the two were just a meter apart. Draken raised his brows. "Oh, why would you need an insignificant insect's name?" "Because I only keep the names of my defeated opponents." Maurice snickered, his lips curling up in disdain, leaving Draken a little stunned. "I've heard of people remembering the names of strong opponents, but dragons are really a different breed. Anyway, now it's time for you to die, little guy." Maurice raised his hand and slashed at him. Draken countered with a punch to the stomach, his fist fast and brutal, landing squarely before Morris's slash could. Morris's eyes widened violently as his ribs broke one by one, and he was knocked back 10 steps. Draken didn't give him a chance. He quickly followed up, reaching him in a dash and landing a punch right to the center of his head. Blood splattered into the air. Maurice fell back to the ground, feeling the searing pain in his head and seeing Draken's smiling face. "Homie, I won't let you stand." His smile sent a chill down Morris's spine as Draken punched again and again, brutally bruising his fist. "Muda, Muda, Muda." Punches rained down like a storm. "Void spell, unstable body." Maurice was barely able to utter the words. Bang! Draken's fist landed on the ground, shattering it. Where did he go? Looking around, Maurice seemed to have completely vanished, like a ghost. "I am here." Draken heard a whisper and turned around to find no one. A sharp nail, almost like claws, slashed at him from behind, right at his heart, but couldn't even scratch his skin. It broke down with a crack, like a cobweb. Draken turned around and extended his 5 fingers to take hold of Morris's head, raising him to eye level. Maurice flailed around, but couldn't make any movements. "How did you become so much stronger?" His face turned pale. "I leveled up." Draken gradually tightened his fist, causing Morris's head to be slowly squeezed, and he was about to faint. "Brat!" A roar came from the skies, and an equally frightening presence erupted from above. "According to the agreement, you cannot take action, ancestor of the Void clan." Draken held Maurice with one hand while looking up in the air with a nonchalant expression. So she really did appear. An equally giant dragon, the size of 100 meters. Her scales were golden, and her pupils were crimson red, as if hellfire itself. Draken had to admit that this form was very majestic compared to the one from the ancestor of the Void Dragon. It looked like an ugly, giant crow instead of a dragon, to be honest. Are they going to fight? His grip on Morris's head became tighter and tighter, causing him to become pale as snow, to the point that it would pop the entire head off the next second. It was gruesome and bloody, but Draken only felt excitement bubbling in his heart. The fight between 2 rank 7 dragons, it would definitely be a sight to see. He could also assess their strength and something else. "Eleanor, have you really betrayed the Dragon Clan so easily?" The ancestor of the Void Clan roared in fury. "I, Luke, will purge your name from the pages of the Dragon Clan. I have not betrayed the Dragon Clan, but I believe that some changes are necessary." Eleanor spoke eloquently with her dragon slithering. She looked down at the tiny forms around the stadium, who were watching her with hatred. "Tell me, how many years have we fought with humans?" The dragons flinched, a little uncertain in their hearts. The fight between humans and dragons had always been endless and without rest. No one even knew when it started, and no one sought an end to it. All right, tell me, when you fought with the humans a century ago, how strong were they? One of the dragons, with a bulky body and glasses, raised his hand. They were like worms. My strong claws could absolutely rip them apart to shreds. I could just breathe fire and crush thousands of soldiers in one breath. Now, how do they fight? Can you beat thousands of them just like before? Eleanor spoke in a deep voice. He scratched his head. No, they fight weirdly. Some even have the power to throw mountains and can shield themselves from my fire so easily now. That's right, that's right. Eleanor nodded her big dragon head. The humans have progressed time and time again throughout the centuries, while we dragons have become stagnant. What do you think is the cause? Humans are still insignificant beings we can crush easily. The dragon roared as if being provoked. Why haven't we crushed every single one of them then? Eleanor scanned the crowd, and the dragon people avoided eye contact with embarrassment. Why can't you speak now, huh? While humans are improving by the second, we dragons have become stagnant, haven't we? The dragon people's hearts wavered ever so slightly. Eleanor, you traitor, trying to sow discord among us. Today, I will end you. Luke roared and flew like a wrecking ball directly at her. Eleanor wasn't a weakling either, as she raised her claws to fight. Just as the two were about to clash, the pressure forming gradually made the surroundings chaotic. A cold voice came. Enough. This has been enough. It was a rather gentle but stern voice, which instantly stopped the two from proceeding further. They stopped and returned to their forms almost instantly. Then, they bowed their heads without hesitation. We greet the Dragon King, the two shouted in unison. The whole arena became silent. They kneeled on the ground, praying piously. Draken also bowed slightly while trying to peek from the corner of his eye. Even without seeing the man, he could feel a terrifying presence that caused his dragon heart to thump and an urge to bow. As for Maurice, he had already fainted after plopping to the ground. This was the instinct of a low-level dragon. Eleanor, have you succeeded in the experimentation? A gentle voice sounded again. Yes, Dragon King. Eleanor pointed at Draken. This is the perfect creation. This purse. No, this creature has a human body, but the bloodline of a dragon. He could live as long as the dragons and has the potential of humans. He can also increase the breeding ground. Everyone's eyes were drawn toward Draken again, and he felt the pressure mounting on him, especially the three gazes that had the highest presence. Raise your head. Draken heard the majestic voice, but now it dripped with disdain, and he looked up into the sky. A lean man covered in blue armor, long, flowing blue hair, and a blue crown on top of his head. The Dragon King, Draken thought calmly. He is weak, the Dragon King uttered in a rather cold voice. Dragon King, he has just become a full dragon, barely more than a week ago, Eleanor answered swiftly. The Dragon King froze, then looked at Draken with disbelief. How did he reach rank 1? And his circle? He has 2 circles. He has accomplished something that no dragon has been able to accomplish since ancient times. Give him a chance to grow, and he will be our key to a drawn-out battle. Eleanor smiled. Very well. The Dragon King turned away with a flutter of his robe. I will give you the chance to prove it, Eleanor. Then he walked away into the skies, leaving everyone in silence. Can we start the battle? Draken asked the old man in the tuxedo. Yes. The old man narrowed his eyes. Initially, it might have been a fight among countless, but now the only one fighting was Draken against all the remaining dragons. Before long, a blue-haired woman took the stage, causing Draken to raise an eyebrow. Is she the daughter of that man? A funny thought emerged in his mind as he curiously looked at the woman. I am Cynthia from the Sky Clan. It is my dishonor that I will have to fight nobody like you. She spoke with a cruel and cold tone. The cold wind bristled in the air. The audience were watching the fight in anticipation. Unlike the other fights, which had too much noise from the distraction, everyone was watching this scene intently with all their hearts and attention. It is said that hatred is the greatest drive, and it seems to be true in this present scenario. On the stage, There was a crimson long-haired man with a muscular body and a tall height, at least around 6 feet 4 inches, with small red wings sticking out of his back. Opposite him was a long, blue-haired woman. Her face was cold, and there was undeniable disdain on her face. At this moment, the crimson-haired man had his eyebrows twitching almost constantly. There's a limit to how much you could look down on people, and these dragons really were limitless in these terms, arrogance that knew no bounds. No wonder, Draken uttered while looking up at the sky with a face full of disappointment. He looked at her with a shake of his head and assumed a fighting position, his arms extended and his muscles stretched. He beckoned with his palm with a mocking smile. "Come, why do you look so disappointed?" Cynthia didn't move, her eyes watching him with a questioning gaze. "It's because you are too prideful." Draken shook his head again, too lazy to talk to her any further, and lunged at her at a frightening speed. His figure gradually enlarged in Cynthia's vision as he reached her and punched right at her face. Cynthia countered the punch by sidestepping at the last second, letting his momentum carry him forward. With a flick of her wrist, she aimed a sharp jab at his exposed side. Draken pushed off the ground in the opposite direction, using the force to propel himself forward. His body slammed into Cynthia, and she fell to the ground with him on top of her. Draken could feel a squishy sensation beneath him, something very squishy. When he looked down, his face became expressionless. "You?" Cynthia roared in fury. The entire surroundings began to change as dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning rumbled throughout the area. "This is a misunderstanding." Draken felt a terrifying pressure squeezing him from every side. It was oppressive and even caused his breath to hitch. He tried to stand up, only for his fingers to inadvertently squeeze it ever so slightly. Cynthia's face was frosty, and the temperature in the surrounding area seemed to be rising by the minute. Lightning arts, one flash. The moment Draken stood up, lightning shot from the sky and struck him in an instant. "Ah!" His screams echoed. Lightning contains at least 300 million volts of power, and Draken was struck. Even with his strong body, he limped on the ground, his entire skin charred. Draken's vision was blurry, and his heartbeat was gradually slowing. His pitiful bloodline screamed at him in hunger, filled with fighting spirit but unable to erupt, its purity too low and too small. Slowly, Cynthia stood up with an even colder expression. She pointed at Draken, and the mana surged again. Lightning arts, one flash. Draken felt his life flash before his eyes. My clone is about to die? Erike, in the main world, froze. He had been casually eating pizza while analyzing a chess match on MeTube. Hurriedly, he looked through the system shop, and his pupils froze at a certain section. Should I really buy that? But wait, I didn't see this skill before. There were only 5 skills in the system shop, but now it has increased to 7. A question mark formed in his mind, but he wasn't one to complain about having more skills to buy. Erike hesitated for only a second before purchasing it. He had no plans to give up on Draken anytime soon. This clone was perfect for infiltrating the dragons. However, he didn't dare to send another clone into that world. As for Erike the Fourth in that cruel world, he was merely observing and hadn't made his move yet. At least until Erike gathered enough information about this world, he would absolutely not allow the clone to take any critical actions. After all, in the end, these clones were like investments, meant to make him rich with destiny points. Sigh, 1,000,000 destiny points wasted again, and still no gains yet. But this is exactly why I saved my destiny points, so that I could use them when needed, back in the dragon and telekinetic world. Draken had been struck by lightning and drowned in its power. This time, the lightning lasted for a whole 2 blinks before vanishing. Cynthia smirked, as if she already knew the outcome of the battle, but her eyes immediately widened in horror and terror. Draken stood tall and proud. Although his body was charred, there was something different about him, something she just couldn't put her finger on. Lightning arcs swirled around him. "Ow!" she muttered in disbelief. "I will show you how." A primal roar erupted from Draken as he locked eyes with her. His body became covered in aura as he supplied mana to his first spell, aura. Then, he began channeling mana into his second spell, Soulmark. Aura spell, Soulmark. The black haze surrounding Draken grew stronger, and a strange mark formed on his hand. He ran toward her, now quicker and more agile than before. He absorbed the lightning she uttered as Draken's figure enlarged in her vision, until he was right in front of her. He flicked her forehead, yet this mere movement sent her soaring into the sky. Draken didn't relent and quickly followed after her. Cynthia froze for a moment, touching her forehead. Did he flick me? Oomph. She sneered in her heart and adjusted herself midair. Fire arts, fireballs. A swirling mass of fire formed in front of her and launched toward Draken. How can she use different attributes of spells? Draken was completely and utterly caught off guard, causing him to stop in his tracks. Cynthia landed on the ground, closing her eyes to take deep breaths. Oh! She looked at him with disbelief and uncertainty. A whip appeared out of her ring from her index finger, and she whipped towards him. Instead of dodging, Draken raised his arm and let the whip coil around it. Cynthia tried to pull back the whip, but felt powerless to do so. With a smirk, Draken yanked the whip hard, pulling Cynthia toward him with brute strength and raised his fist. Cynthia wasn't one to relent either, as she raised her long legs to try to kick him hard. Draken also punched hard. The two's fist and kick faced off, and they seemed to be equal in strength, until Draken completely overpowered her and sent her to the floor. Lightning shimmered through his body as he pointed at Cynthia. Bang! An arc of lightning shot from his fingertips and landed on her fallen body. At the last moment, Cynthia gathered all her mana. Double art, iron defense. A barrier erupted, surrounding her and protecting her from the lightning. Draken looked at this with a tilt of his head, with eyes full of curiosity because he was a little uncertain in his heart. In his conception, one mage can only have one attribute spell and build from there. Never has he heard of such a situation. She seemed to be a rank 3 dragon and must have reached the 3rd circle as well. So she should only be able to use 3 spells at most. If you consider the first spell as a base, then it would be 2 spells, but Draken was in a state of disbelief as he looked at Cynthia with a flabbergasted expression. But even though it surpassed his expectation, he wasn't relevant and delivered a punch to the barrier. Bang! The barrier trembled, but didn't relent. So Draken punched and punched again until thin, cobweb-like cracks started to appear all over it. Cynthia's expression was pale and filled with panic as she looked at the crumbling barrier. Die! Draken erupted with the last punch and shattered the barrier, and his punch went directly at her face. She raised her arms as if ready for impact, but the expected punch didn't come. Instead, she felt a hand curling on her stomach and a ticklish feeling from it. Cynthia looked down to find 2 strong arms around her stomach, tickling her. She froze for a moment before she started to giggle insatiably. Laugh more, girl. Draken chuckled as he moved his fingers more. Even the great dragons, as prideful as they are, still suffered from the gentleness of laughing if they got tickled in their stomach. Ah! At first, Cynthia had restrained laughter, but it grew more and more violent over time, her mouth wide as she fell to the ground with unrestrained laughter that echoed throughout the place. Draken, of course, didn't relent. He also lay on the ground and tickled her further, until tears dropped from Cynthia's eyes from joy and happiness. Look at your cold face all day. With this face, what could you even do except make the world sad? You should laugh more. You look beautiful in it, he whispered in her ear with a gentle voice. But to Cynthia, this gentle voice seemed like the devil's voice as she violently laughed. Someone, she barely uttered out. While for everyone who was watching this scene, they were utterly stunned. Their minds didn't seem to process this situation. That's our dragon princess. Do we let her be sullied just like that? WTF are you saying? Our dragon princess is just being tickled and nothing else. But should we do anything? The audience were hesitating with uncertainty, and the old man in a tuxedo was the same as well, utterly flabbergasted about his choice and what to do. Draken's move utterly stunned them. Hearing the sweet voice of laughter echoing in the air, the people around were even more uncertain about their actions. And for a time, there was only silence in the air, before a terrifying pressure erupted from the sky and a roar resounded. The sky parted, revealing the Dragon King in the skies, now in his majestic dragon form with a height of 500 meters, 5 times as large as the ancestor of the Void clan and Eleanor. Draken stopped and stood up with a casual shrug. He looked up at the sky. "I greet the Dragon King. You really dared to do this to my daughter," the Dragon King roared. "I didn't hurt your daughter, Dragon King. The only thing I did was make her laugh. Are you going to punish me for that?" The Dragon King looked at Cynthia, who was still laughing and rolling around on the floor. Except for the little scratch on her head, there were really no apparent injuries at all. "I just faced a life-threatening situation, Dragon King, and awakened a special physique of the lightning," Draken said with an expressionless face. "Lightning physique?" The Dragon King immediately became expressionless. "Are you sure it is one?" "Yes." "Show me, then." The sky grew cloudy and dark. Lightning echoed through the sky. Then it struck Draken without a shred of mercy. Draken stood calm and standing. When the lightning perished, he was still completely fine and uninjured, without a single scratch. Instead, lightning arcs swirled around him, and he seemed to have grown stronger by a margin. This is impossible," the Dragon King murmured in his heart. Lightning arts, big two flash. 2 bolts of lightning struck Draken at the same time, and he remained perfectly fine. Instead, his eyes were filled with brightness. This skill, Ragen's conduit, is so damn good. Draken felt the power coursing through his body. This skill had a simple description, converting any electric energy into pure power for him. This might seem simple at a glance, but its benefit was immense, as one could see from its practical use. You really can absorb lightning. The whole place seemed to have become silent. There was a heavy atmosphere in the surroundings, making Draken confused as he felt the change around him. How did these rowdy people have such a change in expression? Even Cynthia stopped laughing and was looking at Draken with an extremely serious expression on her face. Draken had only one question in his mind. What's going on? Is there something that I don't know about? Draken was truly too confused. Sigh. A sigh echoed in the surrounding. This was done by none other than the Dragon King himself. Very well. You may proceed with the match. And if you are able to beat all of them, the Dragon King paused, hesitation on his face as he spoke. I will allow you any reward that you wish upon. Draken immediately agreed, despite the doubts in his heart. Thank you for your magnanimous reward, Dragon King, he uttered while feeling a cringe in his heart. Then the Dragon King went up to the sky and vanished from the place. Draken turned sideways to look at the fallen woman on the ground. Her serious expression gradually melted into coldness. As he walked up to her, she slightly curled her toes and muttered in a weak voice. What do you want? Draken didn't reply. He extended his hand towards her, and Cynthia closed her eyes in nervousness. But she didn't feel anything, so she slowly opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the bright, smiling face of Draken. It's fine. There's no need to worry at all. I won't tickle you anymore. Seeing the bright, sunny face of Draken, Cynthia just remained in place for a moment, not knowing how to react before she took a deep breath and calmed her thoughts. Thanks. Come on. Cheer up. He gave her a thumbs up. Or should I tickle you again? No. Cynthia backed away instinctively with a pale expression. Draken tilted his head towards the sky and laughed it off. Cynthia pouted and took his hand to stand up. Thank you, she replied before scurrying off the stage, leaving Draken there with a chuckle. It was always cute to see a frosty woman having such a moment in life. Once you remove the guise of arrogance, then you will see the true world in all its glory. The dragon people felt a little estranged in their hearts, and their hearts wavered for a few moments. Although he was a worm before, he already has the bloodline of our race. Not to mention, he also has the power of lightning. At this moment, the eyes of many dragon people started to change towards Draken. It was like a domino effect, and, for some, they were still stubborn. But nevertheless, Draken's reputation among the dragons had increased by a lot, and I mean a lot. The third match commenced, and this time, there was also a slim girl wearing a red devil's mark with 2 protruding horns. The mask was very similar to a Yikshan mask, and the horns from the mask matched the outline of the girl's own horns. It was strange to see, nevertheless. This here is the princess of the Yiksha clan, from the Blood Dragons, Yukia. The old man in a tuxedo introduced, and his figure vanished. The match started off, and Draken quickly ran towards her, his speed fast and brutal. Even before Yukia could react, he reached her and punched with all his strength. Yukia also didn't reply. Her purple pupils shimmered with killing intent as she raised 2 fingers in the air. 2 shurikens shot from the sky and hit his outstretched fist before it could reach her, and the force managed to slow down his punch just enough that the woman got the time to back away. Then Yukia took out 2 kunai with 3 pointed blades in a crouching position. A ninja. Draken's brows twitched ever so slightly, but this didn't stop his march as he ran towards her and punched with all his strength. Yukia managed to dodge his attack and launched her kunai straight to his neck. Draken just sneered without fear and punched right at her heart. If this fist landed, she would definitely die. The same couldn't be said about the kunai, though, because of his skin fortification. He had found that this skin fortification was more effective against piercing weapons and useless against blunt force. Madman, Yukia gritted her teeth and backed away in the nick of time. While backing away, she could see Draken chasing from the corner of her eye, so she threw the kunai at him and prepared more in the span of a blink of an eye, all attacking his vital spots. Each aimed to kill on the spot. Draken charged forth. The kunai deflected as he quickly reached her and punched with his full strength. Bang! The surrounding area trembled under his might and broke apart in almost an instant. This monster, caught off guard, Yukia could only brace for impact, and oh, how she did. A bone-cracking sound erupted, and her hands bent. Yukia violently coughed blood and was launched into the air, landing outside the stadium. Draken looked at his fist for a moment and froze. I didn't mean to hurt her so much. Silence. The entire arena was silent, and they didn't start to curse Draken, their gazes turning estranged. Draken still didn't know what was so special about his physique that the dragon people had gone so quiet until now, but nevertheless, as long as his life wasn't in danger, there was no fear for him. The match continued, and he faced off against another opponent. This opponent was a bulky and strong man with a height of 4 meters. Draken had to strain his neck to even see the man. "Hello," he replied with a smile on his face. The bulky man didn't speak. He looked at Draken with disdain. "This chicken will save," he paused while snorting. "I will be the judge of that. I am Valen, the warrior from the Mythos clan." Without even the old man introducing him, the man replied already and was in a fighting position, causing the tuxedo old man to be speechless before he started the match. Valen immediately leaped forward and punched strongly, and Draken returned the punch in kind. The 2 punches collided, and a shockwave shook the surrounding area. The 2 strengths were equal. Draken felt a tingle that spread from his fist throughout his body, injuring his internal organs in the process. Vibration. From the corner of Draken's lips, blood spurted out, and he removed the blood with a touch of his fingers. His bloodline pulsated and began to boil, on the verge of death multiple times, and able to absorb the power of lightning. His bloodline was undergoing another surge of change. "Aura! Aura! Aura! Aura!" Draken roared, a frenzy of fury and madness in his voice, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot. Valen only chuckled in disdain, then hurled another punch. Draken answered with one of his own. Fist to fist. No finesse. No tricks. Just a man-to-man brawl. Head-to-head. At first, with internal injuries slowly stacking up, Draken began to fall behind. The more he fought, the weaker he became, while Valen steadily gained the upper hand. But there was fire in Draken's eyes, an unmistakable blaze, hungry and insatiable, as if it would devour the very world just to keep burning. His skin turned a deeper red, and thick veins bulged across his body. The more he fought, the taller Draken became, like a monster awakening. You? Valen quickly realized what was happening. Something only dragons were capable of, an instinct embedded deep in their blood. Born to do it, die for it, to evolve, to grow stronger. It was etched into their very genes, written into the essence of their being. And Draken, who had fully embraced his dragon bloodline, was no different from a true dragon now. Perhaps he didn't even realize it, but he had already begun to act like one. Come fight. Valen didn't back down. With a savage roar, he hurled his fist forward, clashing against the berserk drakens with brutal force. Bang! The air itself compressed from the impact. The sound was sharp enough to shatter eardrums, yet silence returned just moments later, as if the world was holding its breath. The two stood motionless, eyes locked, neither blinking. A cold wind rustled past. Then, Valen collapsed to the ground, violently coughing up blood. Draken closed his eyes and tilted his head toward the sky, steadying his breath and calming the storm within. His body gradually cooled, reverting to a more stable form, but he remained taller, now standing at a towering 3 meters. His entire frame pulsed with power. He glanced down at Valen and raised a brow. "Why did you help me?" Valen chuckled, shaking his head from where he lay on the ground. "Help you? I didn't help you at all. I just fought you, and that's all there was to it. If it were anyone else, they might have backed off, dodged all my attacks, kept their distance. If you had done that, my bloodline evolution might have stopped. I might still be a rank 1 dragon. Your chances of victory would have been much higher, and you might have actually won." "No." Valen shook his head, smiling, not with regret, but with conviction. This was his way, the way of the warrior. There was no deception on this path, only a pure heart, a heart forged in battle, steeped in blood and fire. He looked up at Draken, his eyes gleaming. The victor has not been decided yet. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Demonic Akasha, 5-headed demonic being. Behind Valen, a towering image began to form, an ethereal demon, its 5 heads snarling in unison. It mirrored his stance, coiled and ready to strike. Draken wasn't falling behind in the slightest. His body surged with a swirling black haze, and a strange, ominous shape began to form in his hand. In the blink of an eye, both fighters vanished. Bang! A thunderous shockwave rang out as their forms reappeared, only to vanish again in another flash. The air was torn apart again and again, the wind howling under the weight of their speed. Explosive echoes rang out like thunderclaps across the arena. The dragon people held their breath, eyes wide with excitement, all fixated on the battlefield, awaiting the final outcome with bated anticipation. "Can you see it, Jack?" "No. Even I can barely catch a blur." "What? But you're a rank 3 dragon and not even 50 years old. A genius in your own right. And you still can't see them." "That's correct. I can't." They couldn't be envious of the princess. And as for the other woman, she was defeated before she could even show her full strength by Draken. This was the first time they were able to properly feel Draken's might. Even the senior dragons, usually calm and unreadable, had serious looks on their faces as they watched the two clash blow for blow. This power, it might be reaching rank 4, one of the old elders whispered, lips dry, eyes locked on the arena. Bang! With a final earth-shaking impact, the storm of motion ceased. At last, their figures reappeared, standing tall amidst the fading smoke and shattered ground. Draken lay sprawled on the ground, his body soaked in blood, wounds layered upon wounds. Valen still stood, tall, proud, unshaken. Did Valen win? One of the spectators shouted, his voice tight with excitement. The sun cast its golden light across the arena, illuminating both warriors. Valen remained still, a statue of defiance. Draken gasped out, "I win." Slowly, Valen's legs gave out. Thud! He collapsed to the ground. A moment later, Draken completely slumped to the ground watching the sky, the wind swirling around him as he tasted blood on his lips. Ah! Oh! The crowd erupted. Cheers and roars thundered through the arena, rising to the sky like a storm breaking loose. Draken's ears twitched as he heard the loud shouts of these dragon people, with some confusion in his mind. Wouldn't they have more hatred towards him since he was a human before? Did that skill really change their mindset by so much? Either way, Draken felt his blood pump soaring through the sky, and he clenched his fist. With body strengthening and the power of the lightning combined with his rank 2 dragon physique, his power had gotten a lot stronger. It felt like if he were to face that orc in that dungeon, then he could absolutely slaughter it without even using Star Strike. But still, without the soul mark, it wouldn't have been possible to defeat him. He looked down at his clenched fist, heat still thrumming through it. I need to get stronger. Wobbling slightly, Draken forced himself upright. His legs trembled, but he stood tall. Then, he bowed, low and with sincerity, toward Valen. Thank you. He didn't fully understand Valen's reasons, but he respected them. Respected the choice, the pride, the will. Soon after, Valen was carefully escorted away to receive healing. There were cheers and excitement all around the tournament, and amidst all this, the old man in a tuxedo appeared. He looked at Draken with a raise of his brows. Do you want to give up? No. Draken shook his head, cracked his neck and fist together to make a bone-popping noise. I will fight. His lungs were destroyed, his intestines ruptured, and every fiber of his muscles screamed at him to give up, screamed in agony. His heart was getting slower, and his vision was blurry. But Draken slowly took a breather. His lungs started to slowly heal, and his breath became lighter. The rupture in the intestines stopped bleeding, and it was rapidly healing. His muscles gradually stopped hurting, and his posture became relaxed. His vision returned to him, and his heart started to beat again as if it had gotten fuel. In the blink of an eye, Draken seemed to be recovering at an astonishing speed. The old man rubbed his eyes and looked at Draken with an incredulous expression. Not even a rank 7 dragon might recover so fast, but this man, no, monster. He felt a chill in his heart, as if he were witnessing the birth of a monster. Can we continue the match? Draken smiled heartily. Old man. Yes. The old man came out of his reverie, called out another participant, and glanced at Draken. The name is Sebastian. Then Sebastian called. CC line from the Frost clan. Silence. There was complete silence. Where is CC line? Sebastian frowned. 10 uncomfortable minutes passed before the temperature in the surrounding area started to rapidly decrease. A cold woman flew down from the sky. Her face was as white as snow and flawless. She wore a blue crystal crown and had very minimal clothing that barely covered her important parts, showing a perfect figure and a curvy body. Draken looked at her with a dazed expression, a flawless beauty, like a creation sculpted by gods themselves. Her heels landed on the ground, and it froze the earth while the temperature dropped by several margins more. Draken spat, and his spit froze in midair, turning into ice and falling to the ground. It was only a few seconds, but liquid froze in that brief moment. How strong is she? An alarm rang in his heart, but at the same time, his dragon bloodline wanted more. More fights to evolve. Even though the temperature was decreasing, the temperature around Draken was the opposite. His heartbeat rang so hard it could be heard even miles away, and his body was heating up. Without even realizing it, both corners of Draken's mouth were curved and drool escaped his mouth, making him look rather lecherous. But he didn't have any other thought than evolution, the primal instinct of his. Lecherous. CC Line spoke, her breath causing the very air in front of her to freeze. She looked at Draken with disdain. The match starts. Sebastian spoke, and his figure disappeared. Draken charged forward like a hungry beast out of his cage. Fool. CC Line just chuckled as he reached her and punched hard. She only extended her finger ever so slightly and completely blocked the punch. her fingers slightly drawn out by the momentum of his fist, causing her to be surprised. No wonder Valen lost to you. She pushed her finger, and Draken was shoved back several steps. It seems that even though you've just stepped into rank 2 dragon, your strength surpasses most of the rank 3 dragons. If I faced you before, it might have even been trouble for me. CC Line raised her head with a smile on her face. But now it is different. Her surroundings gradually started to freeze. No spells or mana were used, but even her mere presence could cause such a thing. Rank 4 dragon. There might not be much of a difference in the first 3 ranks of dragons, except for the physical attributes, and the difference in the quality of the dragon bloodline was minimal. But after one reaches this rank, everything changes. The bloodline undergoes a special transformation, and the higher the purity of the bloodline, the more powerful they become. Their abilities could manifest like this, and even the spells they use are enhanced if they have the same attributes. Roar! Draken roared, undeterred, as he charged at her with all his strength. CC Line didn't make much movement. She redirected his attack with her palm and lightly pushed his chest. Ice formed around Draken's chest as he was launched into the air, almost out of the stadium. His blood flow decreased at a slow pace, and the previous injuries erupted again. While the bitter cold started to take a toll on his body, he was constantly being weakened. It seemed like it was the end for Draken, and his journey could only last so long, but, the lightning stored in his body erupted, the cold vanished, and left Draken with a clear rationale. This bloodline is too instinctive. Even with my skills, it takes a lot to suppress it, he muttered with a bitter heart. Then he looked at CC Line. So I heard you have a rank for bloodline. Can I use spells? CC Line paused, with her eyes closed. You can. Bang. Faint electric marks left their trails as Draken's punch landed right on her face. CC Line dodged at the nick of time, but couldn't escape being slightly grazed on her cheek. An invisible mark formed on her cheek. She touched her cheek. How did you become so fast? Her expression turned serious and cold. TSK. Missed, but one of my goals was accomplished. Ceciline's expression changed slightly. She could feel her vitality being drained rapidly. This was the power of the soul mark. No matter how powerful the opponent is, getting rid of the effect will take a long time, but the time in battle is short and draining. CC Line icily voiced. I hope you can even last that long. Draken shrugged with a hint of nonchalance. To be honest, with your beauty, it will be hard. What do you mean? Nothing. The two faced off on the icy stage, with the temperature rapidly dropping bit by bit as time passed. Draken felt the change in the air and remained calm and collected. The longer this temperature lasts, the more trouble it will be. He thought in his heart and quickly came up with a solution. The lightning stored in his body moved. Electric arcs swirled around his body. The static energy caused his long red hair to stand up, and the temperature around his surroundings started to gradually return to normal. Draken smirked. This feels so cool. He had absorbed a lot of lightning when he took the attack of the Dragon King head-on, and it hadn't been fully used to strengthen his physique, so he could use this to his advantage. CC Line looked at him and shook her head. You will never understand the power of a rank 4 dragon until you experience it yourself. She lightly pushed against the ground and used its momentum to jump into the sky. Then she pointed with her slender finger at him. Ice magic, ice rolling balls. The surrounding mana violently gathered on her fingertips, and Draken felt a chill down his spine. His pupils widened with horror as a shadow covered the entire platform. A giant snowball, roughly the size of the entire stadium, was descending upon him like a meteorite. How is this a snowball? Draken felt his life flashing before his eyes. His bloodline seemed to have become dry. Even it seemed to have lost its fighting spirit before the giant ball. Before it could even land, CC Line pointed at it again and muttered, Ice magic, separation through impact, union through devastation. Mana surged in the surroundings again, and some small fragments from the ice meteorite separated, leaving a blazing trail as they honed in on Draken like homing missiles. Ha ha ha! Draken should have been afraid of these ice fragments, but His entire body was trembling violently, and there was a pure gleam of excitement in his eyes. He felt excited again. This wasn't the influence of his bloodline, but instead merely his own choice. Draken crouched low to the ground, lightning swirling around him. His eyes locked onto the incoming meteorite, and in the next instant, the ground beneath him was obliterated. In a flash, he launched into the sky, fists aimed at the oncoming fragments. Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the shards began to shatter, one by one. Draken surged forward, now enveloped by the speeding snow meteorite. Death loomed closer than ever, and he swallowed hard. Starlight shimmered in his palms. Aura flared around his body. Lightning surged through every muscle and tissue in his right hand, amplifying his strength. He was like a black dust streaking through the sky, flickering with lightning, dwarfed beneath the might of the descending snowball. Then, impact. Draken felt as though he'd struck searing hot iron. Rhea, his right arm was shredded, bloody, torn, tissues ruptured. Blood sprayed through the air. The snow meteorite halted midair, its momentum stalling. Thin cracks began to spread across its icy surface. Crunch! Draken's bones snapped. His muscles tore apart, completely mangled. A cry of agony rang out, only to be cut short as the meteorite crashed into him, driving through without mercy. The snowball plummeted into the stadium, obliterating it. A wave of frost surged out, freezing everything in its path. Line landed softly on the ice-covered ground. "Fool," she said, her voice like the cold itself. Draken lay motionless, eyes wide open, staring blankly at the sky. His heartbeat slowed. One by one, his bodily functions began to shut down. Encased in ice, he remained frozen, silent, still. Is this the end? The bloodline within him had been utterly suppressed, so much so that it didn't even dare to roar. Its former vigor was gone, extinguished. Sebastian appeared, gazing down at Draken with a face full of disappointment. A true dragon never loses. Once you lose, no matter how unfair the battle, you forfeit the right to inherit. Unfortunately, you were not the one. He raised his hand, ready to speak the final words. But then, the sky darkened in an instant. The once clear sky vanished, swallowed by a suffocating gloom. A thunderous roar split the air, then another, and another, until the sound of 1,000 roars rumbled through the clouds. Bolts of lightning converged, swirling, crackling, gathering together into a colossal spear of light, a single, giant bolt of lightning, trembling with divine wrath, ready to strike. What's happening? Line was momentarily stunned. Then she snapped toward Sebastian, urgency creeping into her voice. Can you just announce it already? She didn't know why, but a chill had settled deep in her chest, a premonition she couldn't shake, growing stronger with every heartbeat. This. Sebastian slowly raised his hand, pointing behind her. Look behind you. Thump, thump. The deep, echoing heartbeat of a giant beast rumbled through the air, like something ancient stirring from a long slumber. Then, crack, the lightning descended, striking Draken dead center, piercing through snow and flesh alike. For a moment, nothing could be seen. Only blinding light, only thunder, only a terrible, suffocating presence, looming across the sky like a god reborn. The ice shattered. From within the frozen prison, Draken's battered body began to rise, slowly and steadily into the sky. But the lightning hadn't harmed him. No, it had been absorbed. Crackling energy surged through his veins, and in the blink of an eye, his injuries vanished, flesh knitted, bones restored. Then came the sound, a deep, primal roar as his bloodline awakened with fury. In an instant, he broke through rank 2 and ascended to rank 3 dragon. But it didn't stop there. The lightning continued merging with his bloodline, triggering strange and powerful changes. Visibly, his crimson hair turned stark white, flaring upward into sharp, spiky strands. His frame expanded, his muscles bulged, and his height surged, towering past 3.2 meters. Your bloodline has absorbed the sacred lightning and evolved. Lesser dragon, lightning saint dragon. You have surpassed the limits of your mortal body countless times. Title gained, true man of wonder. You have stolen the opportunity meant for a destined being. Fate points plus 1 million. Numerous prompts appeared in front of Draken, but he was unconscious to see them. But the dark clouds didn't stop swirling, and the whole world froze. At that moment, a giant eyeball popped out from the sky and looked at the floating figure of Draken. You are not him. The voice resounded throughout the sky. There was a hint of disappointment and rage in its tone. The lightning retracted itself and returned back to the sky. Draken fell from the sky into the frozen ground, with a layer of cracks spreading everywhere from his spot. Then the eye disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the world resumed its course. CC Line opened her eyes to look at the fallen figure of Draken with a tilt of her head. If her memory serve her right, then Draken should be in the sky, surrounded by lightning and thunder. But it seems to be the opposite. There was no lightning and thunder, with no clouds in the sky. Was that my imagination? She mumbled, but the uninjured state of Draken and him sleeping on the frozen ice with his injuries healed told a different tale. The same thoughts were on everyone's mind, even including the Dragon Emperor who was watching the fight from above. At this moment, Draken slowly opened his eyes and stood up, feeling refreshed and strong. He looked around him. The dragon people's gazes were incredulous and amazed, with their eyes wide open and this expression on everyone present. Cough, what happened? Draken rubbed the back of his head. He only experienced a warm, comfortable feeling in his heart when he was unconscious instead of the cold feeling from the frozen state of his, and there was a voice calling him constantly. It would have been creepy, to be honest, but Draken didn't feel anything creepy at all. Instead, a surge of excitement welled in his heart. His entire being seemed to be yearning for it, but the feeling came and went away as quickly as it came. Sigh. He checked his body and was immediately stunned. Where are my injuries? And my bloodline seems to have changed. Draken looked at CC Line and the other dragon people and could already faintly discern what happened. He felt his bloodline had significantly grown stronger, and his whole body was filled with power. His strength had increased by at least 10 times, and there were strange changes taking place in his body right at this moment. This is awesome. He clenched his fists together and checked his status, and there it was in all its glory. Million destiny points increase. Bloodline upgraded from Lesser Dragon to Lightning Saint Dragon, and a new title on top of it. What could he say but be dazzled for a moment, almost completely speechless? What happened to me? Finally, Draken uttered out. CC Line was in a daze and didn't respond to Draken. The match will continue, as usual. Sebastian's cold voice cut through the air, and he disappeared from the place. So, with everyone still in confusion, the match started as usual. CC Line coldly snorted. So what if you are the destined one who is fated to lead the dragon race? You still have to beat me. Let me see the so-called destined savior. While speaking this, she had already made her move, her steps fast and steady as she quickly reached him and pointed her palm at him. Ice magic, frozen hell. Draken stood there as he was gradually enveloped by ice and snow. CC Line raised her brows. So easy. ZHHH. The lightning noise echoed, and the ice melted in an instant. Breaking out of it was none other than Draken. Leaving a blazing electric trail, he appeared and attacked with a lightning ray. How is this possible? Cecilene's back was soaked in cold sweat. The lightning attacked her without mercy, and she was hit, too slow to counter. She felt her body fry and nerves flare. She couldn't maintain her stance, and she crouched to the ground with widened eyes. Draken pointed his palm towards her and voiced in a cold tone. Do you give up? No. The mana gathered. A snowball appeared behind her and launched towards Draken. Then it split into fragments, attacking Draken like a homing missile. Fool. Draken only uttered a single word and pointed with his index finger like a gun. Lightning shot through it and melted everything in its path and destroyed her ears. Oh! With a cry of pain, CC Line fell to the icy ground, touching her bleeding ear while sobbing instantaneously. "Do you give up now?" he asked again with a calm and expressionless face. "No." She raised her head with unwillingness in her tone and eyes filled with grievance. But the moment she did, she felt a touch on her forehead. Draken was right in front of her, with his index finger right at her forehead. CC Line trembled uncontrollably, her back soaked in cold sweat. Her pupils changed to disbelief. "Do you give up now?" She opened her mouth as if to shout, but closed it quickly and squeezed out a voice. Yes." "Good then." Draken nodded his head with a smile on his face and stood up. Immediately, the audience cheered. "Draken! Draken! Draken! Draken!" The shouts were together and filled the entire arena with it. The stage itself trembled because of the vibration. Hearing the shouts, Draken just stood on the icy ground, expressionless. Life was really full of wonders. One moment they were looking down on him, but the next moment they were excited and welcoming of him. He couldn't see a slight trace of the disdain and arrogance he once saw in these dragon people. Sebastian appeared in the arena and raised his hand. "Draken wins. Would you like to rest?" "No." Draken spoke with a shake of his head. "Very well." Sebastian nodded and called out the other participant. It was a lean man with glasses. However, after walking up to the arena, he shouted quickly, "I give up." "Ah." Draken turned toward Sebastian. "Cough, cough." Draken wins. The next participant is called out. The next opponent quickly appeared, but surrendered before the match could even start. This happened time and again. There were 10 participants left, and one by one, they all gave up without a fight. "This is unprecedented throughout history," one of the audience shouted. "That's right, there are rarely any dragons who give up, let alone these young dragons with the most talent. But he is the one who will lead us all. Can you blame them?" "That's right, every match after CC Line ended with his opponents surrendering one by one, all the way to the final round. Even his last opponent gave up without a fight. The final challenger even bowed deeply, a hint of fanaticism gleaming in his eyes as he murmured, "Dragon Saint." Then he slammed his head onto the ground, over and over, until blood spurted across the floor, staining the stadium. Draken felt a strange discomfort stir in his heart. There was nothing pleasant about this. In fact, he sensed there had been some kind of misunderstanding. There was no way he could be anything like that. He wasn't even a native of this world. How could he possibly be some so-called destined one? And the system had told him as much. It wasn't that he was the one, but that he had simply taken the opportunity. Seeing the future, Draken quickly shook his head. If they truly had that ability, they wouldn't have treated him like a prisoner. Not if they'd known he would bear a grudge, and later take the opportunity from their savior. His thoughts drifted back to the skill he'd used, the one that had made all their expressions change. It really is the case. Draken felt a wave of secondhand embarrassment well up in his chest. The classic tale of a lone hero saving an entire race. It was the kind of story that used to be wildly popular online, back before the gates descended upon Earth. Now, it was even more popular, but only Awakeners could monopolize it. Their lives turned into serialized stories for the world to consume. No one knew if the Awakeners were lying or not, but the government had created an official app just for these stories and banned all others. But the truth was, he wasn't their savior. "Sigh, power is everything," Draken muttered, "even if they don't admit it. Ordinary people are all afraid of Awakeners, even the government." Soon, the match came to an end. In truth, CC Line had been the strongest of them all. She was the only rank 4 dragon in the entire competition. Once she was defeated, it had basically marked the conclusion of everything. That woman I fought, Yukia, was a solid rank 2 dragon. Strong. And that guy, Valen, he was even stronger. Probably one of the top rank 3s. Draken muttered inwardly as he walked off the stage, surrounded by the cheers and excitement of the crowd. He was guided away by a familiar face, the maid with a personality disorder, Lilia. As usual, she was blushing. Blushing? He glanced at her reddened ears, feeling a little speechless inside. Has she gone back to that shy personality she had when we first met? Soon, he was brought to his room, and it was easily the most luxurious place he had ever seen. From the carpets to the bed, everything glittered with gold. Not a single corner was spared. It was the embodiment of wealth and indulgence. Draken couldn't help but compare it to the demoness Eleanor's room. Honestly, it didn't fall short in the slightest. Time really changes everything. As he stepped into the room, Draken threw himself onto the bed, rolling across its bouncy surface. It was the softest, most luxurious material he'd ever felt, like there was no resistance at all. He sank into it, surrounded by peace and comfort, letting his thoughts drift. Then his ears twitched at the soft click of a door locking. He raised his head with a puzzled expression. What? Lilia had entered behind him and locked the door. Now, she was slowly undressing, right in front of him. Wait, what are you even doing? Draken frowned. I am undressing, young master, Lilia replied, her hands reaching behind her to untie the rope that held her dress tight against her body. With the release of the first string, the fabric loosened slightly. Then came the second, and the upper half of her dress slipped, revealing soft, milky skin. No, don't undress. Why are you even doing this? Draken stood up abruptly, grabbing her hand to stop her. Please understand, this is Madame Eleanor's order, Lilia said, bowing slightly as she tried to pull her hand free. But Draken's gaze turned cold. Your master might agree, but I don't. But, her eyes widened, shimmering with unshed tears. It's fine, he said gently, his tone softening. You don't have to be afraid of Eleanor. Draken let out a quiet sigh as he spoke. He retied the loosened strings of her dress with care, then gently patted her head. No, what if she... Before she could finish, her eyes widened in surprise. Draken had pulled her into a tight embrace. For a moment, she froze. Then slowly, she hugged him back, her eyes shutting tight as she began to sob uncontrollably. There. Draken softly patted her back, comforting her as they stayed like that for a while. It was a pure moment. He had no other intentions, just a quiet desire to offer comfort, like a counselor easing someone's pain. When he had a lesser dragon bloodline, he had to admit the impure thoughts appeared all over his mind. But after it had changed, there were no impure thoughts, and he could actually control his emotions. When they were hugging each other, Eleanor was in the next room, silent. I underestimated you, Draken. The corner of her mouth curved upward. Now, I have only made hatred for me, but at the same time, I also made a door that will keep you attached. She sipped on her coffee with closed eyes. I will have to carefully plan again. Her left brow twitched ever so slightly. What was that vision earlier? It completely disrupted my plans. Everyone saw it, and now all eyes are on Draken. I won't be able to move as freely as before to control him. I need to think of a solution. The days soon passed, and night came. Draken was sitting on his bed, calming his thoughts to absorb mana from the surroundings. Lilia had already left the place after some consolation. His mana control skill had reached level 9, and with it, his absorption rate had also significantly increased. With every breath he took, Draken felt a surge of mana enter his mana core, gradually filling it up bit by bit. It took only a mere moment before his core was completely filled with mana molecules, and he could use the magic sigils to inscribe another circle in it and reach the third circle. Maybe I could even reach the fourth circle? Draken felt excited. With every other spell stacked together, the power of each individual spell also increased with it. It was like when he used Aura, it was weaker. But when he used Aura's spell, Soul Mark, the power of the Aura spell increased. When he reached the third circle, he could very well enhance his Aura even further, and also the Soul Mark would increase with it. That Soul Mark was really useless in the fight with Line because the difference was just too big. The vitality of a rank 4 dragon is obviously off the charts, and there was no opportunity to fight a long battle like when he fought with Valen. My only regret is that I didn't choose a lightning spell. He sighed. His bloodline had evolved into the Lightning Saint Dragon. He didn't know which rank it was, But if it was paired with a lightning spell, then the effect would be even more astonishing. CC Line could create such a terrifying meteorite because of all these advantages stacked together. But he wasn't to blame. There was no lightning spell to choose from. Heck, there wasn't even an attribute spell for him to use. While lamenting, he heard a knock from outside. "Who is it?" "The Dragon King has called you." "Okay," Draken replied with calmness in his tone. He had already expected the king's visit. He stood up and went to the windows, peering at the 5 blood moons hanging in the sky. "I just didn't expect that I would be invited in the nighttime," he shrugged with nonchalance. "Is he going to silence me or something?" There was a little alarm ringing in his heart. One had to be very attentive to their surroundings, otherwise they wouldn't even know when or how they died. Especially since this place was this dangerous world, and he was a weakling even now. If he was attacked, then he would definitely die right there, and then there was likely no way for him to survive if they chose to kill him. The only possibility of survival was if he could call back the clone. Oh well. Shaking his distracting thoughts away from his head, Draken walked towards the door and opened it. Immediately, a man in brightly shining armor appeared in front of him, with his left eye scarred. He looked rather fierce. "I'm the captain of the Eagle Guards, Conrad." Conrad introduced himself. "I see. Follow me." He scoffed and went away on his own. Draken stood there for a moment with a grumble, and he quickly followed him. Conrad's pace was fast and steady. Although it may have looked like he was walking, his speed was as fast as a car going 60 miles per hour, quickly speeding up without delay. Draken just shrugged and followed in his own pace. Soon, he was led to a castle, large, towering, and adorned with gold and diamonds, exuding grandeur and majesty. At the entrance stood 2 statues of a peculiar creature. This creature had the head of a dragon and a long, slender tail, but its body was that of a human, holding 2 spears in its hands. And mirroring their stance were the 2 guards positioned before the doors. "Halt!" they commanded in unison, their expressions fierce. Conrad took out an emblem from his back pocket and showed it to them, immediately prompting the guards to bow in place. The door quickly opened, letting them enter. Draken's eyes were glued to the statue. There was something strange about it that he just couldn't put his finger on. It felt as if it were alive and breathing instead of a non-living entity. "Curious?" Conrad snarled. "A little. It's not alive, but it is considered the power of the dragon god." "Dragon god?" Draken felt strange at his heart. "That's right, dragon god," Conrad muttered with disdain. "How ignorant. If it weren't for your situation, you would have been executed just for not knowing about the dragon god. So, are you going to tell me?" The 2 walked down the hallway, and Draken felt increasingly annoyed as he walked further. Dragon God is the god of our race, the supreme being who maintains and helps the survival of our entire race. They're the hope and prayers of countless dragons ever since we were born into this world. Draken froze on the spot, his curiosity piqued. "You mean that the dragon god is the manifestation of the dragon's will?" "That's correct." Conrad spoke without pausing. "You can technically call them the will of the entire dragon race." "Are there other gods for other races as well?" "Of course, humans have human gods. I heard there are other races. Don't they have a god?" "No." Conrad shook his head. "Every other species are too weak to have gods. But there used to be gods before the era of blood." "Era of blood?" "Those times were when every race fought for hegemony. And as you can see, who won in the end?" "I see." A huge, gigantic door was suddenly opened, and Draken looked at the darkness in front of him. "Go on, enter." Conrad pushed him from behind and forced him to enter, then locked the door. "I hope you survive. Interesting human." Draken was surrounded by darkness and was stunned for a moment. "Isn't this the place where I will meet the king?" He was stunned in his heart. There was no sound, no light, and everything was filled with emptiness and nothing else. It was like a void, devoid of everything and anything. "This seems similar to the training I got before the tournament," Draken mumbled in his heart. Actually, dragon form was banned in the tournament, so their actual draconic power was not really shown. Otherwise, Draken wouldn't even have been able to compete with Valen using his then rank 1 dragon strength. Just as he was about to use his battle sense, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. The air became heavy, and Draken found it difficult to even breathe. His pupils widened as he looked in front of him. He could faintly feel the source. The gazes of countless beings fixed upon him. These stares radiated a coldness and authority that was both lofty and commanding. Draken felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. He lowered his head slightly. "I greet the Dragon King." Suddenly, the darkness dissipated, and the room was bathed in light. Draken's gaze swept across the luxurious space before him, his eyes drawn to a red-layered carpet of gold. "You may raise your head," the regal voice of the Dragon King commanded, and Draken obeyed. Before him stood numerous thrones, each occupied by beings whose mere presence radiated a terrifying pressure. Eleanor was among them. At the pinnacle of it all sat the Dragon King, his expression unreadable as he regarded Draken. "I have called you here to fulfill the promise I made in the tournament." "What is it about, Dragon King?" Draken asked curiously and boldly, despite feeling like the gazes on him seemed to have become slightly hostile. "Aha! I have noticed that your bloodline has changed to a lightning one, but your base spell is aura. This will restrict you, so I will allow you to learn arts." The Dragon King spoke with a smile. Before Draken could speak further, a loud sound came from one of the thrones. A middle-aged man stood up. "You cannot do this, your majesty." "And tell me, Duke Igorish, why can I not?" "Only the members who have royal blood running through their veins can learn arts. This is one of the important factors that allows the royal family to maintain their status. But now, you will allow this creature, who didn't even have our bloodline from birth, to learn it." You're correct about that. It didn't seem appropriate for one to learn this knowledge without having our lineage." The Dragon King touched his chin in contemplation for a moment. "What should we do?" What shall we do?" Eleanor raised her hand with a smile on her face. "Your Majesty, Draken has been prophesied by the dragon god himself to lead us. Wouldn't it be appropriate that the best dragon man gets the best dragon woman?" "This is preposterous. We don't know whether this man is the one who will truly lead us. How could we allow our dragon princess to be married to him?" Duke Igorish roared in rage. The throne room was at a standstill and completely silent. Draken could smell trouble brewing for a million miles. Why did she make a move? He thought strangely in his heart. This Eleanor, she should be his enemy, especially after she knew that he knew about her scheme, but she still supported him? Draken felt the pond was more fishier than he expected it to be. "Cough!" The Dragon King coughed and drew the attention of the two present, causing them to bow before resuming their seat in a chilled manner, as if they were not fighting. "I have considered your suggestion, Eleanor and Duke Igorish. While you might be right that Draken was an external creature, the past is the past, and now he is one of us. Not to mention, his bloodline is extremely pure and untainted, almost comparable to mine, but slightly weaker. I, the King of Dragons, Kaiser, will offer my daughter's hand to him." Duke Igorish was about to retort, but Kaiser stood up from the throne. "No matter what you say, Duke Igorish, the truth is right in front of our eyes." Kaiser slowly walked up to Draken and patted his firm shoulder. "He is the man that our dragon god told about, and he is worthy enough to marry my daughter." "But," Duke Igorish voiced, but was promptly stopped. "This is my decree." Kaiser raised his hand. "Does everyone agree?" Everyone stood up and bowed their heads together. "We agree to the decree." The tone was autonomous and in unison, without a voice of disagreement. Even Duke Igorish was the same. Draken just remained in a daze throughout the meeting. Without even asking him once, everything was settled, and he was promptly guided back to his room. There were two twin dragon maids attending to his needs, from changing clothes to washing his teeth to everything, even shitting, but Draken stubbornly refused. This was a matter of his dignity. After all, settling upon the comfortable bed, Draken felt too lazy to speak. The two dragon maids quickly came to him and started to massage his shoulders and legs without a word. Draken just closed his eyes to enjoy the sensation. The twin dragon maids had similar faces, but their hair was of a different color. One was pink and the other was blue. The pink one spoke at this time. Comfortable, she smoothly pressed on his shoulder, applying a little more strength over time. Comfortable, Draken muttered while slowly opening his eyes. What are your two's names? My name is Rin, and her name is Lin. Rin smiled. Draken closed his eyes again in comfort. You guys are the best. He gave a thumbs up and quickly recollected everything that had happened to him till now. Basically, it could be summed up in a sentence. He had stolen the opportunity of the original person who likely would have become the chosen. So, I get destiny points from stealing opportunities? Or is it because I changed the destiny of the Dragon Clan? Draken frowned. If it was for changing the destiny of the Dragon Clan, then he would be disappointed to only get 1,000,000 destiny points, or it could be that he had only changed it ever so slightly and was still on track. Scratching his head, Draken quickly fell asleep. Let the main body decide his future action. All the things that had happened to him had made Draken exhausted. So, Draken slept the most soundly tonight, even snoring. Rin and Lin were still massaging him, even in his sleep, providing him comfort. Erike in the main world was playing on his PC after a day of heavy workout. Sigh, it's boring. I don't know what Eleanor is planning, and that Dragon King, I don't trust him either. There is no one to trust. As a man who had watched countless dramas and intricacies in the series, of course, he knew most of these tricks. The fourth clone is still observing. Erike rubbed his palm with excited eyes. Also, I didn't notice it previously, but the fourth clone's inherent skill is genius, which allows the Awakener to have accelerated growth in everything. No matter what, he couldn't lose this clone. Otherwise, it would reset the skill and change it. Erike the Second. He called out, and the clone quickly vanished from a place. Let's get another 1,000,000 destiny points first. His world travel had finally refreshed, and he could let another clone travel again. World travel, 1,000,000, 1 month cooldown. Quickly, he called back the clone. Erike got another quick finisher title and upgraded his title from Perfect Physique, Supreme Physique. The World Traveler title was also merged with Multi-World Traveler, Multiverse Traveler. Erike looked back at his system status again to check. World travel, 500,000 cooldown, 2 weeks. I'll have to wait a week, huh? And the price has increased even with my title increase. Erike sighed. Then he started to look at every clone's inherent skills. The first skill, mental immunity. The second skill, charm. The third had a weird skill, death. The fourth was obviously genius. The fifth skill was adapt. The sixth skill was heart of righteousness. These were the inherent skills that his clones had. After a short time of contemplation, Erike decided to just send Erike the Second into the third world to explore and gather intel about it. With charm, it would certainly be easier for it. Also, I found out which world the fourth is in. Erike closed the game with reluctance and opened another one. Erike could find the dragon and telekinetic world because they were rather unique, but it took time for the cruel world because there were many similar ones on the internet. But he was quickly able to pinpoint which world it was. Martial world, the world where the three forces, righteous faction, demonic faction, and the shadow faction. These three forces divided the world into 3 parts. There was also an imperial force, but they didn't intervene much. Instead, they remained in their capital, and their territory was rather feeble compared to the other 3 factions. And my location is at the second worst place, a village under the demonic faction, Erike mumbled while massaging his head. The demonic faction was a cruel and bloody force that didn't know any human rights. The strong ruled it, and action depended on the words and whims of strong. If you were weak, then you were pretty much a pig awaiting its fate. Luckily, Erike the Fourth quickly took the guise of a beggar and started to beg on the street, so he has gathered intel from looking at the similarity. But I don't understand anything that they say. He rubbed his chin, then looked at the shop. As expected, there were more skills than there were previously in this shop. Whenever his power increases or his clone makes improvement, new skills always appear in his shop. With it, an idea was born in his mind. The Awakener here could only rely on their talent. Even if they had accumulated a lot of destiny points, their skills were likely limited. But I could be everything. The amount of potential this single SSS rank talent had was off the charts for sure, with an endless amount of growth. I don't know if the other SSS rank also have the same growth rate or not, but I will take full advantage of this benefit. He clenched his fist, then focused on the system shop. After scrolling for a bit, he saw it at the last section of the shop. Universal language. This skill was simple. It allowed one to communicate with another being in their own language. It was like a translation feature, but over time and with no restriction. But the cost of this simple skill was 300,000 destiny points. With his face scrunched and full of wrinkles, he finally bought the skill. A painful one, but needed the most right now. He couldn't just go to every world and have to vigorously search for their language. The moment he purchased it, he felt a strange energy course throughout his body before appearing in his mind. This was the same scenario for all his clones. "Mommy, who is that beggar?" a little girl asked, pointing at a man in ragged clothes lying in the corner of a wall on the rough city street. "Shoo." Her mother quickly hushed her and walked away. "Finally, I can hear their words," Erike II thought, his ears twitching as he grumbled inwardly. His body reeked, and his clothes were torn in several places. When he first arrived in this world, he had spawned right in the dumpster and gotten into a scuffle with a pack of dogs. Though he'd managed to scare them off, at the same time his clothes were left in tatters. "Sigh, this feels like Europe's golden era." His gaze swept over gentlemen in tailored frock coats and women gliding past in rustling skirts. They looked rather elegant in their attire. Just as he observed the crowd, his pupils widened. A well-dressed little boy dashed through the street, pursued by a freaking book. Erike II watched in bewilderment as the book hurried after the boy. This will be a weird world. Time passed, and Erike lingered on the streets, gathering intel. His understanding of the language made the task much easier, and soon enough, he knew exactly what world he had entered. Book taming. In simple words, in this world, one can tame books to grow stronger, and the background is complicated with nobility ruling the world. To climb up, one needed to climb the nobility ranking. Now, how should I start my journey with my charm? He thought with a smirk. With his inherent skill, it's obvious what he should do. Erike in the real world sighed. There is still time left. I can slowly explore the other world, but I am in urgent need of strength, so for now, I should rely on Draken. He sat cross-legged and started to gather and absorb more mana. His progress was rather quick, not to mention his mana control had leveled up, but Draken was helping him as well with mana share. In the dragon and telekinetic world, Draken spent the night sleeping peacefully, and the next day helped Erike. Since he hadn't been called, he quickly gathered mana and inscribed the third circle. Aura projection. Just as the name describes, one can form different auras that can not only defend but attack as well. To try it out, Draken extended his hand forward, and black haze surged out of his hand, forming into the shape of a sharp blade. Then he aimed at the table in front of him and sliced down. In an instant, the table was sliced into two with a clean cut. "Not bad," he muttered in satisfaction. "Clap, clap." "Young master, that was amazing." The two clapped at the same time, smiles on their faces. Draken smiled and walked up to them. "You two should rest more. Why did you massage me the entire night? When I woke up, I found you passed out." "This is our duty, young master." Lin spoke and smiled, while Rin was blushing. "No duty if it puts you in harm's way. This is an order from now on." He spoke with a serious expression. He would never treat anyone close to him in a bad way. "Thank you." "Good." Draken nodded his head. While they were talking, a woman's voice came from outside the door. "Draken, come out." Hearing the familiar voice, Draken's expression changed. "Eleanor." He opened the door, and as expected, there she was, Eleanor, looking at him with a smile. "What do you want?" "Well, the Dragon King called you to have breakfast, young prince." She walked up to him and whispered in his ear, her hot breath stinging his skin. "Eleanor, what kind of scheme are you pulling?" Draken narrowed his eyes. "Nothing." Eleanor shrugged nonchalantly. "But you don't want anything to happen to Lilia, would you?" He froze on the spot before he started to laugh it off. "Sure, you could do anything to Lilia right now. and I won't be able to do anything. Oh, what if I order men to... Eleanor didn't finish, but her eyes were filled with meaning. You can do so. Draken spoke in a cold tone with an expressionless face. However, remember that if you do so, when I get stronger than you will face a condition that will be 100 times worse than whatever Lilia faces. His voice was low, but Eleanor felt a shiver down her spine. Even though she was stronger, better, and smarter than him, a mealworm in front of her. This mealworm gave her a heart palpitation-inducing feeling. Ha! She chuckled and pushed her heels to pinch his cheeks. Why do you have to take everything so seriously? Come, follow me. Eleanor turned and walked with steady steps. Draken narrowed his eyes and followed slowly behind her. Soon, they reached a spacious hall where the aroma of various flavors wafted into his nose. In his peripheral vision, there was a large dining table with multiple chairs, but only 2 were occupied, and the servants were serving them. I have brought him, Your Majesty. Eleanor bowed. Kaiser took a whole bite out of the leg of an unknown animal and looked at Draken. Come sit with us beside Cynthia. Yes, Dragon King. Draken bowed and quickly took his seat. He couldn't help but look at Cynthia. The girl was hiding her face downward and avoiding his gaze as much as possible, but she couldn't hide the red blush on her face, as well as her ears, which were beet red. Draken felt like teasing this girl the more he looked at her, so he worriedly touched her forehead and spoke with a concerned voice. Are you all right? Yes, Cynthia replied with a raise of her head, revealing her completely red face. She looked rather cute. Draken smiled inwardly. Teasing this girl, cold at first, now blushing was unexpectedly amusing. But at the same time, a chill ran down his spine. He could feel a murderous gaze fixed on his back. With an audible gulp, Draken swallowed hard and quietly settled back into his seat. His movements stiff, he turned his head mechanically to meet Keezer's expressionless face. Hand trembling, he picked up his fork and began slicing into the meat of some unknown creature, stuffing large chunks into his mouth. Cynthia tilted her head at Draken, the corner of her mouth curling into a grin, though a faint feeling of being left out tugged at her. An awkward silence lingered in the room, broken only by the click-clack of forks and spoons against plates. Dragons ate like ravenous beasts. Their appetite was an endless well, insatiable and wild. On average, they could consume around 20 pounds of meat in a single sitting, and meat was all they ever ate, with barely anything else on the side. Sigh. Draken slumped back into his chair, a lazy expression on his face. Although the meal had been sumptuous, it hadn't quite satisfied his palate. There was no variety in the sauces, and barely any vegetables or sides to speak of. Honestly, he felt a little let down. Why aren't you satisfied with the meal, Draken? Kezerat asked curiously. Every other dragon who dined here always left with a full stomach and a satisfied smile. This was the first time the Dragon King had seen such a nonchalant reaction. Well, Draken rolled his shoulders and sat up a bit straighter. It's kind of bland. Add more sauces, some fruits, and a few sides, and it'd be the best meal ever. Haha, you have a peculiar taste. Kezerat laughed heartily, his head tilted toward the ceiling. You're interesting, very interesting. Can you cook for me? I am the divine cook, Your Majesty. Of course I can cook. Draken stood up with a gentlemanly flourish and bowed his head respectfully. Good. Before long, Draken found himself in the kitchen, facing an old man with graying hair and a begrudging expression. I don't care whether you're the one destined to lead us or not, the old man grumbled. But you're full of it if you think you can cook better than me. We'll see, old man, Draken replied, a wide grin spreading across his face. Draken began with the sauce. First, he grabbed a few eggs that resembled chicken eggs and set about making mayonnaise. After all, mayonnaise was basically just eggs. He gathered the other ingredients, something like Dijon mustard, a lemon-like fruit, oil, a pinch of salt, and a bit of sugar. They weren't exact matches to what he was used to, but they were close enough. After a while of steady mixing, he produced a thick, creamy white sauce. The old man turned his face away, but his eyes betrayed him, watching intently from the corners as Draken worked. Taste it, old man, Draken said, holding out a spoon with a smug grin. "Oomph, I better not get poisoned eating this," the old man muttered with a hint of disdain. He swept the spoon and took a bit of mayonnaise and licked it. The flavor burst across his tongue. Without another word, he finished the rest silently. What sort of sorcery did this brat use, he thought. It was a perfect sauce for meat, rich, smooth, balanced. But his pride wouldn't let him admit it. With a flare of his nostrils, he sniffed and said, "It's good, but the sugar's too much." "All right, let's do another," Draken said with a smug grin. He rolled up his sleeves with confidence, ready for the next act. Time to make the king of sauces, chili sauce, the most overpowering sauce in the game. He cut a cluster of crimson dragon poison peppers and crushed garlic and herbs into a mortar, then poured in a dash of embervine vinegar. The result? A glowing, thick red concoction that shimmered with heat. The old man stared at the sauce, cold sweat dripping down his face. "Up for the game now, old man. What is this obnoxious poison?" he roared, full of outrage. "It is a poison, but a good one. Besides the dragon's digestion, you'll be completely fine." Draken gave him a thumbs up. "Try some." With hesitation, the old man took out a spoon and scooped some chili and ate it. The spicy flavor burst in his mouth, and for a moment, the old man was in a daze. He took out a chicken leg type of meat and dipped it before biting it. The overwhelming flavor of the sauce with the meat melted on his tongue. For a moment, he slumped to the ground, utterly dazed and satisfied. The old man stood up, took a deep breath, and walked up to Draken and pulled his collar. You teach me everything you know." All right, old man." Draken taught him every recipe and went away to train. He got a lot of resources sitting there just for free. Well, not exactly. It seemed more like dowry gifts instead. After returning to his room, Draken quickly filled his mana core in a day and reached the peak of third circle. Now, he would need to walk the path further on his own. Once I get that knowledge, maybe I could even allow Erike to progress further on the path of a mage. Erike's mana core was on the verge of collapsing just from the overflowing mana, and what's worse was that it was increasing bit by bit every day. The title made him a man born with mana. Without even absorbing it, one would still gradually be nourished by mana. This was the power of the title of Manaborn. Also, the other title that I got, True Man of Wonders, this title is too broken. It allows me to surpass my limits and become completely limitless. Draken stood up from his seclusion and walked into his room, where the two maids were cleaning the room with rigorous hands. Looking at them, he thought of Lilia and couldn't help but tighten his fist, a gradual fierce expression appearing on his face. Eleanor. This name resounded in his mind, but in the end, he could only slump to the bed with a tired expression. For now, he was powerless against the rank 7 dragon. Even if he wanted to do something against this woman, actually, he didn't have much resentment against her, except for the fact that she had Lilia. After all, she was the one who allowed him to become a dragon and have such a wonderful opportunity. If he could take Lilia, then he would have no ties with her in the future, but that scheming woman was definitely scheming something. If she went too far, a cold light shimmered in his eyes as he coughed ever so slightly. "Young master." The two's attention was immediately drawn, and they walked up to him with smiles on their faces. "Haha, you two could take a rest sometimes, but I have a question right now." "I will answer to the best of my abilities," Lin said, while Rin was still shy and hiding behind her. "I have reached the peak of the third circle, and for me to continue, I will have to further my understanding of my spell and learn more about it." "So how do I do that?" Draken asked without missing a beat. It wasn't a secret that he used the aura spell, and they also knew that, going further, he would have to explore on his own. Actually, this was nothing new, and every youngling also followed this path for more power. In the dragon race, nothing was handed on a silver platter. The further one walked, the more they had to tread their own path. Only the most basic of spells were provided for free, so each dragon who was a powerhouse had different spells than one another. Oh, for that, young master, you'll need to gather knowledge from different places. But since you are already a young prince, you might be able to go to the royal library? Royal library? Draken nodded his head. Soon, He came out of his room and looked at the countless servants who were cleaning things around the place. One of them saw him and immediately bowed with reverence. "Greetings, young prince." Draken didn't show much emotion as he nodded his head. "Do you know where the Dragon King is?" This, I don't know," the servant replied with a shudder. "Then do you know if I can go to the royal library?" "I don't know, young prince," the servant replied, almost about to cry. "I am sorry." Draken rubbed the back of his head. "How would they know if even my personal maid doesn't know?" So he dismissed her with a gentle smile, which comforted her, and contemplated his next action on what to do further. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw a familiar woman with blue hair walking over. "Oh, Cynthia, what are you doing here?" Draken replied with a smile when he saw her. Draken. Of course, it was none other than Cynthia, who was stunned to see him. For a moment, she just stood there in a daze. His smiling, handsome face seemed so perfect in her eyes. Draken snapped his fingers. "Are you all right?" "Yes," Cynthia replied. "Why are you outside your room?" "Well, actually, I have reached the peak of the third circle, and to further my circle, I would have to tread on my own. So I want to know if I could go to the library." "Oh," Cynthia smiled, her hand blocking her mouth as she giggled. "If you wanted to say so, you should have done it before." "Ha, you're free to go to the royal library. Actually, I was going to the library as well, so we can go together." She grabbed his hand and ran ahead before Draken could even reply. Soon, they reached the edge of the palace and ran beneath the open sky. Guards were stationed all around, and whenever they saw Cynthia, they bowed in perfect unison. Draken was practically dragged through the intricate terrain of the palace grounds. "Now that I think about it, this place is enormous," he thought to himself. The entire plain, as far as he could see, was just the vast expanse of the royal grounds. Refineries, strange breeding grounds, and many other structures scattered across the land. Everything seemed to be just part of the royal domain. Eventually, they reached a tall hill, its ground covered with thorns, the sharp tips glinting with a faint purple hue. "Is this poison?" Draken felt a terrifying threat to his life just from looking at these tips. "That's correct. If you even get slightly injured by it, then it's instant death." Cynthia said, "Unless you are a rank 7 dragon, don't even think about surviving a second if you're even stung by it. Then how do we traverse this place?" Draken felt a shiver down his spine. "Hee, you need to jump from here." "Don't joke, Cynthia." "Tell me." "Humph," Cynthia snorted. "You will have to fulfill my condition if you want to go further." He felt a twitch in his brows. "What is the condition?" "You have to let me tickle you." Cynthia raised her left eyebrow to look at him. "Tickle me." Draken slapped his own face, then smirked. "Sure, milady, it would be an honor," he said, raising his hand. "You can touch me as much as you like. I won't resist." "You? What?" "It makes me sound like the bad guy. Weren't you the one who tickled me so hard in the tournament? And I am giving you a chance." Draken opened his arms. "Tickle me as much as you want." "You said it." Cynthia pouted as she walked over to him, slowly raising her slender arms and moving her fingers carefully over his stomach, attempting to tickle him. But his stomach was annoyingly hard, like armor. She tried everything, but no matter what she did, she couldn't get even the slightest reaction from Draken. Instead, her finger started to feel sour. "Oomph," she muttered in frustration. With a determined sigh, she lifted his t-shirt, revealing Draken's abs, each one sculpted like armor, a perfect 8-pack. "Whoa," she gasped, her eyes wide with amazement. "I had no idea you were this muscular." Draken still didn't flinch. "I hope you know this is called harassment, milady. Only because you're my future bride am I allowing you to see it." He spoke with an air of nonchalance. You're so frustrating. How am I taking advantage of you?" Cynthia huffed. "Your drool says otherwise." "Eh." Cynthia swept the corner of her mouth, a hint of embarrassment on her face. "I'll get my revenge." She said this with a playful smirk before slowly touching his abs. She trailed her fingers across the hard muscles, amazed by their firmness. Then she moved from one pack to the next, curiosity written all over her face. "I never thought a man's abs would be this strong. Mine are so soft in comparison." "Hey, I'm not just any male, Draken complained, a smirk curving the corner of his lips. I'm your man. Anyway, since you've had your fun, will you spare me and tell me how to clear this obstacle? He complained. Oh, it's actually quite simple. Just turn into a dragon, she said, her eyes still glued. Draken felt his left eye violently quiver. He felt like he got scammed. The sky was clear and cloudless, with golden rays of sunlight gracing the earth. Two enormous shadows loomed over the thorn-covered ground, slowly drifting farther and farther away. They were dragons, two magnificent beasts soaring through the sky. The one in the lead was a sky-blue dragon, its majestic wingspans stretching wide, its tails curled elegantly behind it, almost blending into the skies. It exuded an air of regality and grace. Following behind was another dragon, larger by at least 5 meters. A true colossus of the skies. Its scales were a striking blend of crimson and shadowy black. Lightning shimmered across its body, and its slitted, majestic pupils seemed to hold a divine power. Its wings, immense and powerful, nearly matched the entire size of the blue dragon ahead. Draken, I didn't expect you to be so big. Huh, it seems my dragon form has evolved after reaching rank 3 and gaining the new bloodline. Draken smirked, his dragon teeth showing. Of course, the two dragons were Draken and Cynthia, who were flying in the sky. I'm also a rank 3 dragon. Why am I smaller? You have at least the height of 20 meters, while I only barely have 15 meters, even though I have one of the purest bloodlines and also countless resources that aided my growth since I was a child. Ha! Draken's speed quickened, and he appeared right in front of her, his claws raised to pat her dragon head. It's because I'm built differently, my princess. She grumbled and didn't speak. Soon, they reached a metal building right at the heart of this thorn-filled hill. Stop. State your identity before you can advance further. A loud sound came from every direction one could possibly imagine. Draken's ears twitched. It felt like it was everywhere and nowhere at the same time. Cynthia flew forward, her neck elongated as she looked down at the metal building. Her sky-blue pupils started to grow gradually as she opened her snout. I am Cynthia, the princess of the dragon clan. Her voice shook the surroundings. There was a silence for a moment before an old voice came. What do you want from here, stinking girl? Grandpa, I want to study, she shouted. Are you sure you have come to study, stinking girl? Yes, she replied with a firm nod. Then who is behind you? The old voice's tone seemed to contain a slight hint of anger. Grandpa. She looked back at Draken, who was looking at her with his slitted pupils, amusement in his eyes. He is my fiancé that father assigned me. That little brat did what? A roar resounded. An eyeball popped out from the sky, then looked at the two. This kid is your husband, and the little brat decided this on his own? The roar was frightening, and Draken felt a shiver down his spine. He looked at the eyeball and gulped hard. He felt like this power seemed familiar, but he didn't have any recollection of it, which made him confused. The pupils moved, looking at Draken like they were going to swallow him whole. Yes, Cynthia smirked, looking at Draken. Ha, good, good. The roar turned into laughter, a pure joy of laughter. Cynthia tilted her dragon head, filled with confusion. This brat has the lightning saint bloodline. It seems the prophecies are true. The dragon race won't end so easily, huh? The voice was filled with laughter and enjoyment, like the happiest person in the world. Cynthia was stunned. Are you going to be my grandson soon? Come closer. Draken curiously flew forward and called, Grandpa. Haha, excellent. Already reached the peak of 3rd circle and rank 3 dragon. But even without the bloodline, your body is filled with vigor and strength, at least 10 times stronger than ordinary dragons. With the strengthening from a bloodline, your limits and potential have reached an unprecedented level. Why do you have the attribute of aura? Shouldn't you have lightning spells? Hearing the grumbles of the old man, Draken's back was already soaked in cold sweat. This eyeball, whatever it was, felt like it could unearth all his secrets. His heart was palpitating violently. If they knew that he was only a clone, then the game would be over. Luckily, the old voice didn't speak further. Instead, it turned into a puff of smoke that covered the eye, and the next moment, a hunched old man with blue hair, eyes, and clothes appeared in front of him with kind eyes. "Are you here to progress further in your aura spell?" "Yes," Draken replied with a bow in his giant dragon form. "Haha, no need to be polite." The old man looked at Draken up and down. "Follow me. I assume that the little brat married you to Cynthia to give our secret arts to you." This old man, does he know everything, or did he already know it? Draken thought strangely in his heart. Soon, the old man led Draken and Cynthia into the metal building after they reverted back to their human forms. Draken felt a little dazzled the moment he entered. There were books after books neatly arranged in floating shelves. There was also a giant screen at the center with numerous dragon words. You can check the screen and get any book you want, but remember, you can't carry it back. The old man patted his shoulder and went away. "What did my grandpa turn into your grandpa?" Cynthia pouted. "That's what you get for trying to set me up. Prepare for my vengeance on the wedding night," Draken whispered in her ear. "You?" Cynthia blushed furiously, her foot stomping the ground with a huff. He didn't pay any attention to her and looked at the screen. It was like playing with a touchscreen TV. Everything was very responsive. There were numerous categories separated among them, and he quickly found his own category, Aura. He curiously clicked on it, and immediately another section opened in front of his eyes. 1. Introduction to Aura. 2. Basics of Aura. 3. Aura farming. For greater than 8 ways to increase strength and density of aura. The numerous lists were a little overwhelming to see, and Draken navigated through them quickly. "How do I get the book?" "You just have to click on it, and it will appear in front of you." "This feels way too convenient," Draken chuckled. It didn't have a main character vibe at all, where one would randomly find a pile of garbage and gain some secret from it. "Isn't this book too thick?" Draken felt the weight of the book, at least 10 kg, and this was only supposed to be an introduction. "Why do you think Grandpa was scolding me for barely coming to the Royal Library? We have to study here for at least 8 to 12 hours every week, but I still haven't completed a single book." She slumped to the ground with her hands spread apart and legs spaced out, blankly staring at the ceiling with an expressionless face, as if her soul had come out of her body. Draken looked at the book. "I can cheat my way. Why should I be brainless for no reason?" The main body on Earth quickly selected a skill, spending a painful 5,000 destiny points again to gain the skill. Accelerated comprehension. Draken looked at the book and flipped it open while muttering in his heart. This should work. The first page that caught his eyes was the definition of aura. Aura was the manifestation of desire and emotions. The first basic spell that everyone takes to take the first step of aura was the aura spell itself. This spell lets one unleash their inner desire and emotions outward, making one enhanced and strengthened. Wait, what? This skill related to the emotions of beings. Draken was stunned for a moment. He closed his eyes and supplied mana to his first spell, Aura. Immediately, he was covered by a black haze. He calmed his emotions. The black flicker flickered ever so slightly and increased a bit. It was faint but noticeable. Draken thought about the image of Eleanor, and anger surged in his heart. The aura around him rapidly grew and strengthened. It really works, he muttered in his heart. Although it was very minimal, there was definitely a certain effect according to his own emotion. But at the same time, another thought appeared in his head. If this aura could only manifest his emotion, then it would be extremely limited in use. No matter what, there's a certain limit to how far you can go. Just shouting won't cause such a fluctuation, and his power will only be temporary. The 3 basic spells that he'd gotten were thoroughly explained here, and Draken felt his understanding of aura as a whole seemed to increase little by little. Draken flipped through the book, page by page, line by line, and word by word, his eyes glued to every single and minute detail. After finishing the book, he flipped open the second book, Basics of Aura. This taught the simple principles of aura. He already completed it? Cynthia looked from the corner of her eyes as Draken finished the first book in just a few moments. How was this even possible? She muttered in disbelief. She felt like her eyes were playing tricks on her, so she rubbed her eyes again and again, trying to clear her vision, but it was still the same as ever. Although it might look like Draken had taken a lot of time, in essence, it only took him a few minutes. The power of 5,000 destiny points was already showing, but Draken wasn't privy to her thoughts. His focus was still on the book. A book is the container of knowledge, and he truly respected them by consuming everything that it had to offer. The basics of aura. Well, this book was literally filled with illustration after illustration of weird patterns. Draken was confused for a moment, and he just stood there, not knowing what it meant. With curiosity, he flipped to the other pages, and it was a different illustration again. After flipping over 50 pages, gradually he felt a certain pattern in these illustrations. There seemed to be something that he couldn't pinpoint, but there was definitely a sense of similarity in every single illustration he had seen till now, even though they were completely different. He started to flip the pages again, and in the next 50 pages, there were also completely different illustrations and patterns, but the growing doubt in his heart was gradually coming to fruition. What is its similarity? Draken closed the book and sat cross-legged on the ground. Calming his mind with a breath of hot air, he focused. It felt like there was a certain meaning behind this pattern. It's as if someone has drawn them with a certain intent behind it. His mind drifted back to the spell he had inscribed till now. This feeling is similar to the patterns of the magic sigils. But if these are magic sigils, how many spells are in this book? Draken quickly shook his head. This was an unrealistic thought. Spells were very rare and hard to create, and each one was kept as a treasure until their very death by the dragons. You're telling him that all these patterns are different spells of aura? Impossible. That is unlikely to be true, even if this is the royal library itself. Wait, Draken used his aura spell, and immediately a black haze surrounded him. He closed his eyes to feel the magic sigils inscribed in the mana core. Then he opened his eyes and flipped through every page of the illustrations again. He fell into a daze, his pupils suddenly brightening with understanding. All of these patterns are the most basic aura spell. Draken murmured in his heart. Even though they looked completely different, they were actually the same spell. But what made them the same? He thought hard in his heart. As he thought further, his pupils dilated, and he froze on the spot, becoming completely still. Now, what happened to Draken? Cynthia, who had just completed a page, was stunned to see Draken completely frozen in place. Motionless, he fell to the ground with a thud, but even then, he remained completely still as a rock. She walked up to him with an extremely worried expression. For some reason, her heart felt anxious and tearful at the same time. "Hey, Draken, don't play with me. I know you're joking with me." But no matter how she called, Draken didn't reply. Cynthia began to sob and called out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, what happened to Draken?" she shouted instinctively. Just as she was shouting, a figure appeared in front of her, picking his nose. "Stinky girl, keep quiet. Draken is only in a form of trance." Trance. In this state, one reaches harmony with the body and the mind, and it is the perfect state for comprehending things. Which book was he reading? The old man glanced at the fallen book. Basics of aura. He raised an eyebrow. How lucky is this guy, as expected from the one chosen. Now he should be able to have a complete understanding of intent, and making spells will be much easier for his further progress. What do you mean by intent, Grandpa? The old man looked at his granddaughter with a tremble on his left brow. How many times have I told you this already? His face flared with fuming anger. Cynthia stuck out her tongue. Sorry, Grandpa. I'll pay attention this time." She felt much lighter at heart when she realized Draken had only been in a trance and wasn't in any real danger. It was as if a heavy stone had been lifted from her chest. "You stinky girl." He shook his head, his face filled with disappointment. "Your talent is among the best, but you're too lazy to practice. If not for that, You'd be a rank 4 dragon by now and leave that competition in the dust, even stronger than the brat from the Frost Clan CC line. I just don't feel like it. Too lazy, Cynthia said with a chuckle. Oomph. You need to train harder, girl. The old man flicked her forehead, making her wince in pain. Today, you're not leaving this place until you've at least understood 10 pages. No. Cynthia's face turned pale. You can't do this to me, Grandpa. I can't, stinky girl. Look at Draken and learn from him, got it? He could finish a whole book in a moment. Now, he's fallen into a trance. It's likely that when he comes out of it, he'll have fully grasped intent. But Draken's a whole different breed of monster. He's just different, she whined in complaint. Also, when you were young, how long did it take you to finish a single book? Cynthia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Cough, cough. Her grandfather's pupils went dazed for a moment. He still remembered his embarrassing youth, when he thought he was the strongest, the most gifted, and had never even stepped into the royal library. That was until the day he got his ass handed to him by a genius from the human race. Though he was rescued that day, the humiliation left a mark. From then on, he learned his lesson and walked a path filled with hardship and struggle. The old man looked down at his hand. For a moment, it felt like he was seeing an illusion, blood flowing everywhere, and he standing alone atop the corpses of billions. Grandpa, what happened? Cynthia asked, tugging at his sleeve with a frown. Nothing, he replied with a nonchalant shrug. Just reminiscing about my glorious days of hard work, using my blood and sweat to climb the path of the Dragon King since the day I was born. I call bullshit, Cynthia grumbled, pouting. There's no way you were working hard straight out of the womb. You can't deny the truth, stinky girl. Otherwise, how do you think I became the Supreme Dragon King? Oomph. She turned her gaze to Draken, worry slowly flickering in her eyes. Will he really be all right? Even though it was basically confirmed that Draken was gaining an opportunity, anxiety still lingered in Cynthia's heart. What if something went wrong? What if there was a hidden danger? Maybe Grandpa understood? It wasn't until the very moment Draken opened his eyes that her worry finally melted away and tears welled up in her eyes. Tears of happiness. She sprinted forward and hugged him tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. I thought you wouldn't be all right. Silly girl, why wouldn't I be? Draken chuckled, patting her head with a gentle smile. Were you worried about me? I was worried that my sworn vengeance wouldn't be fulfilled if you died, she sniffled. Ah, sure. Draken stood up, and Cynthia reluctantly let go of him. Can you promise me something, Draken? Sure, Draken chuckled. As long as it's something I can actually do, I'll get my all. Promise me that you'll never die before I get my vengeance on you. You might never accomplish that, though. Draken paused, then looked into Cynthia's determined eyes and slowly closed his own. All right, I promise. I won't die before you've had your chance. At that moment, nothing seemed to change, but this single promise might one day alter the course of fate itself. Perhaps destiny had already begun to shift, quietly, subtly, rewinding, reweaving. But who could truly know what the future held? You two lovebird gonna be all right over there? Grandpa. She separated from Draken with a blush, as if she had done something wrong. This is not what it looks like. Silly girl, we're going to be married. Draken patted her head and bowed his head. I greet the Supreme Dragon King. A little cringe in his heart, but he was, after all, a man of respect. So Draken should respect him. You were listening, right? The old man laughed off. Raise your head and look at me. Draken looked at him with a firm gaze. Good. How much have you accomplished? When Draken heard this, he closed his eyes and, for a moment, just stood there in silence. Then he opened his eyes and slowly muttered, Everything. Raising an eyebrow in a quiver of disbelief, doubt, confusion, joy, envy, and everything possible, the old man felt a whirlpool of emotion surging in his mind. Show me. He spoke with his parched lips. Okay. Draken nodded and got a pen and a paper from thin air in his palm from the old man. The moment his hand lifted, mana surged, swirling around him before gathering at the tip of the pen. No matter what one does, as long as you have the intent behind it, with the mana as the fuel. Before he could even finish, the old man fell to the ground on his knees, as if he was seeing a miracle, and this was true. He truly felt like he was seeing a miracle, a true miracle in the making. Then you were able to make the spell. Draken jotted down a simple black dot on the paper with a calmness. But this simple black dot contained a hidden meaning behind it. It might look simple at first, but there was a complex mana structure hidden in this seemingly simple thing. The old man rubbed his eyes. Is this really one of the aura spells? Aura projection? That's correct. Draken simply nodded his head. Want to see something? Draken chuckled. He lifted his pen again, and mana swirled around him, gradually accumulating at the tip of the pen. Then, he jotted down a dot. At a glance, it seemed the same, just a simple black dot. But hidden beyond the naked eye was a deeper intent, a complex mana structure woven into it. This is the soul mark spell, derived from aura, the old man said, gulping hard. Draken casually made another dot. This one was the most basic, the aura spell itself, the foundational spell it all stemmed from. This is really true. The old man took a deep, heated breath to calm his surging thoughts, while Draken was quietly puzzled in his heart. Is this feat so terrifying to accomplish that even this guy, who clearly should be one of the strongest in existence, is having an existential crisis right now? Thinking in his heart, Draken felt strange and uncertain for a moment. When he was in that strange, trance-like state, he felt like his comprehension was rapidly enhanced, which was already enhanced from the skill he had. The increase seemed to be more than I expected. Draken concluded in his heart with a firm nod of his head, because he truly felt like so. It wasn't a 1+1 upgrade, but instead multiplied multiple times instead. Anyway, Grandpa, I would like to read further books then. The old man quickly recovered and glanced at Draken once more. Go ahead, little monster, he said, his eyes flickering with uncontrollable excitement. My dragon race will be in worthy hands in the future. As his figure vanished, his voice lingered in Draken's ear. Oh well, let the old man celebrate. With a sigh, Draken chose the third book and read it, without turning the thousands of pages left for the second book. He had already learned everything possible there, because all the remaining pages were the description of images and how it functions. Draken could be considered as a master of his own and is able to completely skip this stage, but he still needs to study because he has only learned how to use intent. Even the spell he has constructed was one of the spells he already had the blueprint for. For one to create a completely different spell, and one that has relatively higher quality, he would still need more knowledge. It's like I'm back to the days of my college, programming hard every day. From his understanding, these complex magic patterns were actually like programming. A certain one at that called OOP, otherwise known as object-oriented programming. You define a body, let's say a human body, and define its features like its eyes, nose, mouth, fingers, and many more as classes. This is the same for the complex structures of magic. You define the body with your intention clear, and then start to add one feature after another. By the end, it will be complex, but this is the easiest way to find and solve it. Programming might just be a language for us to communicate with computers, but it teaches us the logic, the deeper meaning behind things. What a beautiful thing! Muttering this in his heart, Draken promptly started his reading journey. The next book was called Aura Farming. This was a theory book. And looking at it with a strange expression in his heart, Draken started to read it. He felt dazzled the moment he turned the first page, almost in a completely trance-like state. This is interesting. The more he read, the more he felt one of his questions gradually go away from his heart. When he first thought of aura and its basics, which let one harvest their own emotion to turn into strength, obviously this was very limited. But this aura farming, which is a theory only delved into farming aura, it harvests the emotion of others towards him to get stronger. The more he read, the happier Draken became. He felt like he could make a spell with the same intent behind it, if he could fully grasp this theory. At this time, Cynthia stuck out her head, her eyes full of curiosity, looking at Draken. You don't have to read this theory so intently. This is only a theory that one of our ancestors made, but unfortunately, he couldn't make the spell. She casually patted his shoulder. Really? Draken looked at the book and at her, his pupils flickering slightly in doubt. Why can others not make this theory into a spell? Everyone has tried, but no one seems to have succeeded. It's very hard to create a spell. Cynthia shook her head with a sigh. Theory is theory, after all, and changing the very foundation of a spell is even harder and more complex. I see. Draken nodded his head with honesty, a thoughtful frown settling upon his brows. You are right, but I want to try it anyway. He already had a complete grasp of intent. How hard could it be? 10 hours later, Draken had black circles underneath his eyes. His left eye was twitching, his hand trembling without stop. He, at this very moment, felt like his entire brain cells were already dry and finished. This was the feeling he had while looking forward in blank space. Have you tried enough, brat? The old man's figure appeared in front of him. This was a theory of one of my old friends. It is likely that you wouldn't be able to complete it. Yes. Draken fell to the ground with bloodshot eyes. I succeeded, The old man's words were stuck in his throat. He mumbled with a heavy heart. Are you sure? Yeah, I completed it. I made the intent of the spell, Even though he seemed to be a maddened man, Draken still had a hint of rationality and excitement flickering in his eyes. Show it to me. Okay. Draken closed his eyes and gathered his breath. He raised the pen, his mind rapidly forming the structure he had envisioned. First came a Xerox copy of the aura spell as the foundation. Then, he began introducing various elements into it: harvest, emotions, and many more. It might have seemed simple at first glance, but the mental computation required to integrate even a single feature into the already complex framework of aura was nothing short of terrifying. Finally, Draken drew a simple, bloody mouth on the paper in front of him. The pen slipped from Draken's fingers, and he nearly collapsed on the spot, barely staying upright with the help of the old man, who was staring at the paper with a mixture of disbelief and joy in his eyes. This is incredible. You've done it. You've created something no dragon has ever managed to accomplish. Draken, exhausted and gasping for breath, managed to croak out. What's my reward, old man? The old man grinned. My granddaughter's hand. Draken stared at him, speechless. Fine, the old man continued with a chuckle. You can choose any one item from the treasury, but only one. And that's only because you're going to be my grandson soon. Thank you, Draken murmured, before finally collapsing to the ground, surrendering to a peaceful sleep. Cynthia was also next to him, long gone to sleep before him, but they somehow started to cuddle on the cold floor, seeking warmth. The old man looked at them with a flabbergasted expression. Then he focused on the page before him. My friend, your dream has been completed, not by me, but it has been completed. He appeared in the sky, looking at the moon with tear-filled eyes. Just like that, the night passed, and Draken felt a warm embrace the moment he regained consciousness. When he slowly opened his blurry eyes, he saw Cynthia's beautiful face snuggled against him. Oh, well, Draken muttered with a sigh, then simply closed his eyes again. After some time, Cynthia woke up, her eyes still groggy. The moment her gaze landed on Draken's handsome face, her cheeks turned red, and her whole face seemed to heat up by several degrees. She quickly pulled away from him and stood up in a flustered panic. Did I really sleep with him? Cynthia touched her face, only to find it was unusually warm, like a heater in summer. At this moment, there was some movement she felt, causing her to be startled and jump up in the air as if her tail had been stepped on. Relax, it's me. A familiar voice whispered in her ears, causing her to pout. Why are you playing games with me? Cynthia huffed and puffed. Sorry, princess. Draken pinched her face, but you are just too cute. Oomph. Cynthia shook her head and ran away quickly with messy hair and a blushing face. One might really think that something was going on, but Draken didn't really do anything at all. They were just in the comfort of each other. But still, people's thoughts turn evil in this part, and anyone would think that there was definitely something going on. Anyway, Let's grind again. Draken thought to himself and focused on the books again. There was still a lot to learn for him. The blueprint of the spell might have been created and also the intent behind it, but you still have to construct the spell for the final processing. This is the complete set of steps to make the spell. You might have noticed that when Draken drew the spell for aura farming, he didn't make a dot, but instead drew a mouth. This was because it was simply easier. The intent behind the spell and the mana structure simply flowed well in that shape and size. This weird pattern for spells that Draken had for his 3 spells wasn't for show at all. Instead, this was optimized for perfect flowing of mana through it and less chance of it failing. We call these patterns magic sigils. Draken sighed. Although the hard part of finding the intent behind the spell was the hardest part, actually constructing it in an optimized way was no less of a headache as well. For this, he would need 2 simple words: trial, error. He would have to inscribe this intent and construct the spell thousands or even millions of times for him to finally make the pattern for it, then the material to actually materialize it. I have a long day ahead of me. Looking at the empty library in front of him, Draken could only sigh and resume his studying, and time passed in the blink of an eye. He didn't know how many times he had wasted mana and even been completely drained of mana, but at last, when a moon was dawning, he finally found the most optimal way to construct it. It was in a weird triangular shape with an eye in the middle, with numerous straight lines extending from the eye to the walls of the pyramid. The pupil pattern was swirling, with a star in the middle of it all. But that didn't end there, as just beneath the eye was the shape of a mouth with 2 fangs sticking out like a vampire. Why are these patterns always complex? Grumble. Draken grumbled with all his heart, and that was all he could do. He didn't decide on this weird, Illuminati-like vampire thing, but this was the most optimal pattern he found for his intent. Now, I would need the material for it. Draken scratched his head. Even with his skill, the amount of time it took to build this spell was terrifying. This was the fruit of his labor. Not to mention, he also went into a trance-like state, which increased the process by several times. How many years, or even decades, would it take a normal dragon? Draken voiced his thoughts loudly, with pure frustration. It would usually take around 5 decades for a dragon to make his first spell. Even the most talented one could make their spell only after they reached more than 30 years of age. An old voice sounded. Draken almost flipped on the spot in fright, but calmed himself as quickly as possible. This old man appeared out of nowhere. He then looked at the smiling face of the old man. "What can I do for you? How is the process going? Any progress yet?" The old man smiled kindly, the most radiant Draken had seen. "Already made the pattern for it. Now I need to actually make it." Draken shrugged. That's right. The old man froze, took a moment to calm his troubled old heart, and looked at Draken with a mixture of disbelief in his pupils. "Are you saying that you have made the perfect pattern for your spell?" "That's right." Draken casually pushed the sheet of paper forward and said, "Take a look." The old man took the paper and stared at it for a long, long time, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly, and his brows changing from relaxed to furrowed and back to relaxed. After a long 10 minutes, he returned the paper to Draken. "This really seems to be the optimal solution. So the last step is left, right?" "Right." The old man glanced at him, and for a moment, a surge of pure envy appeared in his heart. Even for this supreme dragon king with the highest authority in the dragon clan and the strongest of them all. But who wouldn't? You try for decades to refine a spell, but a person does it in front of you in just a few steps? If you don't feel envy, then what would you feel? "What happened, Grandpa?" Draken called out, and the old man woke up from his reverie. "It's nothing. I was just thinking about my golden days. My talent was even much higher than yours, but I grew arrogant, and my peers left me behind. This really happened." Draken made a shocked expression. He would be a fool if he didn't notice the shocked expression of the old man, but speaking wouldn't benefit him in any way, so it would be better for him to remain silent. Cough, cough. "Anyway, now it is time for you to make the spell. So how will you go about it?" "I'm planning to keep it simple. I want materials that can ignite the 7 emotions of any living being: joy, love, fear, anger, pride, hope, and envy. Any material that can ignite these, and a constructor that could act as the catalyst for it. A logical approach, I must say. The old man nodded his head. But you are still too young. Remember why this spell is so hard to create? Because it opposes the basic core of aura, where one can only harvest emotion from themselves. How will you tackle this problem? I've already thought about that, Draken said with a casual shrug. I can make a conduit for it. I don't have to rely on the original aura spell. I optimized it so I could add this aura farming spell to the base aura. That might be for the best. Otherwise, they might conflict with each other. The old man nodded. The only hard part was forming the spell intent. After that, everything else was pretty easy. Pretty easy? Somehow, Draken's left hand began to itch violently, as if he were resisting the urge to hit someone. No matter what he did, the sensation refused to go away. Those two words were like a stone hammer crashing through glass, shattering the memory of countless, timeless hours spent grinding away, his brain cells depleted to nothing, and his patience worn and crushed to bits. It felt like he'd had one foot in the grave, just trying to craft the pattern, and now the old man had the nerve to say it was easy? I don't know why, but my urge is increasing with every breath. Draken calmed his breath, aided by his hive mind skill. You have a pretty good temper, you brat. The old man complimented, worthy of being the savior, the one who will lead, ha. Thank you. Draken accepted with a smile on his face. Anyway, here are all the materials. Waving his hand, a surge of material appeared in thin air. This material should be perfect for you to be able to construct the spell. Then the old man disappeared out of nowhere, leaving Draken with a pile of ingredients. At least tell me what is what. Draken truly felt a little unspeakable anger appear in his heart, but he quickly calmed down. Calm down, Draken. I have to keep a cool head at this time. Rage will only cause your own destruction. Slapping both his cheeks at the same time, Draken finally started to get to work. It took all day just to recognize the materials and organize them bit by bit. At some point in time, Cynthia also came and started to help out. At last, at night, Draken dusted his hands, shoulders slumped to the chair, with a tired and extremely lazy expression. That was tiring. He heard a comment, so he turned towards Cynthia and made an obvious expression. I was just expressing my grievance. Are you really that ungrateful? I helped you, and this is the expression you give me. Cynthia said, her voice tinged with hurt and her cheeks flushed. Sorry, my bad. Draken rubbed the back of his head, sheepishly. He really had been a little ungrateful. I'll make it up to you, I promise. He dropped to his knees and gently took her soft hand, his eyes filled with determination. Flustered, Cynthia's face turned completely red as she quickly pulled her hand back. Why, you better compensate. That means you forgive me. Draken beamed with a radiant smile. Yep, Cynthia squeaked, then looked away, avoiding the embarrassing scene. Is it finally time to construct this spell? Thank you, Cynthia. I'm very grateful to you. Draken spoke in all earnesty and then looked at the materials in front of him, his gaze gradually turning stern and serious. It's finally time. Then he immediately went to work. He took the material and crushed it all in a certain pattern into a strange mix of greenish and blackish liquid. His nose twitched ever so slightly, smelling the nauseatic smell, feeling a little disoriented. Anyway, Draken started the process. First, he took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous heart, full of distractions. Then he gradually began to feel the mana in the air. After that, the process became relatively easier. He dipped his fingers into the liquid and pointed into the air, slowly beginning to trace the shape of his sigils with the intent behind his spell. The liquid moved on its own, gathering at his fingertips. The more he drew, the more the jar emptied, until by the end, it was completely drained and the spell hovered in the air, completely defying gravity. Draken kept looking at it, again and again. With each glance, a spark of excitement stirred within him. This was his first spell. How could he not be excited? Now for the last step, though it's the most important. Draken's eyes grew serious as he began to circulate the mana in his core, following a strange and intricate pattern. Slowly, the mana surged outward, flowing into the floating magic sigils in front of him. The process was swift, but the moment the mana entered the sigils, the surrounding air grew thick with energy. The sky outside darkened, clouds gathering as lightning crackled ominously in the distance. A chill ran through Draken's heart. Despite the library's noise cancellation wards, he could still hear the distant thunder, a rumbling warning. Then, in a flash, lightning struck through the library, phasing effortlessly through the walls and straight into the spell. Dust swirled in the air, obscuring everything from view. Cough, cough. Draken coughed hard, then blew out a gust of air. Instantly, the dust cleared, revealing the scene before him. There was his very own creation, the one he had poured all his effort into. The spell floated before him, surrounded by a purple haze. Draken raised his hand and let out a deep sigh of relief. "Let's use it immediately," he muttered with a determined voice. He opened his mouth and swallowed the spell in one swift motion. Draken gave a satisfied blurp as the spell slipped down, then closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged for the integration process. Soon, he would break through and reach the fourth circle. The process didn't take long. As the creator of the spell, Draken had the deepest understanding of it. If he failed, it would be the most embarrassing thing imaginable. The hardest part, however, was having enough mana control, and if that was enough, there was very less chance of failure. And just like that, Draken finally reached fourth circle mage with his fourth spell, Aura Farming. "I did it." Draken clenched his fist in triumph. Without hesitation, he activated the spell. Mana surged within his core, and in an instant, his entire vision shifted. In his peripheral vision, there were countless bubbles that were coming from his side. Draken turned and looked towards Cynthia with a nod of his head. This is interesting," he muttered in his heart, and then tried to manipulate this bubble. There were different kinds of colors, but the highest was pink, which he assumed was love. Anyway, these bubbles were absorbed by him, and he felt absolutely nothing. Is the emotion not enough? Draken thought for a moment. How his aura farming spell works was actually pretty simple in itself. The more emotion people have towards him, the more powerful he gets. This might seem simple at first, but the accumulative emotion can be truly terrifying sometimes. His aura will only get stronger as time passed. However, the most terrifying thing about this spell was that it required very few mana molecules as well. That means he could infinitely maintain this spell to strengthen himself with the emotions of these people. Like a passive ability, this is truly broken beyond comparison. Draken thought in his heart while carefully calculating the maths in his head. The mana drained by this spell was actually around 1% in an hour, but up to that point, his mana would have recovered already from his special title. Speaking of special titles, he grumbled and looked at the blue panel in front of him. You have reached Tier 4 with your own effort, surpassing your original limits. You have gained the title Strong Man in Mana, a higher title of Magic Weakling. Your mana control has leveled up from level 9 to level 12. Strong Man in Mana. Any spell is stronger by 5%. Looking at the panel, Draken paused for a moment. He did gain a title when he reached the first circle mage called Magic Weakling, which made his spell stronger by 2%, but after that, since he was not able to construct spells, he hasn't made any progress about it. It was his initial idea, but couldn't be led to reality yet. I will finally be able to do it. Draken tightened his fist with sheer eagerness. This might be the key to make a Reich quickly stronger on Earth, so that he could recognize his identity as the third SSS-class hunter in the whole nation and enjoy luxuries that could possibly be imagined in the wildest imagination. And also the most important one, the access to gates. If he could gain access to gates, then he could level up quickly, produce more clones, and these clones could gain magic and gain the title. An infinite loop of strengthening. Just thinking about it, Draken immediately wanted to take the plan into action. Have you finally done it, brat? An old voice cut through the air. Draken was startled awake from his reverie as he looked at the old man who appeared. I wonder how this old man feels towards me. Draken quickly looked at the bubbles. There were many bubbles also coming from this old man. However, the predominant one was orange. Excitement. With a puzzled heart, Draken looked at the nonchalant face of the old man. It took you long enough, little grandson. He gave a firm pat to his shoulder. Not bad, but you still have a lot to learn. Draken froze for a moment before giving a speechless smile with a bow of his head. I still have a lot to learn. Good, good. Your engagement will be done in a week's time. Do you want to visit other places? No, Grandpa. I would like to stay in this place to absorb all the knowledge. Draken said without missing a beat. I'm very proud of you. The old man laughed. Then his gaze turned towards Cynthia. What about you, stinky girl? Do you also want to run around and play without studying? Oh, Grandpa, don't say that. Cynthia, who was lying with slumped shoulders, made a devastated expression. Are you my grandpa or his? Both. Draken spoke from the sidelines. You. Cynthia's cheeks inflated. Just looking at it, Draken felt a cold tingle down his spine, as if his battle instinct was warning him of a grave danger in the future. Anyway, Grandpa, I should start studying. Draken sat at one of the tables and took out the thick book for reading. Oomph. Cynthia snorted and looked at the old man. I will also study here and take special care of Draken. Stinky girl, you finally learnt your lesson. I will go away now. The old man laughed, and his figure vanished. An awkward silence settled in place. Cynthia took her thick book and started to study opposite him. Then, the peace returned. I might have to sleep on the couch after we get married, Draken thought in his mind with a bitter heart while reading. Erike in the main world paused the indie game he was playing, then peered through the window at the sunny sky. Do I really have to go out? He murmured in his heart. When the clone learned about intent, naturally he also learned about it. The things they couldn't share are the inherited talents, bloodlines, and many more that are impossible to share. But learning intent was not enough. He still needed to have the material for it. Obviously, this wasn't the dragon and telekinetic world, and he couldn't get it so easily, so he had to search for an alternative material. The day was bright and cloudless, and the high heat from the sun seemed to be burning everything and anything. Erike walked out of his depleted room and immediately heard shouts from the upper floor. The landlords were a middle-aged couple and were always arguing without a stop. Without stopping, he walked down into the common parking lot, got into his old rusty fifth-gen Chevrolet Camaro, and drove off the patched road and the bustling street. Looking at the traffic throughout the road, Draken frowned. This is why I hate going out. Anyway, while he was at it, he also checked his bank account. $60,000 in savings, a modest amount, but can I even buy the things I would need? Anyway, his old rusty fifth-gen Chevrolet Camaro made its way to the grandest building in the city, with a goddamn 100 floors. This was naturally the Awakeners Association, where they manage Awakeners, and goods can be bought and sold from the loot that came from the gates. Awakeners Association was a massive organization built by the cooperation of the government and Awakeners that was in every country you could possibly imagine, in almost every city possible, no matter how small or large it is. It was a necessary thing to defend against the gates that could pop out anywhere. For his city, the Awakeners Association was even more massive because the S-Class Water Emperor awakened from here, and ironically, this was the person he saw in that disaster which made him depressed. So I have experienced so much in the other world and relaxed so much that I don't feel anything, but still feel like my heart is paining from all those screams. Erike could only sigh. Even if he wanted answers, he was not qualified for this. Awakeners didn't rely solely on rank to become stronger. Erike could level up so much in just a dungeon, although it was partially because he was only level 2. But these Awakeners have gone to the dungeon for almost half a decade now. Their strength, even if it doesn't match the ranking, should be much higher. That head start gap was not something that he could cross so easily. At least, Erike felt like he couldn't use any magic to stop the fire for an entire city in a matter of a wave of his hand. And also, it didn't even end there, as that was years ago. That Water Emperor should have leveled up even more. I am not a justice giver, nor do I think like this, but I want answers. Erike slowly wanted to park his car in the lane, but before he could do so, a Lamborghini sped into his car. Looking at the car that was rapidly speeding and was about to directly hit his car, Erike was completely calm. He kicked the door, and it flew through the air. Then Erike walked out of his car with a nonchalant expression. The Lamborghini crashed into his car and directly destroyed almost everything there was. Ow! A female's grunt sounded from inside the car, and Erike peered through it. A loosely dressed woman was in the driver's seat with alcohol in her hand, and her eyes were groggy. Erike's eyes slightly widened. He turned his head to look at a school a little further away. What if she crash-landed into the school? Anyway, before he could think, a row of cars sped towards them, and a group of men in black appeared, hurriedly taking the woman out from the driver's seat right before the car could blow. "Jack, do it," one of them shouted. Jack, one of the men in black with a small height, nodded his head and took out his black goggles, revealing his face of Asian origins, and pointed his hand towards the car. Almost immediately, the effect took place. The car started to float in midair just as it was about to explode, and it exploded in midair. "We cannot afford another bad publicity in the image of Milady," Jack muttered, then turned his head to look at Erike and slowly started to walk towards him in very slow but firm steps. "Is he going to silence me?" As the man approached, Erike tightened his fist. He didn't want to get into any trouble now until he was completely sure, but if there was a fight, he would take it without missing a beat. When the man approached, Erike was ready to attack and unleash all his might. But unexpectedly, Jack didn't attack him. Instead, he took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to him. "What's this?" Erike asked with a questioning gaze, and Jack muttered, "A blank check. You can write any amount you want." "I see." Erike took it in his hand and went away, not before leaving a single sentence. "Also, I suggest your lady be more mature and teach her proper discipline. If she really crashed into the school, then I would have killed her no matter what it takes." With a cold tone, he went inside the Awakeners Association. Jack just stood there, frozen in place. The other men in black caught up to him and asked with a frown, "Our orders were clear, Jack. We need to remove all the evidence. Why did you give him money for no reason?" Jack turned towards them. "You fool, this guy is not an ordinary person. He is an Awakener. No, he is a monster." He revealed his hand, which was trembling nonstop, and the absolutely shitless expression on his face. "If we attacked him, he might not have died, but we might absolutely be killed." Jack spoke with a terrified expression, and the atmosphere grew serious. They all knew the skill of Jack. If he was seeing it, then that person was likely a big-shot Awakener. Not long after that, they carried the woman and went away quickly. Erike walked into the building and was greeted by 2 rows of women bowing their heads. Even though he was wearing poor and untidy clothes, they didn't even have a trace of disdain or anything in their faces. They were respectful and professional. "Hello, good day." Erike flashed a radiant smile as he walked into the building, where he was greeted by another woman in a black suit. "I wonder if you are here to buy or sell? I would like to buy items, please." "All right, sir." The woman nodded her head and gave him a tablet. "You can choose anything you want from here." "All right." Erike accepted the tablet and looked through it with curious eyes. His eyes glossed over. There were many categories, but he chose the herb category. Immediately, he was dazzled by many items on the tablet, but even more dazzling were the prices, enough to make one despair. The top herbs cost $1 million just for a single strand. He quickly scrolled down and saw the cheaper ones, but these herbs, even the cheapest one, cost over $10,000. This was an unimaginable amount of money, but everything related to Awakeners was expensive in this era, no matter how low it is. "Luckily, I think I will have the money." Erike quickly selected all the herbs needed for Aura, Soul Mark, Aura Projection, and last but not least, his Aura Farming spell. If he could reach First Circle Mage from Mage Acolyte, then he would again get his title, which might be strengthened again. Then he looked at the price. It came down at $99,999. Huh? He muttered in his heart with a thoughtful frown on his face. This price was not too expensive, but this was only for a set of herbs. Erike would still need multiple sets for each of his clones so that he could establish their mana core and they reach at least first circle mage. Them reaching first circle had countless benefits to Erich, so he tightened the blank check in his pocket and increased the set by 6 times the amount, and the amount came down to just $599,994. Then he gave his order to the woman, who was looking at him with a professional smile. The moment she glanced at the paper, her expression slightly changed, with her brows raising up in an arc that one couldn't properly comprehend. "Is there anything wrong, miss?" Seeing the hesitating expression of the woman, Erich asked in his deep voice. "No, it's just that I was surprised." She replied with a flustered expression and hurriedly ran away. Erich looked at his poor and dirty clothes and laughed in a smile. "I guess coming to this place in these clothes was really not optimal, huh? But these are already my best clothes." Anyway, he just waited in place until a bulky man wearing military pants and a loose t-shirt appeared in front of him. This man was ginormous, around 9 feet in height, looking at him with a questioning gaze. "This little twerp is the one who ordered this." "That's right." A nervous, stuttering voice of the woman came from behind the bulky man. "And who are you?" Erich raised his neck with a calm gaze and a cold voice. The bulky man didn't reply. Instead, he took out a pair of black goggles and looked at him again. Then he froze in place. An entire minute of awkward silence passed before his body finally moved. At last he spoke. "All right, I will accept your purchase." "Thanks." Erich shrugged, took out the check, and wrote the exact amount. It was compensation for his car. Why wouldn't he use it? After writing the number, he gave it to the man. The bulky man gave the check to the woman behind him and quietly whispered some words, and she ran away. "Cough, cough." The bulky man made a rather apologetic expression. "I'm sorry for what I did to you, but I have a certain reason for it. The name's Rolf, by the way." Erich didn't speak, just peering at him with his blue pupils without a word. Rolf, this giant hulk of a man, felt a little nervous when he felt the gaze of Erich and rubbed his head. "Come meet me in the office, and I can tell you." "Okay." Erich accepted and was soon led upstairs. As he ascended, he noticed that the people's attire grew increasingly formal. By the time he reached the top floor, a grand, luxurious office bustling with individuals working on computers and wearing headphones, the atmosphere felt entirely different. He was guided through the busy space into the main office, where Rolf sat in his chair, wearing a nonchalant expression. "Welcome, Awakener. I am a C-rank Awakener. I also work as the branch head of this Awakeners Association branch." "I see." Erich sat on the chair. On the weather table before him lay a small mound of finely ground coffee and a kettle of warm water steamed gently, as if it was enticing him to cook the coffee, and he did so without missing a beat. Seeing the nonchalant expression of Erich, even when he revealed his identity, Rolf felt a twitch of his brows. Anyway, he started to speak while thinking in his heart. He has the power and capability to act silent. Anyway, the glasses I wore had 2 functions. He glanced at Eric, tried to discern his emotion, but couldn't. Rolf was helpless and could only shrug his shoulders while raising his 2 fingers. The first feature is that it can tell how powerful one is. He withdrew 1 finger. The second feature is the most important one, which can tell how much blood one has drawn. You're probably a new Awakener from the second coming of the Awakening, so you wouldn't know, but the Awakener world is rather bloody and power-hungry, and there are some disgusting bastards. Even speaking till the last sentence, there was a hint of murder in this old man's tone. "I see." Erich nodded, swirling the coffee in front of him before taking a slow sip. Bitter. It was the most bitter coffee he'd ever tasted, yet strangely, he found himself liking it. "Do you really not care?" Rolf asked. Erich finally looked up at him and spoke. "I already knew about it. Is this all you brought me here for?" "Yes." "Would you like to take your test for Awakening now?" "No, give me half a month." Rolf hesitated, looking like he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. At that moment, a woman knocked from outside. "Boss Rolf, I've brought all the ingredients. Come in, Geneva." The door opened, and Geneva entered, carrying a bag filled to the brim with items. She unchained it, revealing the contents inside. Erich glanced over the materials, then nodded. "This is all right." He slung the bag over his shoulder and turned to Rolf. I'll be leaving then. Good luck, soldier, Rolf said with a smile and a thumbs up. Thanks. Erich stepped out of the Awakener's building, only to realize his car had been wrecked, leaving him without a quick way to travel. Uber. He checked his phone, but the app had been shut down a month ago. Actually, all ride-sharing services had been completely discontinued. Erich crouched down, focused, and took a ready stance, staring ahead before he ran fast. His speed effortlessly outpaced the cars on the street, even those speeding at 60 miles per hour. Rolf watched Erich's fading figure inside. He's a strong Awakener, but he probably won't join us. He shook his head, still haunted by the terrifying sensation he had felt when he looked at Erich through his glasses. It was a feeling he'd only experienced once before, and that too from just a single glance by a monster. Boss, why do you seem so regretful? Geneva asked, her curiosity piqued from behind him. Rolf's legs trembled as he slumped into his chair, a gleam in his eyes. He spoke quietly, almost to himself. We might have an S-class, no, an SSS-class Awakener soon in our nation. Call the headquarters. Geneva trembled. Are you sure, boss? Yeah. Only those two monsters have the ability to make such progress in the other world. Geneva ran off with excitement. An SSS rank Awakener. This was a cause for nationwide celebration. They were the embodiment of the nation's strength, the pinnacle of power. Awakeners had different names for these rare individuals, but one stood out above the rest. Monsters. Nation-destroying entities. Whoa, Mommy, what's that? A little girl pointed, her eyes sparkling like the stars. What is it? Her mother asked, turning her gaze, only for a cold bristle of wind to blow by. The road ahead was empty. Where is it? She asked in a doubtful tone. It was just there, a blurry figure running past us. The little girl said, pouting cutely. Her mother didn't believe her. Instead, she tugged gently at her daughter's cheeks. You've been spending too much time on the iPad. Now you're even daydreaming in broad daylight. No iPad today. No, Mommy, there really was something there. The little girl spoke begrudgingly, but her mother didn't listen and pulled her away. Poor girl, she must have so much resentment, but the perpetrator of this has long since vanished and ran all the way to the dirty, depleted apartment in the corner of the city. That took long enough. Erich sighed as he entered his apartment, and before he could even enter, the landlord was there, staring at him with a frown on his face. The rent is up. There's still not been any payment for 2 months already. You will have to pay me $3,000 now. Okay, Erich replied before walking towards him with a calm stride. The landlord was stunned, his eyes widened while rubbing them. Are you really going to give me the money, stinky boy? Yeah. Saying that, Erich took out his wallet and a debit card from it. He wasn't a broke boy, just that he wanted to save up to buy a home on his own, even on installment, but the price of homes nowadays could make one fall into despair. If you don't have a roof over your head and only barely satisfy your necessities, then you are as good as a homeless man. Erich felt pain in his heart every time he looked at his savings chip away and his earnings fall, with inflation reaching an all-time high. It was just devastating to him. But now he didn't need to stink away. Erich swiped his debit card and directly paid the landlord. Are you happy now? The landlord looked at Erich with an incredulous expression. Be honest, brat, did you win the lottery? Well, Erich stretched his body with an extremely bored expression. You can consider it so. After saying that, he walked into his room. What could be considered a lottery? The landlord's eyes widened, and he felt a chill in his heart. I will never offend this brat. Saying that, he walked inside with a sigh of exhaustion. I wonder when we will have retirement money to completely retire. Now that brat will probably leave after a few months. The landlord was old, with his hair graying, and his wife was the same, but they never stopped arguing because they were poor, barely making ends meet from the rent money. The problem was that this old apartment was basically too old, and barely anyone wanted to live here. Erich walked into his room and laid the bag on his bed. With curious eyes, he slowly unzipped the bag and started to recollect all the herbs bit by bit. For any spell, You didn't require a specific herb. As long as the attributes were the same, it would do. But you still had to have the capability to use these herbs. As Draken gained more knowledge in the dragon and telekinetic world, Eric's understanding was also rapidly increasing with it. Just as he was laying out the herbs, a little card fell to the ground with a click. Eric picked up the card, his eyes full of curiosity. What's this? What lay before him was a golden card, and there was nothing else written on it but a note attached. Eric took the note and looked at it. Dear Eric, it seems you're short of money as of lately, so this is my golden card that I am giving you. You can purchase anything you want with it, and it will be on my tab. Cinder, Rolf. Interesting. He tossed the golden card aside and immediately started to work on the first spell, Aura. Although this was the most basic spell, it still took a lot out of him to make the material with the intent to form the magic sigils. By the time he was done with it, he was sweating profusely. Let's begin. Looking at the magic sigils of the Aura spell, he summoned Eric III and allowed him to establish his mana core. You have established your mana core with your own efforts. Your hard work is rewarded. You have gained the title, the One Born in Mana. Higher title detected, Mana Born. Your Mana Born title has absorbed the title. Evolution is not enough. Oh well. Eric sighed. He was already half expecting it, but that didn't mean he gave up. He cancelled Eric III and opened his mouth to devour the Aura spell without hesitation. He had already decided that he would use the Aura-type spell from now on, because this was a broken set of spells on its own, especially with Aura farming. If it strengthened even more in the future, he could just become an internet celebrity and enjoy the emotions of the entire world's people. Anyway, he looked at his blue panel prompt in front of him. You have reached First Circle Mage. You have been rewarded the title, Magic Weakling. Higher title detected. Your title, Strong Man in Mana, has absorbed the title, Magic Weakling. Evolution failed. Evolution failed. Eric frowned and made another Aura spell. He gave it to Eric III, and once again, a special prompt appeared in front of his eyes. You have reached First Circle Mage. You have been awarded the title, Magic Weakling. Higher title detected. Your title, Strong Man in Mana, has absorbed the title, Magic Weakling. Evolution failed. But to his disappointment, even this evolution failed almost horrendously. So Eric could only sigh and use the other clones. He used the fifth clone, who had the skill, Adapt. Then, the fifth clone established his mana core in the liver. This time as well, the title failed as horrendously as possible. So my only hope is this spell. Looking at the Aura spell in his hand, Eric handed it to Eric V and simply observed. As Eric V swallowed the spell, it only took a mere movement to inscribe it to his core and reach First Circle. The moment he did, Eric felt a strange change. His expression slightly shifted as he activated his Aura spell. This has been strengthened by at least 50%. He widened his eyes, his pupils locking onto the blue panel in front of him. Your Strong Man in Mana title has evolved from absorbing the title, Magic Weakling. You have gained the title, Mana Brute. Mana Brute. Your spell power is increased by at least 50%. So I can really do it. Eric tightened his fist as he called back the fifth clone and summoned the sixth clone again. Then Eric VI also established its mana core. This time, even without looking at the system, Eric's vision rapidly changed.